Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our council meeting. This is the first in-person council meeting for the year 2021. Last time we were here was in March of 2020. If we are here tonight, it's a blessing. I want to thank God for allowing us to be here tonight discussing the city of North Miami's issue. I'm happy to see you, and I hope everyone do what they have to do in order to be safe, practice social distancing, wear your mask, get your vaccine. I think of right now that best way to fight this pandemic. I'm happy to see a lot of people, the Kobo family. Thank you for coming. Welcome to your city. Councilwoman Carol Keys, Debbie Steinberg from the North Miami Foundation, and everyone else. Thank you for coming. Our first council meeting for the year 2021 again, July 13, 2021. It's 7:02. The meeting is called to order, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Bianame.
Here.
Councilman Galvin.
Here.
Councilman Desame.
Here.
Councilwoman Timothy.
Here.
Councilwoman Estime Irvin.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum to proceed.
Thank you very much. Please, let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance with Assistant Chief Angel Rivera, followed by invocation with Pastor Mike Davis from Prince of Peace, Miami Beach Church.
Let's please place our right hand over our hearts. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening. Let us pray. Father, once more again, we call upon your holy name to come into this meeting and have your way. One mind, one heart, one soul. Father, let us not forget Surfside this evening, as well as Haiti. The President Maurice and his wife that is recuperating here. Father, we ask you to watch over her and bless bless their family. And Father, the things that are happening in Cuba and our neighboring cities and states, and bless this beautiful city of North Miami, all it takes to make up this great body. Bless them in every way. Let us continue to unite with one another each and every day. Love one another. As you told us, love thy neighbor. In Jesus' name we do pray that servant prayer.
Thank you very much, Pastor Mike Davis, Angel Rivera. We're going to start with an update from Commander Angelo Brinson, COVID-19 update. Followed by hurricane preparedness.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, visitors. Commander Angelo Brinson, Emergency Manager. For our COVID update, to mirror the Mayor's comments earlier, even though we are excited that this is our first live meeting in over a year, and we are all glad about returning to some sort of sense of normalcy, we must still do everything in our power to prevent the spread of COVID-19. We see light at the end of the tunnel, but we're not there yet, and we must still protect ourselves as much as possible. And the best way we can do that is by wearing a mask, washing your hands regularly, social distancing, and getting vaccinated. Vaccinations are readily available all over Miami-Dade County and North Miami. Just a few locations. Over 50 public supermarkets all across Miami-Dade County all provide the vaccine. Costco, CVS, Fresco Supermarkets, Walgreens, Walmart, Sam's Club, and Winn-Dixie. These are just to name a few. For a complete list of all the vaccination sites available across Miami-Dade County, please visit miamidade.com/vaccine. There you can view list of all the vaccination sites, and you can register yourself or family members who may be homebound for a home vaccination visit. Now, moving on to the hurricane update. We are in month number 2 of the 2021 Atlantic hurricane season, and we have already had our 5th named storm in Elsa. At this time, we are not monitoring any storms or tropical cyclone activities in the Atlantic, the Caribbean, or the Gulf. We as a city, we prepare all the time, and we are prepared to respond to any storm that may come, but we want to make sure that all of you all are prepared as well. So please visit northmiamifl.gov/emergency management. There you will find helpful tips on how to prepare for hurricanes, emergency contact numbers to report flooding or down power lines, and you can download the current copy of the Hurricane Preparedness Guide. That is my report. Mr. Mayor, I'll take any questions anyone has.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benson. Do you have any? On the dais, no question asked. Thank you very much. Let's move forward. Madam City Manager, do we have any addition, deletions, amendments, or deferral to the agenda?
Yeah, we have one correction on tab L. That is an item that is sponsored by Councilman Galvin. And we have an add-on tab V, which
Tab
is
L, what do you do?
tab L. It is an item that's sponsored by Councilman Galvin.
Okay, instead of the administration, it's going to be
Councilman
Vice Mayor
Galvin.
Scott Galvin.
And tab V is an add-on for an appointment board of the Planning Commission.
Tab B.
Tab
Planning
B as in
Commission.
Victor.
Yes.
May we move those appointments T, U, and V into the consent agenda rather than make those residents stick around at the end of the thing? I don't imagine there's probably a lot of debate. Move them tonight and take that back forward.
Yeah, we can do that. I was going to move all deletions, but we can add it to the consent aspect.
No, I was gonna say, I thought that was the intent when we first,
Yeah, we
added.
can add those to
Okay.
consent.
I have a motion to move tabs T, U, and V made to the consent agenda made by Councilman Galvin, seconded by Mayor Bieneme. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Madam Clerk, I think it's moving forward as well. Is that,
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that would be.
And all appointments for all board and committee appointments moving forward as well. All in favor?
yes, aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries with.
Thank you very much. And now we have the consent agenda.
Move approval.
All those previously added, plus those 3 items. City Attorney, since the agenda is set, we have a quorum. Can we proceed?
Yes, Mayor, your agenda is set. You may proceed.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, the consent. We do. Now we have 2 special presentation, a certificate of recognition presented to Employee of the Quarter, and proclamation presented to Debbie Kleinberg, who is retiring from the North Miami Police Foundation. Please, let's move forward.
Do we go there?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Chief Larry Jariga, and it's my honor to recognize our Employee of the Quarter, Police Communications Operator Cece Collins. Cece works our midnight shift, and actually tonight she's working a double shift, so she's being represented by her immediate supervisor, Gloria Johnson. Cece has worked for the City of North Miami Police Department for a remarkable 32 years. She's the reassuring voice behind the scenes when citizens call for police assistance, and we're extremely fortunate to be working with her as she consistently displays professionalism and excellent customer service to the residents of North Miami. Cece calms and de-escalates situations with her comforting words. Utilizing her decades of experience, she's able to find solutions to assist callers and direct them appropriately. She maintains control during the calls as she patiently and empathetically listens and helps the callers. Additionally, she is a tremendous partner to our officers as they respond to calls for service. Cece knows what our officers need when they're responding to hot calls or calls in progress, including violent domestic dispute. The details that she obtains and shares with our officers keep them and our residents safe. So again, please join me in recognizing Cece Collins as our Employee of the Quarter. And again, her boss Gloria is here to accept on her behalf.
On behalf of our Collins, thank you to Mayor, Councilman, and of course, the best chief on this side of earth, and Commander and Assistant Chief working for the city for 32 years. It's a pleasure, and it's an honor for her because she really does love the city and love what she does. Thank you.
And I'm going to invite Councilwoman Carol Keys to come forward and Councilman Alex Desulme for a special presentation.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everyone. It's truly an honor for us to be back in person. And Mr. Mayor, like you stated, thank God we all are here. It's truly a pleasure for me to take a moment to talk about Miss Debbie Kleinberg, who has spent her entire life working on our behalf of our residents, North Miami. If you truly want to know someone who have dedicated their lives for public service, this is a true public servant. And when I heard that Debbie was leaving after spending all these years and years of working, and anytime we need something, if it's Parks and Rec or the new program with the senior program, she has always been there. We could call on Debbie. Debbie would be there to make sure that our seniors or anyone else in the city is there and is served. So not only we're going to miss you, Debbie, but we want to make sure to just kind of let you know how much we love you and we appreciate all of the work that you did. So I called on Councilwoman Keys and also Councilwoman Irving, who also served on the board. Would you come on up, Councilwoman Irving, just to say thank you for your service, your dedication to our city and to our residents. You may think you're going away, but we definitely going to be calling up on you. So former Councilwoman Keys, if you may.
Thank you, Councilman, for doing this evening. I'd like a few of the other board members to come up. Blanca Cobo, Mike McDermott, our president. The chief is on our board. Chief, please come up. Debbie. Paola here. Paola. Paola. like to thank everybody for joining us this evening as we honor Debbie Kleinberg, who is retiring, as you heard, from the North Miami Foundation of Senior Citizens. Debbie has enriched my life as about 25 years ago, she recruited me to sit on the board with her. So I have been working with Debbie for 25 years. She is a joy. She's just the most diligent person you could have working on a foundation. And she has been the executive director for 27 years. She's dedicated her career to helping others in our city, especially our frail elderly residents. She's kept them in their homes. She's just provided such a valuable service to our community, and it is so enriching to work with our seniors and that someone is looking out for them. Prior to her work in North Miami, she also worked as a director of programs and services for the Alliance for Aging, and she was project director for the Haitian American Community Association of Dade County. Aside from her role at the foundation, she is also a member of the board of directors of the Florida Association of Aging Services Providers and was a delegate to the White House Conference on Aging in 2005. Debbie, we wish you the best as you enjoy your new chapter, your retirement. Congratulations, and thank you for being an inspiration to all of us and for leaving a special place in all of our hearts. Thank you. We have a proclamation, Debbie. City of North Miami, Florida is pleased to issue this proclamation in honor of Debbie Kleinberg. Whereas Debbie Kleinberg is originally from New York City, she moved to Miami at the age of 14. And whereas Debbie has worked as the director of programs and services for the Alliance for Aging and project director for the Haitian American Community Association of Dade County, Debbie holds a master's degree in business administration from Nova University and a bachelor's degree in psychology from Florida Atlantic University. Whereas Debbie is a member of the board of directors of the Florida Association of Aging Services Providers and was a delegate to the White House Conference on Aging in 2005. And whereas Debbie has been recognized as a woman who inspires by the City of North Miami in 2017. She also received the honor of Rotarian of the Year in 2008 and 2011. And whereas for the past 27 years, Debbie has served as the executive director of the North Miami Foundation for Senior Citizens. And whereas she is married to Carol Bancroft and has 2 children, Jessica and Jason, and whereas she will be retiring at the end of July 2021 from her position as executive director for the North Miami Foundation, it will certainly be hard to find and replace her as she leaves very big shoes to fill. Now, therefore, in consideration of the foregoing, I, Philip Bieneme, Mayor Scott Galvin, Vice Mayor, Councilwoman Cassandra Timothy, Councilwoman Mary Estime Irvin, and Councilman Alex DeSulme, and on behalf of the residents, do hereby proclaim July 13th, 2021 to be Debbie Kleinberg Day. Debbie loves to speak publicly, so.
Thank you all so much. It's been a pleasure to serve the elderly in the city, and it's been a pleasure to work with such a wonderful city council and board of directors and staff, and it's been my pleasure all these years. Thank you.
Another presentation tonight, comprehensive annual financial report by our finance director, Miguel Augustin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Miguel Augustin, Finance Director. Tonight, we are going to be presenting the results of the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report for fiscal year ended 2020, September 30th. To my left is the external auditor, Mr. Anil Harris. He will be presenting the report to those charged with governance and going over the results of operations in summary, and then I will take over again, go over some detailed information with you as well.
Thank you, Mr. Augustin. Good night, Mayor, council members, and city manager. You should have this small booklet here, which is our required communication to the council. And this booklet has information that we as auditors are required to communicate to you in your role as governance of the city. The first item to bring to your attention is that we audited the financial statements in accordance with government auditing standards. We issued an unmodified opinion, and really what that means, it's a clean opinion. It's the highest level of assurance we as auditors can provide to any client that is an audit client of the firm. Going down the list, there were no new standards or accounting policies adopted during the year. Had there been any, those would have been highlighted in this report. There were no significant unusual transactions resulting from the audit. In the event that there were, again, we would have brought those to your attention. Going on to the next page, there was one audit adjustment, and we'll go into that in a little more detail, and Mr. Augustin will also go into that in a little more detail. The adjustment related to the accounting for capital assets. In the current year, the city did have a restatement to record additional assets that were assets of the city, but in the previous financial statements, they were omitted. In addition to that, our audit opinion does have what we call an emphasis of matter paragraph. And what really that means is to highlight that the financial statements have been restated to reflect the additional capital assets in the current year. In regards to the audit, we had no disagreements with management. We had all records available to us. All personnel was available throughout the audit for us to complete the financial statement audit. The audit process itself takes between 2 and 3 months. During that time, all records we found were available and no impediments to the process. When unaware that management consulted with any of their accountants in the course of the audit. As a result of the audit, there were 3 items what we considered significant and were discussed with management. The first being that at the end of the prior year, the general fund had a deficit of $14.7 million. However, due to actions taken by management and the city council, that deficit has decreased to approximately $5 million, which is positive results. What it means is that the deficit has been reduced by approximately $9 million for the year ended 9/30/20. As previously mentioned, the financial statements were restated, and the amount of that amount for capital assets that were added in the current year were $8.2 million. That consisted primarily of land and building assets. And the final item of significance is that through the course of the audit, we noted that receivables or account receivables in the water and sewer and stormwater funds of the city over the years has shown a trend of increasing. And what that means is that the city is currently not collecting in a timely manner, meaning services are being provided, but the services are not being paid for timely. So over the last 3 to 4 years, we've seen that balance increasing. That's important to bring to your attention, just to urge management and the city council to take action to address that going forward so it does not become a serious issue. In addition to our report on financial statements, we also used to report on grant programs or grant monies that the city expends in the course of operations. In the current year, there were no findings related to our audit, meaning that all the grant contracts and expenditures we tested resulted in no issues of non-compliance or no findings. And the final item to bring to your attention is, in the course of putting together the financial statements, there are a number of significant accounting estimates, primarily related to liabilities. This is the city's self-insurance liability and pension liability, which are actuarially determined. We have our specialists or actuaries review those balances, those estimates, the assumptions. In all instances, we determined that it was reasonable. The final item is the allowance on the AR balance. As I mentioned, we noted that there is an increase in the amount of receivables over time. So as part of the audit process, we have to estimate what percentage of those balances are collectible. For the year ended, we did, or management did record an adjustment for approximately $3 million, which is an estimate of over time may not be collected off the balance. And that's based on both the collection history as well as the payment history of the individuals or businesses that owe the city for those balances. And with that, I'll take any questions and also turn it over to Mr. Augustin.
Thank you very much. Do you have anything to add?
Yes, actually, we do have a short presentation just to go over some of the items that the auditor raised as part of the issues financial report. So the three items that the auditor discussed was a finding about the continued overall general fund deficit, also the growth in the accounts receivable for water and sewer, and then the restatement, which he talked about regarding the capital assets. Slide. All right, so in this table here, we have a summary of the general fund deficit over time. Primarily, as we can see in fiscal year 2020, the deficit went from 14.6 million down to 5 million. That decrease was primarily a result of a land sale, or a couple of land sales that we had, that reduced the overall fund deficit by 9.6 million. So that helped us, even with the COVID reductions in revenue, to have that positive impact on the fund deficit. Just to recap quickly how we got to the fund deficit, and this is a little bit of history for some of those who were not on the council, but really quickly, in 2016, we had a 14.7 CAFRA adjustment, or a restatement to the general fund balance, which removes some of the fund balance into deferred because of the way a transaction was recorded. It was not properly recorded. So that contributed to the beginning of the fund deficit for the general fund. Additionally, in 2016, the city reduced its millage rate from 7.9 mils to 7.5, and it's remained 7.5 since then. Over the years, the revenues foregone, if you want to think of it as, if we had kept the millage rate at 7.9, we would have collected $6.7 million additional. We had kept the millage rate at 7.9, but that's just something that contributed to the deficit over time. Another item is the way that the general fund balance, the general fund's annual budget was prepared. There were a few years where the general fund's expenditures exceeded the revenues that were generated in that fiscal year, and the difference was made up through reserves, or cash reserves, cash balances that we had on hand, as opposed to budget reserves, which we did not have because of the fund balance issue that I talked about earlier.
Done?
Oh no. And the city also had a $3 million land sale back in 2018 that did not occur. expenditures were incurred, and as a result of that, that contributed to the deficit as well. Really quickly, in 2019, we had the $7 million transfer to the escrow account for the Cagney Park. That contributed as well. And then, of course, in fiscal year 2020, we had the COVID-19 pandemic, which a lot of our revenues were not materialized because of the economic activity of essentially everything, the state, the world being reduced over that time. So we suffered some revenue losses as a result during that period of time. This graphic here is just a quick review of how the cash balance for the general fund has changed over time. As you can see, in fiscal year 2020, it rebounded as a result of the land sales that we talked about earlier. So key factors to aiding in the reduction of the general fund deficit is to prepare annual budgets with the expenditures not exceeding the expected revenues on an annual basis. This is something that at least this management group has taken to heart, and we have, in fact, built in budget reduction into the budget. So meaning that we have expenditures in the budget that we don't plan to spend, so that over time we should have a reduction in the fund deficit over time if we continue to do this. Also, in March of 2020, well, so those were the land sales that we talked about, the two land sales that helped to offset the $14 million deficit. We already discussed that. And also, in August, there was another land sale, the one that related to the Royal Oaks property. All that. Okay, so in June 2021, the city received $9.6 million of its allocation of the American Rescue Plan Act funds. In 2021, the city was allocated $19.3 million based on the population by the U.S. federal government, and we have received that $9.6 million. Some of that money can be used to offset the losses that we incurred as a result of COVID, but there are also other uses that we can have as well, certain programming activities that we can undertake. This is something that's still in the works with management and the council. So that's one positive thing that will help us in terms of getting the general fund deficit control as well. The key thing to remember with these funds is that they're one-time monies, so we don't expect to have a recurring, even though we'll get a second tranche in the next year, meaning fiscal year 2022. It's not going to be something that we expect to have every year going forward, so we have to be mindful of that. Okay, so as part of the budget reduction, the deficit reduction, actually, it involves a coordinated effort between management and the council to work to reduce our expenditures where we can in strategic ways, as well as doing things to increase our revenue base, which responsible development, working with grants, and doing what we can to increase our revenues to be able to make it a sustainable budget. So it really comes down to how we prepare the budgets, how we plan going forward with our expenditures.
Thank you.
And really quickly, the second finding related to the water and sewer accounts receivable. So one of the findings that the auditor said was that there was an increasing trend with our receivables relative to water and sewer receivables. That's something that we in finance and the city has taken to heart. So that's one of the things that we plan to tackle going forward with the aid of the city attorney and city manager to help turn that trend around. So just some of the statistics with respect to the receivables. Already made the point. So one of the things that we can do is to really talk about. One of the things we can do to help turn that around is to have more direct engagement with the with the longstanding customers with balances that are delinquent, to come up with plans so that it's something that they can pay off and something that's realistic for us as well. We might even go as far as engaging a third-party collection agency if it comes to that. But we really are determined to doing something to reduce the accounts receivables time. And finally, the land restatement that the auditor referred to, the item that caused the emphasis of matter, it was a land sale that was back in 2016 that when we disposed of it in our accounting records, disposed of too much. So essentially, the restatement was to correct that over disposal of land. So we essentially brought land back onto the book, which brought fund balance back onto cities' overall governmental activities. So that error has been corrected. We did a complete revision, a revisiting of all the land inventory, comparing our records to the state and to the county, and we're comfortable, and the auditors also are comfortable that the balances are fairly stated. With that,
Thank you very much, the directors. Do we have any? Galvin?
No questions at this point.
Thank you very much.
Just
Councilor
one-
Lemay. Yes.
Just one question for me. I know we discussed some of the issues in the cafeteria during my briefing with you both. And I noticed that the receivable for the water and sewer were about $50 million. And does staff have a plan to go out aggressive, from what I'm hearing, more so from the commercial side and not?
correct. This is something that, well, those accounts historically have not been turned off just because of the, I guess the nature of the accounts. They're multi-unit accounts. So there's 1 meter for a multi-unit building. So there's a hesitancy, or has been a hesitancy part of the city to turn these accounts off. But just given the nature of how things have progressed, I think that's something that are open to. So that's among.
I think our city attorney got to find a way, because when it comes to the residents, we find a way to turn off the water. That's when the commercial, we got to find a way legally to turn off those waters so they can pay the bill. Because when you see, and the auditor talked about the decrease on money coming to the city, about the water, the utility bill. The residents pay the bill, but the businesses doesn't. I mean, legally, I think our city attorney, Jeff Kazo, have to find a way to take care of that.
And it's about $15 million, correct?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
For what it.
So you think about $50 million in the hole that these people are not paying, and we're $5 million in the deficit, hopefully would offset it. But I understand that there's some quality of life, water. You do need to find a way, at least start $15 million. That's just
Mayor, can I clarify something? Miguel, when you say commercial, are you including multifamily residential buildings in there?
Correct.
Okay, so Mayor, that's the issue. It's not an issue of whether we can turn the water off. We can always do that. That's one of the things the city can lien properties, the city can shut water off. It's more of a policy decision. We're not talking about commercial buildings where, where lawyers and bankers are working. We're talking about buildings where families are residing. So you can shut that water off.
No, I not say shut them down. I said find a way to make them pay. Maybe send them letters, certify mailers, and find a way to bring them on the table and negotiate a plan.
We'll work with the
that's what I'm
manager to
talking
come up with
about.
some method.
We've been working on that, and the management, we've been working with that with our city attorney and with the staff. We're going to the plan. We will be sending out notices. We are looking into a possible third-party collection, and so we will be working on a plan moving forward to get those under control. Receivables.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, may I real
Yes.
quick? I'm sorry. On that note, very quickly, I think we should be prepared that when we send out turn-off notices to any resident, those condo residents may have been paying their utility bill all along to the management of the building, as seen in Surfside. sometimes the reserves aren't kept where they need to be for whatever inside political machinations might be going on. So we should be prepared to have to deal with those concerns, because I know people will call me and say, but I have been paying my bill all along. Why am I getting this notice? So it's a wrinkle. Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Desiree?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a couple of questions. In terms of, I think I hear Councilwoman Timothy had mentioned the quality of life in terms of the buildings. The residents who are homeowners, their quality of life also. So if we find a way of turning them off, and they have to pay. So, and I think I heard you say, Madam Manager, you are working on finding a way or a third party to intervene in terms of those. I guess, is the third party is it a collection agency or? Okay, because that's concerning. But before I get to that, so what about the quality of life for the residents who are not staying in the building?
Single family home.
Yes, because they are now getting the bulk of the problem, and it's been for years. So we have to find a way to make it, I guess, fair for everyone. Work with the buildings, because if the residents are paying, like Councilman Galvin said, then it's the building owners or that needs to do their part, and we need to do what we got to do to make sure that they do what they need to do, regardless what. So if you're saying you're using a collection agency to go after those business, I'm on board with that. But in terms of the residents and some, that's a different issue, because I do think then we are on to another landscape. But is that the intent, or?
We're exploring several options, but where there's the large receivables, we may be needing to bring in a third-party collection. Those are where the accounts are in the hundreds of thousands, and they've been over years. So we will be looking to see if we can get assistance there. One of our first steps are going to put out notices, and we would hope to bring some forward to come and work on some plans. But we're going to try to start aggressive collections, and keeping in mind that we also want to be as fair as we can to the residents.
Would that be for, do we have any resident, single family home who has a bill as such as that?
Absolutely.
So the receivables they're talking.
No, we don't.
Okay, that's what.
Yeah,
Okay.
the receivables they're talking about are not from that section.
Okay.
This is a whole different set of
Okay, that's what I
receivables.
thought. Okay, thank you. In reference to your report, in terms of the CAFA, the one of the graphs that you showed, 50%. It seems like from 2012 up to now, 2020, I think it went up. I think it went up to 50%. And you talk about the third party agency, so it's been going up. I guess it's the receivable. So I don't know what's been going on in terms of, something must have happened. It's been increasing for the past few years, which is good in a way. I guess putting down some pressure. But we know that the decrease from the 14.6 million is now we're down to the 5 some change. Hopefully by next year we will be instead of a deficit, we will be in the black, which will be something good. But my question is, I know we did not have with COVID, and I understand all of the loss that we had, the revenue loss, but also that also had some opportunities in terms of there was a lot of staff that was not working. There was a lot of what was the day called? What they called the day? The workflow. The furlough, yeah. So you had people not coming to work, which is horrible. But it's not really productive. And I assume that was a big saving or somewhat of a saving. We had departments that was not functioning 100%. So you had a lot of things which, when I saw the report, I was a little bit shocked that it was not as, the deficit in terms of the saving, not the deficit, the saving was not as robust as I thought it would have been. So something, we need to look at everything to see what is going on. Because if we had a year like we just had, and we are where we are, going for next year, then we probably going to be back on track in not doing what needs to happen. So something is not adding up somewhere.
Well, we did have some savings in terms of the expenditures not being, well, they were lower than what they were budgeted for fiscal year 2020. So there was some savings. And remember, we started the furloughs mid-year. It wasn't something that we started at the beginning of the year. So the savings that we did get from furloughs, and it wasn't all staff, also some staff. And we didn't have the programs for parks. A lot of programs for parks were not functioning like summer camps
None.
and
There
so
was
on.
no program.
Right.
None.
So there were savings on that end as well, but really it was more a revenue loss and anything that caused the reduction not to be as great, because the revenues we were able to raise were not near what we budgeted.
Okay,
Just
revenue
because of-
loss in terms
because
of
the-
what items?
So-
Rentals or?
Just
Well,
a
no.
clarification.
Yeah.
The budget ends September of 2020. That's the report. But
Correct.
it's just a few months from 2020 that we had the furlough and all those.
Right.
Yeah, that's been 2021 is not count yet. Got
That's what I
2020.
thought.
Yeah,
but
it's
we-
September of 2020.
Yeah, but you're talking about like the revenue losses. So a lot of the shared revenues that we get from the state, like the taxes, the sales tax.
Mhm.
When everything shut down, then we lost all the sales tax revenues from that time. The communication service taxes, hotel tax, a lot of excise taxes. Much of the shared revenues that
Shared
impacted
revenues.
us,
Okay.
that impacted our revenues, as well as certain developments we expected to come online. The permits weren't pulled because everybody was hesitant. You didn't know what was going on, so a lot of things were shelved or postponed. So we had a big revenue decrease from that as well.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I just want to emphasize for the public listening, the mayor made a point. So this presentation is from October 1st, 2019 to September 20th, right?
Correct.
I'm just grateful that we were able to reduce the deficit from 14 to about 5. And I just hope that as a body that we take part in making sure that we help in the decisions that we make, that we take actions to make sure that we can raise our revenues. And I think a lot of the policies, a lot of the items that are coming in front of us give us an opportunity to make sure that our revenues are at minimum matching our. But all of the questions that I had were answered in terms of the losses, why we didn't see Councilman Galvin said a more significant reduction, but we didn't have any of the rental, even though we had some savings on employees. So a lot of my questions were answered. So again, thank you for your presentation.
And on top of that, we have $5 million deficit. We have about $20 million uncollected money. We have the $5 million from CAGNY, that when we collect that money, we'll be able to put it back in our general fund, and the $50 million from commercial utility billing. Minus plus. Bad. Thank you very much. If you have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir. And now the next presentation is an update on CAGNY Park.
Good evening. As IT sets up the presentation, my name is Jeff Geimer, Capital Project Manager for the City of North Miami. I'd like to say welcome to the members of the public and good evening to the mayor, council members, and city staff. It's going to be my pleasure to introduce Randy Hollingsworth of Romero Ajamil and Partners. His team has prepared a presentation to lead you through conceptual design plans for Cagney Park North. Randy, when you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jeff. We're very excited to be here tonight. Good evening, Mayor, council members. As Jeff said, I'm Randy Hollingworth with Romero Jamil. We're the planners, designers, landscape architects for the new Cagney Park, and we've been working for the past several months with city staff, representatives from the school board to develop a schematic plan for the park. And that's what we're going to present tonight. Show you the ideas for the overall plan and also the ideas for the architecture of the new building in the park. Is it on the screen? Oh, thank you. As you can see, we have a program that we're developing as part of this, and this is the framework for the schematic plan. It includes a multipurpose field, aquatic building of 4,000 square feet approximately, an Olympic swimming pool, a secondary learn-to-swim warm-up pool. There will be children's multi-age playgrounds with shade protection over them, a splash pad. There will be asphalt parking for around 80 cars. Actually, we've exceeded that slightly to accommodate the requirements for parking on the site. There will also be security fencing around the site, park furniture, benches, waste receptacles, bike racks, sidewalks, and landscaping in the park. We hope to incorporate public art as the final concepts. That's not going to be shown tonight yet, and also landscaping throughout the park itself. As most of you know, the site is a blank site, which is kind of nice for us because we just have an open slate to work with. The site has been left completely, grassed over, and we're working with a it's open to the development. As you can see here, this is the master plan that we've developed, and I'll go into detail because it's a little hard to see all the detail on the plan. But just for everybody's information, it is to the west of Northeast 9th Avenue, to the south of Northeast 137th Street, and north of 135th Street, and that's the area and east of the schools. This is the area that's sort of the brighter area is the actual schools, the actual park site that we're developing the master plan for. I'll go into some detail around the park, starting with the northeast corner. And we thought this was a very important part of the park because this becomes the entrance to the park from the community and where you would walk into the park from the neighborhood. And you can see here the different components of that, starting with the playgrounds in the very far northeast corner at a gateway from the community that will also have the splash pad adjacent to them. There will be a loop walkway around that area for people to walk, jog around the park with landscaping and an open play area in the center of that area. There are several areas that you'll be able to enter into the park, and we feel that's really important. It keeps visibility into the park. People moving through parks create a much safer park, and people having access at different points also creates a very safe park because people are able to travel through the park and they don't feel like they're in dead-end zones. So we were very carefully designing the park to maximize access for the residents to get into the park and enjoy the park facilities. So the red arrows indicate different pedestrian gates in the peripheral fence around the park itself. To the west of that will be the large multi-use synthetic playing field. That'll be a combination football field and soccer field. And you can see here is the blow up of it. What the the advantage of having it in this location, we'll be sharing that with the school board, and they'll be using that during the day for school activities, and in the evenings and weekends, then the city can use that, and we have access from the park directly into the multi-purpose field. So it's a shared use that both the city and the school board will be using after the park is developed. That will have its own fence around the field, provide security for that during the school hours, and then open at nighttime for residents to use the multi-purpose field. Again, we have multiple pedestrian access points into that area. One thing that we were told that there is a strong desire to maintain a north-south access through the park, and so the two arrows on the left side of the page provide that access from the community down south through the park itself. Then lastly, the major area that is the recreation, more intense recreation on the site is in the south east corner of the site. This is where we have the swim center, the aquatics building. As you can see around the south side of the site and also on the east side, we have parking and access into the park with about 91, I believe there's 91 parking spaces, including handicap parking spaces for the park itself. Some of that parking will be used by the school board. That was part of the joint venture agreement that they would have access to the parking, so we located it so it was easy access to the school, but also very accessible for the park itself. This also allows us 2 access points for vehicles coming and going from the park, so we don't have all the pressure on one entrance. We'll blow this up and show you some of the detail, but basically on that plan you're seeing the large pool is the Olympic pool to the west. In the center area is a learning pool, practice pool, and more of a community, almost like a community pool because that has a smaller scale, allows more activities. And then to the east of that, in the white box area, is the aquatic center, which is the building itself, which houses a variety of uses that we'll go into. I have James Bowers here tonight as well. He is our lead architect from our firm, who will go through the building design and the layout of the actual aquatic center for you.
Evening. So jumping into the architecture, the program is approximate 5,500 square feet. Going from south to north, bottom to top, we have the main entrance, which is a large foyer, double height space with a security area and some aquatic offices. Just north of that, we have the 2 large restrooms and changing rooms for the aquatic program, just to the west. And then we have the maintenance and the pool equipment room above that, which is indicated in blue and purple. And then we have the 2 restrooms that serve the park to the north, adjacent to that, indicated to green tones. So jumping into the sections, the blue section on the top, meaning section A, that is the pool equipment room, is approximately 16 feet high. Section B is a longitudinal that crosses from south to north. And there you can see the various heights within the building. Locker room, you have 9 feet, 16 for the pool room, 10 for the locker room, and 12 for the aquatic office and lobby. Jumping into the elevations, you indicated here we have a south elevation. This is the main entrance to the building. We have a very large canopy that covers the entrance plaza to it. And as you can see, once we add the landscape component to it, it really brings it to life. Moving on to the east and west elevation. On the east, this is the main entrance. On the left side of that image, the double height canopy with the logo. That is the main entrance to the facility. To the right of it is where you'll find restrooms and the maintenance and pool equipment. On the bottom, we have the west elevation. That is the elevation adjacent to the pool area, where we have the restrooms. And this is mostly an elevation with a smooth stucco finish with 1-inch wheels vertically placed. And again, as you can see, we do have an enhancement with landscape design, and it really complements architecture with landscape and vice versa. This is the main perspective view into the main entrance, where we have a large canopy. Just behind this view, you have the pool area on the left, and then on the right, you have the restrooms and main facility. We have a view just north, just west of it, entering into the pool area. And then if we pull back just ever so slightly, You can see the overall context of that architecture along with the complement of aquatic center and the land. We have an aerial view looking northwest where you can see how the overall architecture and landscape is integrated. And again, we have a view looking north where we see the interaction between the football field, the aquatic area of the park, and the building itself. Randy's going to touch on some contaminated.
Fun part. Thank you, James. As most of you may know, we do have a contaminated soil issue on the site, which we've looked at very closely because we're trying to minimize the amount of work we're going to have to do to resolve that issue. And one of the ways to do it is to actually cap over the contaminated soils with an impervious surface. And that alleviates us having to remove it from the site, which can be very costly, or moving it around the site. We can move it on the site, but when we move it, we have to recap it with either a solid impervious surface or a certain amount of thickness of soil. So these are the two yellow areas are the primary areas that are have the contaminated soils. And what we wanted to show was that the plan has been very carefully designed to actually not, I wouldn't say take advantage of that, but we centered our impervious pavement areas over top of that. So we're actually capping much of the contaminated soils. We'll have to remove around the edges. Our environmentalists have said that they're concerned about contamination spreading from the site. So there will be some removal of the soils around the two frontage road areas. But there's a possibility of digging other areas, placing it there, then recapping it. So we think this is a good solution. It's a economical solution that's not going to cost us a lot more money. We have to raise the building anyways to meet a certain flood elevation. So the entire pool and building will be raised anyways. That will allow us to cap, as you can see, a great deal of the contaminated soils. And with that, we also have a short video, which, keep my fingers crossed, will work here. Yep. That is the conclusion of our presentation. We're very excited about this project. I think it's really a fantastic amenity for the city. So I hope if any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Let's start with Councilwoman Marie-Estime Irvin.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I just have a concern when you're talking about the contaminated soil. So you're saying there's a little area of it, and I just want to make sure that we're really remedy that, and we're just not saying, oh, let's put something to cover it up.
No, if we keep it, there are several options. You can cap it with I believe it's 2 feet. I don't have the environmental expert here tonight. We have an environmentalist on our team who is going to be looking into this and how to manage the soils and everything. You can either cap it so that there's a clean fill over top of the contaminated soil, or you can actually, if you place it under impervious surfaces, that way the water doesn't flow through it and cause more contamination, and anyone on the surface doesn't come in contact with the contamination. So we're looking at it very carefully. This is not just, oh, we got some cover on it, it's okay. Even when we dig a tree, we have to make sure that when we dig the soil out for the tree, that soil has to be taken and either moved on site and recapped or removed from the site. So it's a complicated issue. I don't mean to downplay it at all. It's just that we think that it's not an insurmountable issue, and it's not going to cost a huge amount of additional effort on the project to design around it. The problem is if we left it as open space, we have to cap it because you can't have children anywhere, coming into contact with contaminated soil. So the requirement is that you cap it with clean soil. So that's the way this is handled normally. You don't just dig it all out and remove it. That would be cost prohibitive and extremely difficult to just remove it off the site. It is placed under a protective cap, and that can either be impervious or a thickness of soil.
And what is the guarantee that it wouldn't spread anywhere else?
I'm sorry?
What's the guarantee that it would not spread?
Well, the purpose, the nice thing about it, putting an impervious surface on it, that means the water is not draining down through it, expanding it. They don't believe that it has expanded at all into the water system at all. It is basically encapsulated in the area under the soil. We can't use that area for drainage. We can't drain into that area. All drainage on the site will be moved to the north of that area into that that sort of open space on the northeast corner. So we're taking a lot of measures, but it has to be addressed. And I think that the plan right now is to utilize hard surface areas to help that reduce the impact. But we're taking it very seriously, and it's not an easy solution. We're working closely with our environmental consultant to make sure that we meet all the standards for that will be required. There'll be testing and everything. This is not, something we take lightly. We just don't cover it up and it's gone. No, it's there, and we know it's there. It's we're being very open about it because it's an issue that we need to deal with in the design and especially through the construction process. Once we start digging soil up, we have to be very careful that we don't dig up into that soil. And that's why the nice thing about where the building and the pools are going, since we're raising it, I believe almost 2.5 feet. 2.5 feet, even when we plant a tree, we won't have to dig into that contaminated soil. It already has a cap on it. It's just that we don't want to dig that up and start digging up contaminated soil. So the higher we go above it, the better. And that's why we're raising the building, raising the pools. They'll also have a nice prominence from the road. You'll have a building that's not sitting flat with the road. But we've looked at many angles of it, and that will be developed as we develop there'll be a master plan developed for the handling of the soil.
So how soon will this
start construction?
I'll speak to the schedule. So completion of design is anticipated for August of 2021, and then we have to go through permitting processes and everything. So we're hoping for construction date is scheduled for February of 2022, and construction is going to last about a year.
And I notice in the presentation we don't have do we have our PAL, the Police Athletic League?
No, that was put as when we brought the presentation that would have to be like on a phase 2 because we couldn't afford it on the amount.
So this is just phase 1,
right? Because we cut down to stay into the price that we had, which was the
and
full
what's the
amount
price,
for the
just
13
to make
point.
sure?
Was it 13.2?
It's 10.7.
Sorry, 10.7. Excuse me, 10.7.
10.7 million.
10.7 minutes. So just to make sure, so this is phase 1, so there will be a phase 2 if
Everything is being designed with a second phase. Yes.
And
If we have the money,
if
when
you
we have
look
the
at the
money.
plan closely, we've even left space for expansion of the building in that area so that it's serviced by the parking, same entrance. So we're designing the entire project. And phase 1 is what will be built, and phase 1 is what you saw tonight.
You think we don't want to wait to get under the $2 million to start the project? Listen, we start with the first phase for 10.5. When we have the other $2 million, we will add the building, the PAL building, or whatever it is. That's what it is.
Okay, so I don't have any more questions right
Thank
now.
you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Yes. You done, Councilwoman? So let me ask you this. So what we just saw, the rendering of, so that's phase 1?
I'm sorry?
What we just saw, that's phase 1?
That's
only, including of,
that's only phase 1.
And that's the pool and the green space area?
Everything you saw tonight is phase 1. There's nothing.
Okay, would you
shown.
describe to me in terms of the parking lot? I saw some stuff that looks like some containers, or what were they? It looks like in the videos. I towards the they were like little buildings, or are they parking space?
Everything that runs along the south side of the property.
Mhm.
And then there's a parking lot, it's a kind of a drive that goes through and comes out near what would
It's not
be.
on this.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody else
Doing
saw
it,
that.
there we go.
You're looking at the car, those are cars in the parking lot.
The little boxes? No, it wasn't. It was throughout the video that you were showing. But okay, so phase one is the pool is just the Olympic size pool and I guess the building of the pool.
Yes, that's the aquatic building to the right of the pool.
Mhm.
And in white, the parking would all be part of phase one, the 2 access points onto the roadway. You can see the word future expansion area. That's for the future expansion of the building that will then share the same pedestrian entrance as the aquatic center. So we facilitated future growth of the site, at the future growth of the building. One of the reasons that James mentioned, for example, the 2 restrooms on the north side of the aquatic building, they're going to be accessible from the park. You won't have to go through a fence. And if we're going to bring a splash pad up there in phase one, we have to have the restrooms. So there's actually 2 separate restrooms in the aquatic building that provide people in the park restroom access without having to go into the pool and use the restroom pool area. So there's 2 exterior restrooms on the north side of the building. And all of that was designed so that we can build phase one, pools, splash pad, playgrounds, fully functioning park. Mothers can come there and parents, and they'll have a restroom, they'll have the playgrounds, and everything will be accessible. But everything you see tonight is phase one, can be built on phase one.
Okay. I'm done.
First of all, I'd just like to say this is a long time coming. I learned to swim at the park, well, the old park. I'm a homegrown resident, and a lot of residents have asked about where's Catney Park. And I think in terms of how you guys are going, I guess once February 2020 comes about, I would like to see a robust communication or, outreach, because the residents have been asking, and maybe even dedicating space on the website, getting quarterly updates from the council here so we know where the project is and how it's moving, because we know we say construction is a year, but with rain and hurricanes, that can push us back another year. So I think, do we have a plan to update council,
Yes,
recommend-
really quick, we do have a public outreach plan built into this, and it's going to be throughout the entire phase of the project.
Okay. And then another, just question for me is the name of the park is going to actually be written on there? Is it going to be Catney Park South? Because I saw a logo. So with me, signage is kind of a big thing too. Because if you're looking at the pool, if you're looking at the field, North Miami Stadium has like the logo on it. So if we have, someone coming, you want to make, let's say we have Michael Phelps swimming at our pool.
Why not
We wanna
Philip
know-
Bieneme? That's my fault.
We want to know that he's swimming at a North Miami pool. So when I'm looking at the design, maybe a nice logo on the bottom would look nice, kind of like North Miami Stadium, so that people know we're in North Miami. I don't know if it's going to uptick the cost, but I think signage is.
Well, on the building that James has designed, there is a large, I don't know if you saw on the elevation because they're kind of small.
I did.
There's
I
a
saw it.
large logo on the front of the building that's as you walk into the building. In the pool complex, there will be a sign there. I'm imagining that we'll also have some type of a sign out at the road so that people driving down the road can go, oh, there's Cagney Park, or whatever the city wants to call it. Don't know whether it'll stay Cagney Park. I assume it will, but I believe it's called North Cagney
Or
Park,
North
actually.
Cagney.
We've been calling it Cagney Park North,
Yeah.
just for reference purposes only, basically, at this time.
Okay.
So, we will have some identification so that people know where it is, find it once they know that, because it won't just be residents, there'll be people
Yeah.
visiting, especially with a swim center like this. This is going to attract people from a much larger area, so there will be identification. And you may want to call the swim center something different if you get a sponsor. There's a lot of opportunity. We're working on other parks where they're looking at taking all the different components and trying to get sponsors for them.
Correct. Yes.
I'm working in Homestead, and they're taking every component, like, can we get a sponsor for the sports field? Can we get a sponsor for the community center? Can we get, and so they'll rename everything appropriately as part of the bigger picture. So there's a lot of opportunity there.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'll be very quick. The presentation was wonderful. I think that the sooner we can get it up on our city's website, better, because I get asked about that park all the time. It would be much easier if I could just say, hey, there's a standalone page on the website, northmiamifl.gov/NewCag, something like
Yeah,
that.
this is the conceptual design, so we really wanted to run it by you all this evening, get your feedback on it before we start going into full design phases.
Well,
Yeah.
as soon as it could be up there, to me, that's better, because I get
Heard.
asked a lot about that.
Well, the
I
video
know-
will be very helpful
I
for
was
that too.
just about to
Yeah,
say,
the
can we
video.
at
The video
least play the
sells-
video?
The video says it all right
Yeah.
there. So
Yes.
that was produced by James, so it's
Yeah.
just a great video.
And it looks great, but then I'll get people starting to ask, well, what's the construction schedule? People will start picking it apart. It would be so much easier if, and then you could update that website as schedules change and go, so I don't have to say, oh, well, it was going to be February of 2021, but now it's going to be June of 20, I can just say /New Cagney or whatever. I noticed that you depicted a football field.
It's soccer
there.
and football.
About-
The field has two outlines on the graphic, and one is a soccer field and one is a football. We do the grass for football because people identify that clearly what that is, but it's designed to handle both multi-uses.
Is there room for baseball?
No.
Okay.
It's very difficult. What's happened, we do a lot of parks, and what happens is when you have baseball and you try to have soccer or football, it becomes a real conflict of the use. And also the field gets torn up in the way that the outfield gets torn up by the soccer players, and the baseball players get upset because their field's getting torn. It's really hard to mix baseball, and although we have outfields being used for soccer, it really becomes a conflict because the uses are so different and the wear patterns of the sport athletes is different. It just becomes difficult. I haven't tried to fit a baseball in there, but I have a feeling it would be very difficult to get baseball in there and use it for use it for that many sports. Normally they put soccer in the outfield of baseball.
So this is a note for management staff. We really need to, as we do all of these new parks, look at baseball and softball right now. There are almost nowhere in the city for those sports to play. We've got Pepper Park, but it's so overloaded. I think 3 or 4 different high schools use that as the practice field or game field. It's just kids get scholarships in baseball too. Softball. I don't want to just lose sight of those. Those sports. Then if it ends up not being at New Cagney, somewhere.
Oh, we have the south side of the park, the field.
Through the mayor, with respect to those fields, there's also an agreement with the school board.
Yes.
There's also an agreement with the school board, and so that is actually kind of regulating the fields that we're putting there, because we have that as part of what we owe to the school board and the type of fields that we put in that area. But we will note it for the other parks. I am putting forward in this coming year a new park master. We'll be putting out new parks, and in that should help shape making sure that we have activities and fields that are a variety throughout the entire city.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very
Mayor, I
much.
have one more.
Yes.
For the type of playground, do we know what type? Because I know boundless playgrounds are a thing now. I don't know if we got that, specific with the type of parks, playground that we're going to put at Kettney Park.
We haven't specified the play equipment yet, but typically what we do is we look at trying to create the most accessible playground possible. It will not be what happened back 10 years ago is a lot of places went into these completely accessible playgrounds, which took up huge areas for the ramps and all of these. What now people look at is creating playgrounds that stimulate all the different senses with activities in the playground, different types of equipment, noise, all these things. So we'll be looking at that for the playgrounds to make sure that as much of the equipment is accessible as possible. I'm not going to say it's a fully accessible playground because that makes it really difficult to achieve. And there's a lot of new equipment out there today that wasn't contemplated back then, such as rope structures, which are very friendly for people that have accessibility issues. So we haven't picked it out yet. The same thing with the splash pad. Now the splash pad can be we've done many of them and they're totally accessible. You can take a wheelchair or any kind of access right into the splash pad and participate in that. So we'll certainly make that accessible, completely accessible.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Time is
Almost time to
8:20.
start the agenda.
Okay.
I know.
And now, let's start with our agenda, consent agenda, and our city clerk.
Unless a member of the City Council wishes to remove a specific item from this portion of the agenda, tabs A and T through V constitute the consent agenda. These resolutions and items are self-explanatory and are not expected to require additional review or discussion. These items will be recorded as individually numbered resolutions adopted unanimously by the following motion: that the consent agenda comprised of tabs A and T through V be adopted.
You also, no?
Wait.
T through?
Okay, okay. Thank you very much.
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to approve the consent agenda. The motion was seconded by Mayor Bieneme. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries with a 5-0 vote.
And now, we're gonna have a change in the presentation. We're gonna move 5 resolutions at the same time. That's mean you're gonna read tab B, C, D, E, and F. We're gonna read all of them. We're gonna open public hearing on all of them, and after that, we're gonna vote one by one. We can move forward.
Before we start, if anybody would like to speak on an item and you're not actually already physically present here, please just fill out a speaker card or let one of the staff know that you'd like to speak on an item so that they can start preparing you for a public hearing. If you're going to speak on any of the quasi-judicial items, you absolutely have to fill out a speaker card and have that turned into one of the staff members. Tab B. A proposed resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of North Miami, Florida, declaring surplus city-owned rights-of-way located along I-95 and 140th Street, also known as parcel number 117, authorizing the conveyance of same to the Florida Department of Transportation, FDOT, in accordance with Section 7-145 of the City of North Miami Code of Ordinances, for no monetary consideration for improvements along the I-95 corridor, authorizing the city manager to take all actions necessary to accomplish the conveyance of said property, including the execution of deeds for such purposes, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab B. Tab C. A proposed resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of North Miami, Florida, authorizing the city attorney to take all legal action necessary, including initiating any and all litigation in law or in equity, to foreclose on the property located at 2105 Exora Road, North Miami, Florida, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab C. Tab D. A proposed resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of North Miami, Florida, accepting the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund established under the American Rescue Plan Act, approving the allocation of American Rescue Plan revenues in the amount of $9,677,258.50 towards city grant programs and revenue losses, authorizing the city manager to make additional allocations in an amount not to exceed $250,000, and further authorizing the city manager to establish programs and guidelines as needed to ensure the timely disbursement of grant funds, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab E. A proposed resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of North Miami, Florida, authorizing the city manager and city attorney to negotiate and execute an amendment to the sponsorship and naming rights agreement between the City of North Miami and the Florida International University Board of Trustees to extend the term of the agreement and reduce the city's cash contribution, providing for an effective date and for all other purposes. Tab E. Tab F. A proposed resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of North Miami, Florida, approving the evaluation committee's results and the selection of X-Laced LLC for leasing, development, and operation services for the Red Garden site in accordance with the terms, conditions, and specifications contained in Request for Proposals number 23-19-20. Further authorizing the city manager and city attorney to negotiate and execute an agreement with X-Laced LLC, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab F.
Thank you very much. And now public hearing is open on tab B, tab C, tab D, tab E, and tab F.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to City Hall. Thank you for attending this evening's regular council meeting. Public hearing will take place upon announcement by the chair of the meeting, Mayor Philippe Bien-Aimé. While we do not have the option to allow virtual public comment, individuals who wished to leave a comment were provided an opportunity to do so by submitting an email or leaving a voicemail in advance of the meeting. If you are present here today, please know that you will be provided an opportunity to speak during public hearing. Do not forget to state your full name and complete address for the record, and please remember that you will have up to 3 minutes to make your comment. Thank you in advance for your understanding and your feedback.
Thank you very much. Public hearing is open. Public hearing is open on tab B.
I received a speaker card for Abebe Lewis, but it does not have an agenda item or tab indicated on it. So Abebe Lewis, if you could identify which tab you'd like to speak on.
Or
That-
we'll do it in public forum, or if you want, you can read it if it doesn't.
Well, it's just a speaker card, so it doesn't actually have a statement.
Thank you very much.
And we do have a previously submitted comment by Jessica Alston, 1140 Northwest 125th Street, North Miami, Florida, for tab F.
Go ahead.
Due to the lack of an advertised bid, the lack of community input, the lack of due diligence in researching the X-Lace LLC, this item is deficient, and as a Sunkist Grove resident, I highly recommend that item F not be approved. It is again repeated, and then another statement is added, which reads, this item should not be approved for the Red Garden site.
Thank you very much. Public hearing still open on tab B, tab C, tab D, tab E, and tab F. Yes.
Good evening. Judy Brown, 1100 Northwest 120 Terrace, North Miami, Florida. So the mayor and council, deja vu, here we go again. The Red Gardens. According to tab F, the city will approve the evaluation committee results as it relates to the section selecting the X-Lace LLC lease and development operations servicing for the Red Gardens. Well, this property will probably be the most expensive lease in our city. Another lease. Let me remind you that the city is paying $22,000 a month on the lease of this property and getting nothing in return but a blighted eyesore on 7th Avenue. I spoke out against this project, but nothing happened. Now it seems as though we headed down the same rabbit hole again. The city is running into a deficit. I was pleased tonight to hear that it has been cut, but we still have a deficit. My council person did speak out against this project initially, but it was voted on that we were going with that was just before we shut down for the pandemic. It was a good party. Everybody enjoyed the Super Bowl, but the city really did not come out in the red when it came down to this particular project. Now, we're going at this again. I don't know, I know we've been shut down, but this evaluation committee, I checked around in my district and anyone has been, that we didn't have any representation on this committee. I don't know who this committee is. I don't know if they live in the district. I don't know anything about that. Nobody consulted me, and I checked around and no one had seemed to include any of us in what we wanted on that particular project, that particular land over there. It is very sad. I have been living in this District 4 for almost 50 years, and to see the city continuously put all type of money into 7th Avenue, and we get nothing out of it as far as residents. At the last meeting, it was said from the dais, well, I'm glad that they're having this over on 7th Avenue. At least we're having something. Well, look at the something, what it turns out to be. Please drive over and see what's there. It is nothing but a blighted area in our community once again. We don't have anything on 7th Avenue. The few businesses are there. We said the Chinatown was coming. Everybody got excited about that. It didn't happen. So now the state has gone and put in parking for the businesses that are along 7th Avenue. I plead to the council tonight to do something about 7th Avenue and stop this madness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Public hearing is still open. Public hearing is now closed. Council members, gonna
Are we
speak.
doing it one at a time?
You
or-
can ask question any items, and we're gonna vote one by one when it comes to vote.
So this is item. This
It's
is
B,
resolution
C,
B.
D, E, F.
Since this is a new wrinkle for us, somebody best explain how.
For tab B, do you need a presentation on it? Let's start with tab B.
Like B.
We already open it to the public. Now it's you guys. We're gonna vote one by one on it. Do you need an explanation? You need a presentation?
Yeah, I thought F dot. Are they here?
F that. Can we do it?
I believe for FDOT.
F that is not here.
I have no questions.
Okay. No question on B.
Motion.
No.
For B?
Let's do it. Let's start with B.
Yes. Whistler is F dot here?
Good evening, Whistler Pierre Lewis, Public Works Director. Yes, FDOT is here.
Okay.
The first question, Councilman Galvin. Last time they were here, right? We tabled the item. Did they address all the issues?
They are here to respond.
But you put it first before we spoke with them. You're the one that sponsored the item. Did they address whatever we request last time?
Yes, they partially addressed your request. You sent them a letter and they responded in a letter to your office as well, where they explained the different type of landscaping improvements that they have scheduled throughout the city. You see that the improvements were made on 119th.
We're not talking about the city. That wasn't what we asked. We're talking about along I-95. If you go and review the meeting, you will see exactly. We did not talk about 119. 119 was already in the making.
Right.
You're talking about.
And they explained that they would evaluate and address the ramps on I-95, and they are here to provide
We
their...
table it, and then we need a plan with that. That was why we tabled the item last.
Are you requesting a response from them? I'm not. I don't.
Can we have FDOT come
You're
up
the one
and
that sponsored the
explain?
item.
Can we have FDOT?
Yes.
The representative from FDOT?
But even before, Madam City Manager, the item was on the agenda and it was tabled, and we specifically asked FDOT to take in care of 135th, 125th, and 119 along I-95. Because if you're driving from 75
It's horrible.
or from I-95, those big cities, they did a lot of improvement. We said we're not going to approve this until they fix 135th, 125th, and 119. But you bring it back to us without addressing that. You're the public works directors. You're the one, you were here.
Through the manager, as I drafted a letter as you requested and sent it to their office. They responded to your letter, and now they're here to there was also a meeting scheduled through your office to discuss the items that they were requesting. They provided a letter stating that they would evaluate and address the ramps, and they are now here to present it. The reason it went through my office is because it's a right-of-way item. I was following through with the procedures of the office. They made a request to me, and I facilitated their request.
Madam City Manager, are you on a...
I would just like to allow FDOT to talk about some of their improvements and then see if that meets. I wasn't here when you had the original item, but least so that they can speak, if it meets some of your concerns.
So what
Okay.
so the original item.
Can you say that your name and your position with FDOT, please?
Aurelice Benitez. I'm a project manager for one of the Golden Glades segments. My understanding of the previous request was a landscaping request through our landscaping architect. And there were several requests which we addressed the southern ones, and then there were two of them that were left up in the air, and I believe they were tabled because we needed to further analyze based on the funding that we had required. We couldn't program any projects on those areas because we were capped out, maxed out last year. So right now, I discussed this with our landscape architect, and he has the request in his hands, and we are going through gaming right now. So he is currently evaluating the funding to see if he can program projects for the landscaping portion, which I think is what you guys are talking on the previous request. This request is regarding one of the Golden Glades segments, which encroaching into one of the little city roads.
No, we're talking about I-95, the west part on I-95, and 135th, 125th, and 119.
Right. Our project goes from 1
No, I know.
43rd up.
Now, do you have a presentation for,
We were planning on doing a presentation on the improvements that we were,
can you start?
and I'm here with Sam Gonzalez. He's record with ours. Yeah, we can.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having us. So, going up on the, okay. So this is the Golden Glades Interchange project that the Florida Department of Transportation currently has underway. So the overall general project location is right at the Golden Glades interchange. The department does have 9 segments within the Golden Glades interchange that are going to be improved with capacity improvements and reconstruction. So again, this is kind of the overall theme of the project. This basically identifies the various city limits that the project touches. As you can see here, all these colors are representative of the different projects that are involved in the overall scope of the contract. I basically want to speak on the magenta colored project, which this one runs on the southbound I-95 lanes, starting at 135th Street up to the Biscayne Canal. There it ties into another segment, the blue segment of the project. So one of the components of why we're here today is that these I-95 improvements are going to widen I-95, staying within the existing right-of-way of I-95, and the off-ramp to 135th really needs to be modified. So that's kind of what we're wanting to present to you here tonight. So again, the overall scope of the I-95 is really to do major reconstruction of all the I-95 concrete pavement, adding an additional southbound lane. The existing toll gantry or the access point to the express lanes in the southbound direction, that's going to be relocated a little further south of 135th Street. The existing pedestrian bridge is going to be reconstructed, as well as widening of bridges over 143rd Street and 151st Street. Noise walls will be replaced in kind, and any noise wall gaps that exist, those will be filled in within the segment of the project limits. Drainage improvements throughout the entire project, as well as upgrades to signing pavement markings, ITS, lighting, and all those elements. So the area really encompasses the Northwest 6th Court work. This is the 1 or 2 block area right adjacent to I-95 on the west side. It does run between 140th Street and 142nd Street. There is going to be drainage improvements along that entire area. I do have some renderings here that be able to do it. Upgrade to the drainage improvements, regrading the swales, reconstruction of sidewalks, as well as the driveway connections to that section of Northwest 6th Court. So again, this is the overall limits. North is to your right, south is obviously to your left, and this is the area of Northwest 164th Street that is going to be needed to for work to be done during the construction of the I-95 improvements. As part of this work, we are making modifications to the off-ramp, and it does require some transfer of right-of-way from the city to the Department of Transportation. There's a small sliver that what we call parcel 117 is really what the small segment of area is, plus obviously to have access to the city of North Miami's right-of-way in order for us to be able to construct the improvements associated with Northwest 6th Court. Again, this is a little bit more of an engineering drawing that kind of shows exactly what the improvements are going to be. The reconstruction of the roadway, the location of the wall as it is today. It is going to be a little closer to the roadway itself. But again, this is the area that exists today between the roadway and the existing I-95 noise walls. So if you could kind of picture this, this is what the area is. Under existing condition, the area, the swale area varies for those 2 blocks between 22 to 35 feet for those 2 block areas. That's the existing condition. The proposed condition is going to obviously narrow. Closer to Northwest 140th Street, that's the narrowest point. And it obviously goes from 6 feet to 27 feet in that area. Again, the noise wall is going to be extended within this area, and the swales are going to be regraded. This is looking actually in the north direction. And looking at it in the southbound direction, again, the swale area varies from 22 to 35 feet. And the proposed, if you lower down, so the swale area again is going to be regraded. The roadway is going to be reconstructed. We're going to be adding or regrading the swales, replacing the sidewalk along the residential side of the roadway. The noise walls are going to be extended through this particular area. And last slide. Oh, so just to give you a little bit of a perspective of the maintenance of traffic. So obviously this section of roadway is a dead-end road. On Northwest 6th Avenue dead ends at 142nd Street, right at I-95. So it gets a little bit challenging to do the maintenance of traffic. Basically, we're going to have to build reconstruct one side of the roadway, maintain traffic on that one side. Basically becomes a 2-way, 1-way street during the construction period. And then in the second phase, we basically reconstruct the other side in order to be able to do it. But again, this is approximately about 780 linear feet of roadway that is going to be reconstructed in order to be able to construct the improvements associated with the overall master I-95 reconstruction of the GGI, Golden Glades Industry. So with that, Ola and I could obviously answer any questions.
To reduce noise, I see whether it's on I-75 or 595, not only you put the wall, but you put a lot of plants and landscaping. And this one, you just give us something, just the wood, no plants, no landscaping. We haven't seen it. That's when you don't have the money yet. You don't know when the money gonna be available. It's gonna be the same thing. But when you're doing I-75 and 595, making sure in the presentation, not only you put the wall, you put the tree from the beginning, you put the money add to it. You just repave the wood, you put the wall, and no landscaping. After that, you're gonna find out, do the evaluation and see if you have money to put landscaping and trees to that work. I don't know if my colleagues want to approve this without the landscaping. I'm not. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Gonzalez, quick question. In terms of the 6 to 27 feet wide before you, I guess you get to the resident, are you guys gonna pave the street as well?
The roadway
The
will
roadway.
be reconstructed. Yeah, they'll
Okay.
be repaved, reconstructed, to improve the entire drainage in that particular area, just because of the fact that we do have drainage that's associated with the I-95 improvements, that's why the roadway will be reconstructed. But it's not going to be like a patch and then just come back in and do it. The entire roadway is going to be reconstructed.
Okay, because that's good to hear. The residents is a good thing because they've been complaining. I guess they're kind of used to, once you live around there, they get used to it. So this is pleasing news. But in terms of what the mayor was saying, and I fully support that, I guess the landscaping plan, it's only going to be on the side of your side. You're not going to put.
So the only opportunity that we have for landscaping and to add what Ms. Benitez is talking about is that as part of our project, we do have an extensive landscaping plan or design in mind. The whole issue here is that the design right now is only at a 60% level. This is really where the landscaping opportunity plans start being developed and enhanced. This is going to be one of those areas that we are seeing. You can't put any trees between the travel lane and the wall, right? Because it's all asphalt and concrete. So the only opportunities that the department really has to expand on the landscaping is really on the residential side. Along this 2-block area, today there's trees there that are going to be impacted by the construction. But again, the idea is that we have this 2-block area, 22 feet wide, for us to come in and put landscaping, just because of the fact that it's very limited out there, just because of the width of I-95 and how close the frontage roads are to I-95. This is an ideal location for us to be able to put landscaping. Unfortunately, we haven't advanced design to the stage where we could actually say, okay, we're going to have a palm tree here, we're going to have a ficus tree here, and I recognize, Mr. Mayor, that you would like to see that, and we could have put some pretty trees in front for the purpose of a presentation, but the design hasn't really been done. But that is part of our scope, to be able to look for landscaping opportunities, not only along the west side of I-95, but also to enhance whatever we could do on the east side of 95 and those, up and down this corridor where these improvements are being taken place, which is from 135th north into the Golden Glades interchange.
So you're going to be removing some trees in front of the residents' home that's going to be impacted. And
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead, sir.
Not in front of the homes. It's between the roadway and I-95, where today there are trees. There is landscaping there. All we're going to be doing is replacing them, just because of the fact that you need to reconstruct the roadway, add your drainage system, and things of this nature, that those trees are going to be removed. that we'll be able to go ahead and replace
Okay.
with additional landscaping. Yes, sir.
And last question, sir. You mentioned something that's sound very good to me. You mentioned palm trees. If you do, and this is my district, and they've been honking, it's been a fight, and I have been a staunch advocate on this. Please, and let FDOT know this is very, very important. We do prefer palm trees because we see them in other areas, in other cities, especially in the medium. I know this is not about this meeting, but when I have the opportunity to speak with you guys, we just get everything out the way. So palm trees, and because you mentioned it, and I understand, the direction. Some talk about the other trees, and I don't want to mention no names, but you mentioned that. But yes, that would be something that's very, very unpleasing to the residents in terms of that. Thank you.
I want
A
to
quick
qualify,
question.
I'm not a landscape architect.
No, I know.
Palm trees just came out of my mouth.
I know.
I
support it.
question. What is the size of the swell?
The size of the square.
Yeah, between the swell.
Oh, the swale.
Between
So
I-95 and the wood.
So today it varies. Today there's about a 22-foot wide area. If it varies. So the swale is
After
narrower.
the construction.
I'm sorry.
After the construction.
After the construction, yeah. Well,
You have an
so
idea.
it'll be at the narrowest point, which is closest to 140th Street. That's your narrowest point. Is about 6 feet, and your widest point is up near 142nd Street, which that's about 27 feet.
At those sections, you can add big trees there.
Yes, of course, and that was my point, that you do have the opportunity to bring in the landscaping in those areas, because there's not many areas that we could add trees along I-95 currently.
Thank you
Mayor?
very much.
Oh, I had a question.
Yes.
It was my understanding if that we don't approve this item, like what happens? Does FDOT comes in eminent domain to land and they just kind of take it if it doesn't get approved?
It can take 100 years to a minute, don't
No.
it? Yes.
Oh.
They never done that. Why you expect them to
No.
do that? in the
It was my
plan?
understanding
Mhm.
that was a FDOT, sometimes you guys do eminent.
They cannot do that.
I worked in the state.
They
So
cannot
I'm
do
just
that.
saying, City Attorney, do you want to elaborate?
I'm not an FDOT attorney, but yes, they do have the power of eminent domain, and Department of Transportation has under state statute can do it pretty quickly.
Thank
I understand that, but if that never engage in a fight with the city over landscaping, I don't believe that's going to happen.
Mr. Mayor, if I may
I have-
clarify, I'm sorry. So the area is just the green area, right? The right-of-way is a very small sliver of right-of-way need, because obviously the wall needs to shift closer into the city right-of-way. It's not the entire swale that is being, requested here. It's just that small sliver of land. If you could see it, it's parcel 17.
Thank you. You done?
No question, but I also would defer to the mayor's wish to see, and I guess Councilman DeSume, to see what the landscaping would look like, because too often North Miami is second or third fiddle in projects like these, because we're a little bit further from Golden Glade.
I mean, obviously, we could, as soon as the design is advanced and we know exactly what trees are going to be put in the area, we could obviously work with the Public Works Director and provide you with that landscaping plan of what it's going to look like.
Thank you.
Yes, so if approved, how soon do you need this? What's the timeline?
I think the funding is allocated for 2020 this summer. Could be later. There's some organization. They're trying to segment it more. The whole DI project, as you saw, there were like 9 different segments. So it could be as soon as 2023.
Well, thank you. So I would like to, I'd like to recommend that we table this item as you could see, the will of the board is that we are really concerned about landscaping, and you're not providing necessary information. Well, we're going to look at it. At least is there, if you're going to start in 2023, is there a plan for landscape in 2024? Just something. So that this item doesn't fail, I would suggest that I'd like to motion to table it so we can go back and have a conversation with you, because we're not getting the answers that we're looking for.
Yeah, so typically the will last.
What happened?
Sorry, we can't
Go to
hear you.
Mike, please.
Yeah.
That typically the landscaping comes after the construction, and whatever amount of time it takes to construct, it will come after. So what I meant to say, like, it's not going to
Yes.
come after 1 year.
Can I offer a friendly amendment, Councilwoman? Can we go ahead and approve with a condition that you guys do come back with the plan of the landscaping, working with Public Works to us?
Yeah.
Would that be,
you
Councilwoman,
asked-
would that be acceptable? Okay.
Huh?
Madam.
You are good.
He
That's
said- I do.
Okay, that's fine then.
You okay with that, Mr.
Yeah.
Mayor?
If you
Calvin,
find
we
the
good?
amendment.
So,
Councilman, under this glass thing?
Yeah,
You
if
good?
So
Okay.
let me
Since
reword
we're talking
my
about construction 2023, I think prior to 2020,
Yeah,
to the
yeah,
beginning of
yeah,
construction,
fine.
you will have a landscaping plan, not only for that, but also for the west part of I-95 on 135th, 125th, and 119. It's two things.
There's
The
two
landscaping for that project.
That's
and-
already programmed. The one on, I think on 9th, that's a different project though.
Okay, it's
Yeah,
already
and those
programmed.
are already programmed. They're on the way.
Okay,
Yeah, this is a,
okay. Madam Clerk, let's
so
move it. It's
so
an
motion to-
amendment. Yeah.
Right.
I think she.
Go ahead, man.
So I'll just like to motion to approve with the, just with the contingent that definitely have a landscaping plan added to. And,
No, what's your friendly amendment?
That's
Well-
that's my amendment to your
so
motion.
I actually had a
Okay.
motion to table it, so now I'm saying.
Yes.
motion
Change
to
it, okay, approve it.
And then
Then
with.
Okay.
Your
with
amendment,
the
what it
amendment
is.
That you suggested.
Got it. I'll
Landscape.
second that. Did you make the motion? Okay, I'll second it.
I have a motion made by Councilwoman Estime Irvin to approve the item at tab B with the stated contingency. The motion was seconded by Councilman Desome. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries with a 5-0 vote.
Thank you very much. Tab C. Councilman Galvin.
Sure, thank you. This is something that's like literally 2 decades in the making in District 1. There is a home listed there at 2105 Exora Road. It has fallen into great disrepair. Almost no roof, blue tarp. Other things are in bad shape. Several code violations open and running for months. I believe and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Cazot, the owner has lost their homestead exemption.
Yes, sir. The city, we caused them to lose their homestead exemption because it was a homestead property, which meant we could not foreclose. So anticipation of the foreclosure, we went to the property appraiser's website. We had the property declared unsafe, thereby allowed us to remove the homestead exemption. Now, why we're able to, if we hadn't done that, we wouldn't be able to.
And I see Mr. Zillow here. I defer to him here. I defer to you.
You have a question?
If you want, Councilman, we do have a small presentation.
Oh, no. We're going to be here all
No,
night. We don't
we
need a
don't-
slight presentation. No offense. But basically, this would allow the city to move forward with foreclosure. It's not a quick process. It'll take some time, but I know the neighbors will all pop a bottle of champagne in the council's name tonight if we finally move this.
Thank you very much. Motion.
I make
Motion with a question. What's the question?
Councilwoman.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, Coach.
Okay. So I'm just a little concerned. I just want to make sure that, well, first of all, I'd like to have a timeline of all of the activities that were done and everything that was done to see if this could be remedied. And I'm just a little concerned. Is the homeowner here? Have we contacted his family members? There's a whole list of things, that I'm just concerned about.
Well, if I could, I'll give you a brief synopsis. The roof was damaged sometime in 2006. First, the tarp appeared in 2007. City has had intervention with the homeowner on multiple occasions. The first one was in 2016 when, with the help of Commander Blanchard from the North Miami Police, we actually had a roofing company that was willing to donate a roof to him for free, and he turned it down because of the warranty wasn't good enough, he thought. Then later on, we made a second attempt in 2018. Once again, the same roofer said he would donate the labor, and the city, through its housing program, was going to purchase the material, and including all the structural repairs that need to be done for the roof, because the roof is caving in sections. And once again, we had roadblocks where we couldn't do that. So we've talked to this individual. He's had lawyers present on numerous occasions. We took him to the special magistrate to get it declared unsafe to inhabit. That process took a while because of the lawyer's intervention. They kept on asking for delays until finally we did get it declared unsafe to inhabit, and that's when we eventually took it and had the homestead exemption removed.
Does he live in the home?
No, because it's been declared unsafe to inhabit.
Oh, so he does not live in the home. The home is vacant.
It's been declared,
Oh,
get the heck out of there.
Yes.
okay.
Is
So,
that a legal term?
I just wanted to make sure that he was not residing in the home.
No.
Okay.
He's turned down free roof offers. I mean, it can't. This is not something that just popped up, and for the first time we're going, hey, let's just foreclose on the home. He's turned down work. He's
About
turned down
15
attorneys.
years.
Yeah,
Living
it's
back.
been a big issue in
Right,
that
so
area.
I
so-
know that he's a veteran, he's a senior. I just wanted to make sure that he was not in the home. If
Yeah.
he's not in the home,
Right,
then
and
I have
it's
no
questionable.
objections.
It's questionable now too, upon further investigation, as to whether he would qualify as a veteran because he only did some time in basic training. So, he was able to hide behind that for quite some time. Police have been involved. Legal has been involved. It's just sort of time to,
You've
move
been in
forward.
fight for 6. You finished, Councilman?
I am.
Councilwoman Timothy, you done?
Real quick, Mr. Attorney, I think I said we wanted to meet up in reference to this. Are there more homes in the city that we could do similar things to? Because I'm pretty sure this is not the only one.
Well, if you all recall, we had we did the Clean City Task Force.
Mhm.
One of the things that we did was went through and identified properties like this. This was one of the worst properties in the city, which is why we kind of action.
Right.
The problem with these single-family homes is if there's a homestead exemption on that property, you cannot. That's what the situation was here for. No matter what you did, the city could fine them up to $1 million, and you can't. We had to go through some extraordinary measures to declare the property unsafe, move the homestead exemption just to get to here. So this is not something that typically happens when we do these foreclosures, and I think you saw that in the so we had a property that we foreclosed. That was not a homestead. That was a property that did not have homestead. So when they don't have a homestead exemption, investment property, bank-owned property, we have no issue getting foreclosure. So property where someone lives in and they have a homestead exemption, very difficult. So this is an extraordinary property, which is why we've done this, because it's been an eyesore in the city, and we've gotten so many complaints.
Oh, well, yeah, I didn't mean that somebody was living there. I mean, I thought that the whole thing is nobody lived there. It's just in deplorable, conditions. But so we do have properties though, not like this one, but similar, there's nobody there that's really bad.
Any property that we identified, and again, I mean, we haven't had a clean city task force probably a year and a half. Any property that was an eyesore like this, that did not have homestead exemption, we already brought.
Okay.
And asked.
Be allowed to. Thank you very much. Can I have your motion on tab C?
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to approve the item at tab C. The motion was seconded by Councilman Desilme. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries with a 5-0 vote.
Thank you to staff, those officers, everybody for all they've done.
Thank you very much. Tab D. Question on the dais.
Which,
I have a
okay,
question.
yes, I do.
Tab
I'm
D.
sorry. Real quick. This, Madam Manager, this is actually, this is giving permission to the administration to, Tab D?
The project, the
No, yeah, I know.
$9.2 million,
This is for the
$9.6
ARP
million
funding?
dollars.
Yeah, no, I know, I'm saying, is it all the resolution? Is it just giving, permission
All
to?
the project, that would,
Yeah,
was
so
on
what
the
we
list
have
of
there
projects.
listed was the projects that we had presented at the last meeting with respect to ARP. It allows the administration to move forward with these projects up to 250,000, and then make program guideline changes if we need to, and create some program guidelines if needed.
When you're saying up to 250,000,
the programs
the programs.
cannot be more than.
Okay, so what if there is a program that's more than 250?
Then we would bring
Then
it to
we
council.
will
It will bring it. It will bring it here for us to determine. And this is the programs that we would be determined, or what are the programs? That's what I'm trying to.
So
The
this
list
I'm
of
looking at the
programs we've
resolution.
been doing in the city throughout
I do
COVID.
not know the program.
All the
Mr.
one that
Mayor.
you have.
I didn't have no
Your
program.
food
That's what I'm
bank,
trying to
your
figure out.
CPR,
I have one.
Your
The list that was
broadband.
presented at the last council meeting where we went through and I walked through, we had the briefings with the different council members on programs that you want in here. For the most part, they are listed. If we need an additional program, it allows
You
us
can
to
add programs
add
to
any
it.
additional programs. But if it goes past the cap of the 250,000, we would bring it forward back to council.
Okay, so the ones on the last page of the resolution, so from 7 through 13, 1 through 7, are these the consideration?
Yeah,
or
so
are these
page
the
1 through
programs?
7. So in those areas that we had
Mhm.
discussed in different areas, economic stabilization, stabilizing the general fund, health and human services. So it can be a program that's within here that we've had the discussions about in terms of the programs that we'd like to see for the city.
Because my only concern is that I don't know specifically what are the programs that will be voted on, or what are the programs that we will be sponsoring. So because it's just up in the air. So
The programs, you know, the $9.6 allow you to do certain things, and that's when with the administration you will be able to sit down, and if the program fit the funding, yes, we come up with it.
Yes, but my interpretation or my suggestion would have been we get the specific programs and we said these are the programs and this is it. At least the public would know, or we would know. Well, or I would feel comfortable in terms of this is where it is.
Any
in-
program will be advertised, and you will be.
I understand that, Mr. Mayor, but if I see a list, 7 pages of programs, and I don't keep up with everything, so I would not, I don't know what's, what program or who's what, I just don't know. It's just like I'm giving a blank paper and just say, well, pick from this program. That's my only, and I had mentioned that to the manager, and that's why I was, that's why I asked the question, because I did not know if this was watered down after the meeting that she had with everyone, because I know my programs that I mentioned. So I don't know, if everybody's programs in here, or what would be the programs, or what, what would that be? That's my only,
Did you see your programs there?
yes, but that does
Okay.
not mean necessarily it will be funded.
You mean?
Just like, you have 7 pages, and it's $9 million, and it's obviously not everything here will be funded. So if we just say we're giving, so who will determine what get funded?
So if you recall, we have 19 million as the total amount, and the programs that we had looked at when I brought them to council went to like a number of about 9 million. There's another 9 million that's expected to come in the next fiscal year. The discussion that we had originally was to start spending a portion of it. So we, start spending a portion of some of these funds, which would probably take us into the next set of dollars that came in. So 9.6 already was kind of put aside in terms of looking at fund losses, and then later on we would have to make decisions about those that went to fund losses, what they would be expended on. But generally what's on here is what we plan to move forward on.
All 7 pages?
Yes, and not all at the same time, but yes, all 7 pages. So this encompassed the discussions with pretty much everyone's projects, and what we also presented to you in terms of needs at the previous council meeting.
I'm done.
Yes.
To the mayor, to the city administration, with some of these programs, how will they be, I guess, planned and implemented? Because I know for city staff to take on, all of these programs and implement it, are we going to be using CBOs or different to administer some of these programs as well? And is that calculated in the cost?
Well, if they had a cap on the program, that would have to include that. For instance, we have used organizations that's helped with food delivery, so we would use some of those same programs. With respect to the grant programs, we would, all of the ones, including what we use for CARES Act, we did need to have additional administrative costs. So in thinking of that, they did include a level of administrative costs for either having someone that you might have additional people that you might need to staff it, or to help fill out applications. So there is a percentage that we usually calculate towards administrative costs if we need to have additional assistance to help.
And lastly, I think to kind of appease all of us up here, is administration preparing to provide quarterly updates? Like, I guess once we do start spending, saying, hey, this is where we're at with this quarter of ARP funding, and this is how much
when we get back? When we get back from recess.
So I would be communicating the different programs to you regularly, like through the memo, but I also recognize that we do have to do reporting as well on the ARP to the federal government. So we will have a report. Our first one is actually due in August with our plans of what we want to push forward. So we will have that, and I would provide those as well. We'd be working with our disaster recovery.
Thank you
very much. Councilman Galvin?
On the financial literacy courses, this is wonky deep dive. Is it going to be adults only, or are we doing any student financial literacy?
So there was, we were going to open that up because there was Councilwoman Timothy did bring up that she wanted to bring it to a younger group. So we are looking into having that in a younger group. So that will be incorporated.
Yeah, there's a little symbiotic stuff going on here. This glass wall can't keep everything. But yeah, I think that's needed too. And then for the rest of the stuff, I think these are some fantastic choices for District 1. I think I've stated this, make sure that we're notified of what's happening so that the residents there in on the action, so to speak. Too often think one is only Keystone, Solomia, and Arch Creek. There's a whole section west of Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. I just want to double check. Most of the programs that you're mentioning already exist, right?
So we've had programs that we've already done that are be similar. For instance, we provided mortgage assistance and tenant assistance, and we've done some business grants. But if with the CARES Act, because it was time limited and you
COVID-19
already,
outbreak.
yeah, because you have that included as well. But with the CARES Act, because it was so time limited, we couldn't extend or change or make any exchanges to our grant programs, which meant that some people were not able to benefit from them. So we will likely create some that are like that with a little bit more flexibility.
I'm excited
Like
that
the
we have.
utility, I remember, and Councilwoman Estime Irvin, you've been fighting for the utility assistance to be part of the program from that money.
Yeah, and we'll be able to do that with these funds, which we weren't able to do with the CARES Act fund under those guidelines.
And also the septic to sewer version as well.
Yeah, for infrastructure.
One last question, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry. The business fund revenue loss, that's also the cap at 250 as well?
I'm sorry, which one?
The revenue business loss to replace the lost revenue for governmental service?
No, that's just our general fund stabilization. That is a number that I would let you all know, because it's not like I'm going to put it out to a program. That is actually staying in. So that fund stabilization doesn't go out of our account.
Okay, so that would be over, that could be over 250?
Right, but it's not an allocation going out of the city. That's sitting in the account.
Okay, but still, is that, my question is, you stated in this memo, everything would be 250 or above, and that this is a line item in here. So this, although it's going to be remaining in the account, would this be an item that could be the possibility could be over 250?
No, because it's not an expenditure. So the 250K is for expenditures.
Okay, so what is it? So why is it here
So
then?
it was listed because there was a section that said that we were also going to cap revenue losses. So the resolution is to create city programs.
So here's my question. How much are you thinking of putting from that million to that?
From the entire 19 million, it's about 9 million. But we were not planning to do it right away, because if that was the case, then we wouldn't be starting any other program. So we would start other programs and try to split it. So that in the last council meeting, we talked about using a portion, about half, and then the next time around using half. That means we were able to get our programs through in the whole year and 2 fiscal years, but we'd also have the general fund revenue loss stabilized over those 2 years as well.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you very much. Can I hear a motion to approve tab D?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to approve the item at tab D. The motion was seconded by Mayor Bien-Aimé. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No board ban.
The motion carries with a 4-1 vote.
Tab E.
Tab E. So this is, I'll go ahead and, through the mayor, if you allow me. This is the Brewfest contract. The Brewfest contract went through 2021, which would have been this year. As you all know, last year's 2020 Brewfest was canceled due to the pandemic. FIU has asked that we extend for 1 additional year to get them through 2022. In exchange, we agree, the city administration proffered paying us a lower cash contribution. So we normally would have paid $150,000 towards sponsorship. For that last year, we would do $125,000 of the sponsorship. I think the idea when it began with Brewfest is that it would kind of grow into a huge event and give it time. With losing some of the momentum from this year was the main concern from 2020. So they wanted an additional year so that they could have it back for this year and then try to have the momentum for the next year. and hopefully become their own self-sufficient event.
Thank you very much. If there is no question, can I have a motion to approve tab E?
Just a quick question to clarify,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, we're paying less money to
Next
extend
year.
it a year.
Yes.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to approve.
Councilwoman Estimate Irvin, did you just second?
Yes, I did.
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to approve the item at tab E. The motion was seconded by Councilwoman Estimate Irvin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries with a 5-0 vote.
Is there a date yet?
November.
Not that I want to drink some beer.
Yes,
but-
I did send a memo, I don't have it, but it is in November. I will resend it, but it's November this year.
Thank you.
And it's going to move in the afternoon, from what I understand.
24 hours a day.
Tab F, do we have any? Your with garden. Is there any question? Is there Councilwoman Estimate Irvin
Are there any questions?
about tab?
Tab.
Yes.
Um,
Red Garden, do you have what?
Well, I'll let.
Anybody could go first. Yeah, do you have, good afternoon, sorry. Do you have any presentation? Are the applicants, the responder, are they here? I know do you have any presentation or anything you want to tell the public or?
Well, good evening, Manager, Roberto Estrada, Director. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to
You have the
take them. I
mic,
have a
yes.
presentation.
Mhm.
I have a presentation also. Also, the team being recommended for award, they're also here. And they'll be glad to also speak to you if you have any questions. However you want to speak with this, I'll be glad.
The first question, how much money are we going to spend in order to put it condition for them to start the lease?
Well, I can tell you this. There is some minor work, some minor repairs that need to be done to the site. There were some areas that were vandalized, but it's very minor. I think one of the things for the council to consider is that the proposal that you have before you over a 13-year period is promising the council over $5 million in revenue for this site, which is currently right now unused, a vacant site. In addition to those, what's been agreed for them to pay in terms of lease payments, we also have a revenue sharing agreement, and there will be additional monies on top of this $5 million. That obviously is yet to be determined because revenue sharing is based on a percentage of their revenue. So exponentially, it could be obviously significantly more than that. That's what you have on the table before you right now.
You done?
No, I have some questions for Mr. Estrada. Mr. Estrada, with the revenue sharing that you mentioned, so every month based on the agreement, I don't know if this is your or if this is the attorney, in terms of the lease or the option that we're trying to do with the with the applicant. So are we getting pay or are they leasing the property from us every month?
Yes, sir. Through the manager, Councilman Desume, part of the package, in your package,
Yeah, I'm looking
there's
at
a schedule of payment that runs you all the way through the 13 years. What we have before you right now, the initial payments that they're making to the city, will be making, is $26,000 a month. That's the initial payment. Those payments increase incrementally every year at least 3%, just for the lease payment. Then in addition to that, you have revenue sharing that would increase up to 5%.
Hold on, sir. We're not with the revenue sharing yet. So the 26,000, that's the monthly sharing. Do we have any remedy, Mr. Attorney, if payment missed or anything like that in terms of the contract?
I mean, it's a lease, so it's a typical lease. Yeah, you would be able to. If someone doesn't pay your lease, you do have remedy.
Okay.
But there's no clause on after how many payments.
Say again, sir?
Let's say you haven't received payment for a year.
Oh, no.
And you're gonna tell me there's no clause in the contract that stated.
There's no
and how long.
contract yet. We haven't approved the item, so we
Yeah.
haven't.
There's no contract. Okay.
Or you're gonna bring the lease agreement
Once.
for
Once you approve the item, yes. Well, right now, what you're approving is you're approving the
RFP.
solicitation.
Oh,
Yes.
I don't have an agreement yet.
Agreement,
So
got
there's
it.
no agreement
Yes.
to do this.
when they're gonna start the first payment.
Once it's approved, we got the contract.
Well,
signed.
we need to
We
approve
could
the
sign.
item, so
But I'm- okay.
their first payment starts on the fourth month, but they are, based on the negotiations, they would give a down payment of 10,000 upon the signing of the contract,
Okay.
upon the signing
I
of the
got
lease,
You said
Just
4
to-
months.
Yeah, the fourth.
on the fourth month, but they would,
After you finish your work,
no, I
that's
mean,
when it's gonna start.
yeah, well, they're gonna do it, it all can get done simultaneously, so.
If you take 7 months, the
Well, they would
side-
still have to start paying us in the fourth month. So
Based on this.
if
That's not.
they have to start paying us in the fourth month.
Okay. And the revenue sharing is, looking at this would be,
Good look.
would be part of, yeah, is part of the, I guess that's on the payment, number, letter E, shall be based on the monthly growth. So how would you know and I didn't want to say, but somebody mentioned it. How would you know the gross profit of what they make?
Well, through the manager, again, Councilman Desume, and if I could just add a couple of things to what the city attorney said, and the manager also, we've already discussed with them, city attorney's correct, there's not a contract in place, but they've agreed to any number of things. For instance, they've agreed to, in terms of non-performance, and it's right there in the council report, they have agreed to, if they fail to perform any of the obligations under the agreement, they'd have 30 days to cure, otherwise we could terminate.
Yes.
If they at any time they fail to maintain any of the insurance that would be required by the city, we could immediately terminate the agreement. That would place the city and obviously in a tremendous risk. If they vacate the premise, in other words, they fail to maintain the premise, vacate the premises, the city has the right to terminate immediately.
Yes, I got it.
Right.
My hesitant, and I don't have too much on this, is two things. I had met with the applicant a while back, and I shared with them my vision for the area. I was not part of the I guess the process at the beginning, and I told them normally it wouldn't have not been done the way it went, But anyhow, I was excited in terms of what I saw that they said that would, that was going to be done. I don't know, because looking at they did put together a big proposal, the booklet, whatever the case is, that in terms of reviewing it with the programming. When this item first came up, my hesitant was we needed to get the community, informed. And I'm not satisfied with that, because that has not been done properly at all. There was a meeting last week. I don't think that was done properly, but that has nothing to do with the city. So that kind of gave me a little pause in terms of real outreach, and I'm not very satisfied. In terms of I'm sorry, in terms of that particular, outreach, the neighborhood, the homeowners and certain folks did not know, and I think we had plenty of time to let folks know what we're doing, or what the intent are, because I do think that it's a decent, plan if it worked out. And the other concern that I had was the resident who lived nearby. What were the remedy that we had as the city to ensure that the music or the stuff that we had doing the Red Garden, that we do not have this particular issues in terms of the parking lot of the people who stayed directly across the street. Some of the business issues with the parking lot, I think have that been answered?
Well, to the manager.
Well, can Mr. Estrada, you are with the city. If the applicant's here, can they please come up in it? Yes, please, sir. Come on.
Evening, I'm Martin Clark. I am happy to answer any questions you may have regarding the site in question.
Yes, good afternoon, good evening, Mr. Clark.
Good evening.
Yes, in terms of parking lot, parking spot, do we have any plans where to park?
Yes, thank you for having us here this evening. Let me address a couple of things actually, and I'll back up a little bit with respect to outreach. We have executed 2 outreach programs to the community, one through a virtual outreach before the restrictions were lifted, and again, a physical outreach just this past week, where almost 1,000 flyers were passed out around the city of North Miami. Also, we did an email blast to the residents and to every homeowners association within the city, notifying them of this meeting. Okay, so that was the outreach that was done, and we were in compliance with whatever was suggested for us. With respect to traffic.
No, respect to the flyer, I live not too far from there.
Yes.
And I did walk from 5 blocks, and none of the residents told me they got the flyer.
Well, we didn't do house to house. We were on the street. As the vehicles passed.
Oh, no.
We didn't do house to house.
And that's not outreach then. We got, yeah. Okay, but anyhow, go on.
Okay, so with respect to the traffic, we have been in talks with 2 of the building facilities that are close to the site in question, and we have worked out parking arrangements with those facilities. We've even offered to restripe one of the locations so that their parking would be sufficient. We have also been in talks with the parking facility, the new Orange Garage from the city of Miami that is just north of the facility for a park and ride option. They are excited about that option because that could provide revenue for them as well, and that would be out of our expenses for this site and for whatever functions that are happening there. And I would just like to state that our intention with this site is to not bring the city of North Miami another problem. Our intention with this site is to bring the city of North Miami a solution. The woman that was here earlier was very, very specific with respect to that side of the city not enjoying the beautiful, presentations that you saw with respect to Cagney Park earlier, and that it seems like there's no attention being paid to that specific area of the city. We want to be able to bring that solution to you.
Can I say that? Please don't get into it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Don't, because that project would not, that's a whole different aspects in terms of our, but anyhow, so you mentioned the building, the parking garage with the new building for City of Miami. You mean the Metro Dade? So is that that would be for the Golden Glades?
Yes, exactly. Okay. It would be the Golden Glades facility. We are in talks with them. Obviously, there's not much we can do without a contract and without something solid. But they are interested in that because they would like to have a kickoff to that facility. They've spent money there, and they would like to have some activity there. And this would represent an opportunity for a unique partnership to be able to not only facilitate and address a traffic issue in that area, but to also increase engagement and foot traffic for businesses that are also there in that area.
Okay. The other question I have, and the activities, would you have different nights with different activities, or different nights with, what would be? Because I'm still trying to picture what would a week look like, or a weekend look like.
Certainly. Well, our programming is activation based. We have several partners that are corporate partners that have worked with us in the past to create activations that are beneficial to the community, that are in line with their particular community messaging strategy. So our strategy here with our programming is to do community-centric events that are focused, for example, on marketplaces, for example, business marketplaces that we would do bi-monthly. So there would be a community marketplace that we would have on site. We have experience with executing a successful marketplace. Our company manages the North American tour for Africa Umoja, and we've created marketplaces, experiential marketplaces all over the country. We can absolutely drop that model here at this site. We also envision this site being improved with capital improvement, with walk paths. We also have a vision to include a sustainable garden for the community to address the needs. This is a food desert for the most part, and we would like to have a community garden that would benefit the neighbors and also the businesses in the area as well.
Yes, sir. With that point, if you can take that part out of the plan, I would appreciate that, because we, Madam Manager, that would not be a good place for it. And we do have, in fact, today we had a meeting, the administration, we have it was way before this proposal came.
Sure.
Between the CRA and myself, in fact, we had staff, the former chief of staff, we went all over the county looking at marketplace and different programs that we have. So we have plans on that. We don't need that there. I think the programming you have there should be sufficient in terms of that. Last question I have, what is the name? Because that was one of the concerns that we have. Are you guys keeping the name? Are you guys changing the name?
We are open to work with anyone on the council, and we would also be interested in setting up a community advisory board so that we can make sure that we are in line with what the community wants, and that we are also in line with what is good for the city of North Miami. The name can be something as a function for the community to decide. We would be open to having the community decide what they want to call it. We are not stuck on that at all. We want participation and partnership.
Yes. When I last, I think, met with you and your partner, and I said to you, I don't know who you guys are, and I said, if you guys are coming with anything that is beautiful, that will bring the people that we really want to attract, not the bad crowd, I will be one of your biggest supporters. And I said it and I mean it. I do not buy in terms of, that area, that location did not have anything, et cetera, et cetera. Well, that's because they did not X in terms of, what we wanted to do in that space. I mean, we talked about it and it's going in this direction, which is fine. But, the notion that there was no plan there, or whatever the case is, that's to everybody's entitled to their opinion. But in terms of what we're looking for, I think we talked about the wow factor.
Right.
And with that being said, I truly said to you and your partner when we met that one and only time that if this is something, because I did not support the Red Garden, the first initial thing, and I do not know much about the company, but I am willing to give it a try, because I don't know. And I'm willing to, be open-minded to it. However, I do want some modification, Mr. Attorney, to the, I guess, to this RFP, if my colleagues would allow it. I don't know if, I don't feel too comfortable with the 3 years, the initial 3 years, maybe 2 years, to go there and prove us and do what we do, and we're good to go. Because, that's my opinion in terms of that, because administration is looking at this in terms of the money.
Sure.
We need money, but that's not my main goal. My main goal there is the residents, that's number one. And number two is making sure that we have something that works for the area and for North Miami.
I appreciate
and then it's money. So it's 3.
I appreciate
so
that.
we may have it backwards. But that's my, that would be my friendly amendment to this. Instead of the initial 3-year, to start with is 2-year. And then when they do come back after 2 years, because after 2 years, I'm pretty sure things will be popping. If that's the right word, right? Things, stuff should be going on there. And we all will be, should have a pretty good, thing of saying, okay, this is good. They are going in the right direction, and we could, definitely keep it going for another couple of years, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think if it's, if we're a good partner between the city and the company, I don't see anything that would say, oh, we don't, this is not going to work, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's my my amendment, and again, I will say this to Mr. Estrada, the attorney, and the manager, because we trusting you guys. The residents are, as long as they taking care of the issues that we had with the Red Garden is not there, and it seems like you guys are pretty comfortable, because we taking recommendation from you guys, from staff, at least I am. That the same mess that we had before, this should be something new, something different. That's why I asked about parking, because that was one of the main questions that we had last time. I'm okay with my friendly amendment, but that's my particular thing. Thank you.
Yes.
So thank you so much. Outside of the councilman's amendment to 2 years, before I go even to all that, as you were here probably listening to us in our city, and we're in a deficit and we're trying to get out of it. Obviously, we're trying to get out of the expense. So one of the things that I'd like to see, I know that in good faith that you're about to give a $10,000 initial deposit. I think I want to assure our residents that this is a really serious matter, and I would like to actually have that increase instead of 10,000, make it 26,000, and to show good faith. As you see our numbers, you're saying that you're going to do this, and the reason why I'm comfortable to ask you for this is for the first 2 years, we're not even going to have any revenue sharing with you. And you're very confident in what you're going to bring, so I think that you could bring a little bit more to the table. So I would feel comfortable supporting this. So I would feel comfortable, the first 2 years, it's 0.0, and then the third year is 0.05 based on what it is. So, and I get that they're going to get a site where they have to do some improvement and they have to get ready. So that is my comfort level in approving this project. Furthermore, once you start this, once you start this, how long will it take for you to be operable?
Well, assuming the city gets the site back up at a functioning level, we already have a contractor interested in a Christmas Carnival light show, similar to what you see at Enchanted Forest. And those are some of the type of programming that would be a 2 to 3 week run on that site. So that's already, it's been in discussion for quite some time, as a matter of fact. We identified that contractor some months ago. So assuming things are ready, we could be, from the city, we can be up and running by November, even with our capital improvements for the site, because all this particular contractor needs is electricity, water, and a flat surface. And this is something that would be beneficial to the community. We have set aside, by the way, 60% of our hiring for residents of North Miami. So 60% of our hiring will be for North Miami residents only. 80% of our programming will be in partnership with the city of North Miami. We will communicate with you on events that benefit the city as a whole and work with you to coordinate programming that benefits you. Once again, the key thing that we bring to the table is our corporate partnership. And those are sufficient enough to create a new narrative for the 7th Avenue corridor. With messaging and signing and our ability to market this properly, we can really change the way this corridor is seen and be in compliance with your master plan for this area and its improvement. This could be the first shot across the Salva.
Also, Mr. Estrada, I have a question. They have to do a monthly report, right? Based on this RFP, they're going to have to do a monthly report
That is correct.
to the city manager,
That's correct.
correct? And there's also a quarterly report that has to be done. Is that
That's correct. They're going to be providing monthly reports, quarterly reports, not only of their finances, but also of their events, upcoming events. I mean, the fact that if council wishes and approves this lease, doesn't give them sort of like a blank check. And they can do whatever they want. Certainly doesn't exempt them from zoning requirements, noise ordinance, etc. So, yeah, I mean, they're going to have to provide us with the kind of reporting information that the city knows exactly what is going on there.
So, are you comfortable with the 26,000?
Well, I think that's something that we would run past our attorneys to make sure that we would be able to do that. I guess that comes up in negotiation. We would need to speak with purchasing department to work out the details of exactly how that happens. 26,000, we're willing to work with. It's hard for me to stand here and say, yeah, we're going to.
Well, it's hard for me to vote if I don't hear that.
I understand.
But not only that, with the...
One second, Mr. Attorney,
Madam,
both of you.
You're comfortable with the 26,000.
Are we able to increase the terms tonight if they agree on it? Would that be okay?
There's no term. This is us, talking.
If we're talking right now, and are your attorneys available? Could you have the conversation with them?
I can tell you we're comfortable with the 26.
Okay.
I've just got that.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add something? And I know they're in business. We're trying to help. And that's fine because we need business to come into the city. But you just brought something real important. While you are doing this, and I'm not going to propose anything on the dais. However, Mr. Estrada, and I do believe you are very capable of doing this. Please work on the term in terms of the profit sharing, because if we're changing the terms of the 2 years, if we could just do something. Okay, that's fine. Okay, thank you.
As someone who saw the site for what it was and what it could be, the potential, especially when we talk about in COVID, like we're probably going to be in this space for a very long time. So if the sooner you guys can get operating, I'm not sure what the direction of the council is tonight, but the sooner you guys get operating and, we can see some type of movement happening at that site that can kind of appease the community, the residents, I think it will be a great innovative space. I know the CRA received an award about the space. And I think in terms of COVID and outdoor venues are the #1 selling venues right now in the country, because everyone wants to be outdoors. Everybody wants to be socially distanced. And I kind of wish this happened, sooner than later, because, I remember seeing the site for what it was, and, we just kind of like left it dormant for so long. And I think once we get it activated in a way that appeases everyone, it will create economic spur along 7th Avenue, because there's nothing there. So all we have is a flea market that no one kind of goes to. Like, there's nothing on 7th Ave. So we like I almost see this as a mini Midtown, because we all remember Midtown was cargo ships, and the moment that came, everything else came around. Midtown is popular, and I think if we can kind of create that for North Miami, because North Miami has a lot of yuppies. We have a lot of young professionals who, you know, we want to go out, and I go to Hollywood Circle, I go to Wynwood, and there's nothing in North Miami to go to. So I would love to see this space activated. I would love to see brunches or, you know, a container park, whatever we can make of this space. I think we can do something great, something that the community could be happy. And I think we just have to be innovative and creative and making sure that you guys share. Let us know what's going on. Let us be your mouthpiece to share, you know, some of the events and, you know, the community benefits, because something like a farmer's market could be happening there. The restaurant boot camp programs could be happening there. Like, we can do a lot with that space. So just from seeing what it was during Super Bowl, but knowing that it has the capacity to be something great for our city, you know, if the council is in support of it, I'm in full support of it too, and I wish you all the best of luck.
Mayor, through you to staff, when do you expect to will you bring the contract back to us to execute, or is that something you'll do at the staff level?
As the resolution reads, it's to give the manager and myself the power to negotiate the agreement and execute the agreement. However, if you wish to bring it back, we can bring it back. The only problem is, obviously, that means we're now to August.
Yeah, no, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to clarify for my own muddled. There are a couple of old statues on the site. I understand one of them at least.
As you recall, this whole thing started with a settlement agreement. Part of the settlement agreement, one of the things that we cannot touch is that.
I just wanted to make sure those weren't actually bulldozed.
No, those cannot be touched.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Another question, though. Sorry, it's not another question. The reason why we try to bring it back, we want to see a budget on, when you're talking about functioning level, how much we are going to spend in order to start executing this contract. Because I heard 200,000, 300,000. Who's going to pay that money? The CRA? Is the CRA here really? You have to bring it to condition. When they say flattening, that's when you have to spend over 100,000 to buy turf. You have to bring it the way it was before. That's when the contract starts. Okay. That's why we said
what happened
we're
to
not
the
gonna
turf?
No, we can discuss that after. But we authorize you to negotiate and bring back the contract with the budget.
Through the manager, Mr. Mayor, we'll get those numbers for you.
Yes.
And provide you.
And so we know exactly if Russia is willing to pay for it.
No,
there's money attached to it. Someone has to pay.
The executive director said to me she would pay for it. That's just said that to me. The executive director of the CRA.
She's not here.
She's back there. No. She's back there. She's back there.
He said, that's why we're gonna approve it, but you're gonna have to bring the contract back with a budget and where the money is coming from.
Just one thing I would like to add and clear also for their benefit is that when the solicitation was put out, clearly stated to them that they would have to take the site and as is condition.
Yeah,
so all we really have to really make sure that the site is to the condition when we issued the solicitation.
Yes.
That's been in it with the turf.
Right. There was some.
The turf and the electrical. We know.
So we'll get those numbers. They understand that, I think, and we'll be glad to provide that to the council.
And also, we can, since you're gonna spend money, and I'm pretty much sure the CRA gonna spend money, or the city. I don't know who's gonna pay for that $200,000. And we can work on the term. That's mean the term can be extended if.
What term, Mr. Mayor?
You said 2 years.
Yes.
That's mean this can be negotiated when we know exactly the contract gonna be executed and where the money is coming from and how much it's gonna cost.
I'm confused now. I was okay, but
I think the mayor is suggesting that we do bring this
He's
contract
asking to
back.
bring it back.
Okay, that's what I was saying.
With the budget.
We'll have a
Yeah.
conversation with
There is a
them.
budget add to
Okay.
it.
Yeah, so there
Because I was
was,
trying to get it before August, so that, we trying to get.
We can find a way, but
Okay.
as soon as we see the numbers, who's gonna pay for it, where the money is coming from,
Well,
then
I mean, somebody gonna pay for something. It's not.
if we have to cut the manager's salary or whatever.
or the CRA
She didn't
executive
laugh at
salary.
that.
Oh, you got the executive director.
The CRA is.
Yeah, is she right there? She said no.
She's in the she's
Yeah, she got the money. We got it.
Yeah,
So
we're just joking right now, Rashid. Yeah.
she knows. She's not paying,
Yeah.
They're not paying us no mind.
Okay, Doug,
But-
can I hear motion to approve the item and you're gonna bring the contract back with the budget?
With the last thing,
condition, how
Mr. Mayor,
much?
with the condition that please, this name, I don't even want to say it, that's on here. Yeah, please, yes, thank you. I
Thank
don't even
you.
want to say it.
Can I hear motion to approve the item and bring it back with the budget for
Motion to
approval?
approve. So with the conditions that both Councilman
Didn't say.
Desume and I stated, right?
Yes.
Just want to be
What
I
the
clear for the
believe-
condition?
record.
Whatever you say.
Yeah, whatever we said, that's what
Okay,
they would do.
just want to
Yeah.
make sure.
So
When we bring it back, so it can be
is this
renegotiated
our last meeting?
when we see the budget.
This is it? Oh,
this is the last meeting before the recess.
oh, wow. Okay. So after recess, there will be.
It's your
Done.
you're gonna spend the money on it. You
I
gotta
don't
say
have
yes.
the money.
Okay.
Yes,
if you,
yes. I mean,
If
yes.
you
I
agree
mean,
with
it
the
will be
money,
done.
if you
Yes.
authorize them to spend the money, you gotta say.
Yeah, we'll find the
Is it
money.
not this?
Yeah, we'll find the money.
You gotta ask the city manager to find the money. They wanna
They
hear
don't
that
have the
from
money.
you.
Russia has the money, so we'll find it. The city ain't got nothing. We'll figure it out. I'll go back Russia. But it's not a whole bunch, is it? It's not a whole bunch.
Motion
of money.
to approve.
You gotta
Motion
say.
to approve.
You gotta say
There's
it.
no
You're gonna
motion
come
to
with the
approve.
money. You have to say it's your district. You have to
And
take
it's your- it's all of
responsibility.
our city.
You're gonna come with the $200,000.
How do you do it's 200? That's how.
The turf is 100,000. That's what we paid last time.
So what happened to the turf that was there? That's what I want to know.
So, did you make a motion?
Yes, there was a motion.
I made a
And-
motion.
and You made a motion?
Yeah, I made a motion
And
to
Is there a
approve.
second? I'll second it. Can
Yes.
I call the question?
Let's leave it alone.
I have a motion made by Councilwoman Timothy to approve the item at tab F. The motion was seconded by Councilwoman Estimate Irvin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
The motion carries with a 4-1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have tab G, tab H, tab I, tab G, and tab K. Madam Clerk.
Tab G, a proposed resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of North Miami, Florida, authorizing the city manager to issue purchase orders to SVI Inc., doing business as Specialty Vehicles in an amount not to exceed $836,920 for the purchase of 4 Freightliner MB 65 30-foot American Heritage model trolleys, utilizing the cooperative purchasing provision pursuant to Section 7-169 of the City Code, on a contract awarded through the Houston-Galveston Area Council HGAC Cooperative Purchasing Program. Further authorizing the execution of an interlocal agreement with the North Miami Community Redevelopment Agency, North Miami CRA, to provide a funding source for this expenditure, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab G. Tab H, a proposed resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of North Miami, Florida, approving the selection of R&D Electric, Inc. as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder to provide all labor, equipment, materials, services, and expertise required for the installation of 1 emergency generator at the Utility Operations Center, in accordance with the terms, conditions, and specifications contained in invitation for bid number 24-20-21. Further authorizing the city manager and city attorney to negotiate and execute an agreement with R&D Electric, Inc. for the provision of services in an amount not to exceed $125,529, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab H. Tab I. A proposed resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of North Miami, Florida, approving the selection of R&D Electric, Inc. as the lowest and responsible bidder to provide all labor, equipment, materials, services, and expertise required for the installation of 4 emergency generators at sanitary sewer pump stations, in accordance with the terms, conditions, and specifications contained in an invitation for bid number 22-20-21. Further authorizing the city manager and city attorney to negotiate and execute an agreement with R&D Electric, Inc. for the provision of services in an amount not to exceed $372,468, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab I. Tab J. A proposed resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of North Miami, Florida, approving the selection of Electrical Contracting Services, Inc. as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder to provide all labor, equipment, materials, services, and expertise required for the installation of 6 emergency generators at the Winston Water Treatment Plant water wells, in accordance with the terms, conditions, and specifications contained in invitation for bid number 23-20-21, further authorizing the city manager and city attorney to negotiate and execute an agreement with Electrical Contracting Services, Inc. for the provision of services in an amount not to exceed $328,135. $55, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab J. Tab K, a proposed resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of North Miami, Florida, authorizing the city manager and the city attorney to negotiate and execute agreement with Comcast Business for the provision of network and broadband services in an amount not to exceed $140,000 annually, waiving competitive bidding in accordance with Section 7-120 (B) of the North Miami Code of Ordinances, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab K.
Thank you very much. And now we're going to open it to the public. Tab G is open to the public. Tab H, Tab I, Tab J, and Tab K. Open to the public. One wish to speak on one of those items, please come forward.
If you wish to speak on an item and you are in any one of the other lobbies and not inside the council chambers, please notify a staff person now, or make your way to the council chambers, please.
Oh. Public hearing still open. Tab G, Tab H, Tab I, Tab J, and Tab K. Please come forward.
If public hearing is closed, I'll move it. When
Thank you very much. Public hearing is now closed. Let's start with Tab G.
move approval.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to approve the item at Tab G. The motion was seconded by Mayor Bien-Aimé. Mayor, do you wish to wait for Councilwoman Estime Urban to return to vote? Because we're going to have to go back.
No,
to
you can vote. You just put the vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries with a 4-0.
Tab H.
Tab-
Move approval.
If I, through the
Second.
mayor, if I could just make a statement on tabs H, I through J. I just wanted to recognize that the city was able to get a $619,000.
We can't hear you.
I just wanted to recognize that the city was able to get $619,000 in grants for those items for H, I, and J, so that we could actually have redundancy in some of our most important areas. I wanted to make sure I made.
Thank you very much.
Move approval on tab H.
You second. Second. I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to approve the item at tab H. The motion was seconded by Councilwoman Timothy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries with a 4-0.
Tab I. Can I have a motion on tab I? There's no question.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to approve the item at tab I. The motion was seconded by Councilwoman Timothy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries with a 4-0 vote.
Tab J, can I have a motion on it?
So moved.
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to approve the item at tab J. The motion was seconded by Councilwoman Timothy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Tab K,
Tab K,
can I have a motion on tab K?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to approve the item at tab K. The motion was seconded by Councilwoman Timothy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Can you
Motion carries with a
record-
5-0 vote.
Can you record-
Councilwoman Estimate Irvin, what is your vote on tab G? Tab H, your vote? You said yes? Is your mic on? Sorry.
Yes.
Tab I?
Yes.
Tab J?
Yes.
Thank you.
Tab K, you forgot.
She was here for
Oh,
the
okay,
tab
okay.
K.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we got to do it one by one. Tab L.
Tab L, a proposed first reading ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of North Miami, Florida, providing for a text amendment to Chapter 29 of the City of North Miami Code of Ordinances by amending Article 4, Division 2, entitled Zoning District, specifically at Section 4203, modifying dwelling unit sizes for mixed-use projects and establishing maximum unit size for detached accessory dwelling units. Article 5, Division 1, entitled Accessory Uses and Structures, specifically at Section 5-101, entitled Accessory Uses and Structures, permits required to allow detached accessory dwelling units in the R2 zoning district, and Section 5-102, entitled Accessory Dwelling Units, to establish standards for detached accessory dwelling units, and Article 7, entitled Definitions, amending the term affordable to require identification and publishing of surplus property suitable for affordable housing, providing for repeal, conflict, severability, correction of Scrivener's errors, codification, and for an effective date. Tab L.
Yes.
Thank you.
To
Good
the
evening,
city.
Mayor and Council. Tanya Wilson with the Community Planning and Development Department. Tab L is a request for a text amendment to the city's land development regulations. This item is actually sponsored by Councilman Galvin. We understand with the data that we've been reviewing that Miami-Dade County actually has the highest cost burden in the entire state. The Schindberg Center has indicated that over 50%, that's half of Miami-Dade residents, are paying more than 30% of their average income on housing expenditures. So the state has recognized that Miami-Dade County is a hotspot where affordable housing is concerned. So as a result, we met with Councilman Galvin and we worked on proposed initiatives, looking at how, besides just the monetary initiatives that we have with the CDBG program and other housing assistance programs, what could we do on the policy side? So what we have before you is a recommendation for policy revisions to the city's land development regulations as to how we could recommend affordable housing in the city's redevelopment areas, particularly in the overlay districts where we have targeted development coming in the city. So I'll walk you through the recommendation that's being made. It's to Section 4-203 of the land development regulations. Currently, we have minimum dwelling unit sizes within the neighborhood station area overlay district that's down to 500 square feet. Also in the special development TOD area, it's 500 square feet. However, in the other redevelopment areas of the city, like the NRO, the PCD, it's now 750 square feet. So we see that there's an irregularity in terms of the minimum unit size that's allowed in the city. So the first text amendment recommendation is how to create uniformity throughout all the redevelopment districts. So you'd have the same size of 500 square feet being recommended throughout. So you'll see that in the ordinance as the first text amendment that's being recommended. The Second Amendment really speaks to the state statutes that says municipalities should be looking at things like accessory dwelling units. Some cities consider it granny flats. Those are the tiny little homes that you see next to a main or primary home. Currently in North Miami, we have 65 of those on our books that have been permitted. They have covenants, they're legally existing. However, the land development regulations prohibits those. So the 65 that are there have been grandfathered in, but there's no opportunity for us to be able to meet the state statutes and provide new accessory dwelling units. So what we're recommending as a part of this text amendment is that we remove that prohibition that's currently in the land development regulations and allow for new accessory dwelling units to be created. And if we do that, would create provisions in the code to at least govern those new units and applications when they come in. So as a part of the recommendations for regulations to oversee those new accessory dwelling units, the first one is that we'd establish a minimum lot size. So in order to even apply for these accessory units, you'd have to have at least 12,500 square feet as a lot size. In terms of the dwelling units, you could only create one ADU on your site. So there's a limit as to how many you can create on that lot. The unit size recommendation is for 400 square feet or 25% of the dwelling unit size there. And I'll come back to that real quick in terms of the Planning Commission's recommendation. In terms of the design features, and we only have a picture here as a basic example, so you'll have an idea of the rendering of what some people have been able to achieve with the architectural style of these accessory dwelling units. We're recommending in the code that if you create an accessory unit, that it be architecturally appealing. We're not trying to have a box or something that's going to deviate from the aesthetics of the area. So you're looking to have it blend into the architectural features or maybe the main home or just architectural features of the community itself or that neighborhood. There's going to be height and setback restrictions to make sure that these units still fall within the setback guidelines of the code. In terms of the parking requirements too, they're going to have to adhere to the parking requirements that we currently have in the code, 1.5 per unit. Utilities, of course, as well. These structures should have access to water and light. It should be proper functioning structures like a house. Even though it's smaller than the main primary dwelling unit, you still have to have it operate like a house and a proper dwelling unit. Occupancy requirements, we've recommended in the standards that there be no more than 2 individuals living within these spaces. There's a noticing and monitoring requirement as well. Staff is recommending that annually, the owners of these units submit an application for a certificate of use, as you would for an apartment in the city anywhere else. So at least the units can be monitored on an annual basis. We'll know, if it's being rented to someone that's within the affordability range. And that way it really satisfies what the state intends, and it's used for affordable housing as one of the tools to provide additional housing within the city. And then the last piece I wanted to go back to, the Planning Commission did support this amendment. You did get a favorable approval, but they did ask that we look into the idea of a noticing provision. So maybe the idea that when you file for a granny flat or an accessory dwelling unit, you're at least giving the neighborhood an opportunity to weigh in or to give comments as to the application that's being filed. So that was one recommendation we got from Planning Commission, a noticing requirement. There's also the idea that they were asking for it to be expanded not just to the R2 district, but also to the estate district that's on the east side in the R1 district. And the Planning Commission also had a recommendation as to the minimum unit size. Instead of a maximum, they're asking that it be the minimum unit size that we have in the redevelopment areas of 500 square feet. That's a recommendation that's being made for the text amendment at this time, if the council has any questions.
Thank you very much.
And I got to thank staff a lot for walking this through. Affordable housing is a critical emergency in this entire state and in this county. So I've been trying to come up with ways that we can provide affordable housing that aren't just simply high-rise towers. If we can, it's a smaller grab, but if we can create a series of granny flats, it not only provides affordable housing critically needed, but it also happens to provide a little income person that, the landlord. So I see that as
very much. Do you have any other? Public?
It's, I don't know where to go. I do understand, the intent of the, this would be this is an ordinance, correct?
Yes.
Of the
It's
ordinance.
first reading.
Yeah, first reading. I think we, especially where we are, we just have to be careful, and in terms of this doesn't get out of control, in some, in some areas, in terms of, especially within my area, my district. I know we have a lot of lands, especially with, homeowners around there, but we have to just very careful in terms of, we do have single family there where we are trying our best with code enforcement, trying to keep it where, the best that we can, and we have issues there. So I do like the idea in terms of the concept, and I do like supporting, we have to support, affordable housing, but we just have to kind of take everything into consideration, giving where we are. That's basically it. That's all. But thank you.
Thank you again. Thank you, Ms. Wilson, for the presentation. I'd like to go ahead and, I'll vote in support of it, but I just want to know a little bit more the impact that we would have for the including the R1, but I can tell, could you talk to that, please?
When you say impact, you mean in terms of the infrastructure?
Right, so the Planning Commission, let me be a little bit more clear. The Planning Commission has recommended that we're doing R1. Maybe I should ask the maker of the motion, of the ordinance, that we recommend to include R1. Why are you only choosing to include R2?
Yeah, I didn't necessarily choose R2. We just went with the places that have larger lot sizes. I think in R1, they tend to have smaller lot sizes, build bigger homes. But R1, okay. R2, R2D2.
Well, I'll support it as is, but then I just talk more to staff and make sure.
If staff doesn't have an issue with R1,
right? Would you be in favor of recommending that?
We're not opposed to it.
Okay.
I think it's really just a policy decision. If we're saying that we're trying to address affordable housing citywide, then it would be R1 and R2, like the Planning Commission recommended.
If you're not opposed to it, Councilman Galvin, I would say to let's amend it to include R1. Wow.
Councilman Desulme. The initial recommendation was R1 and R2, right?
Okay, I thought that's what
the
it was.
plan didn't change it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, did they give a reason? Why?
They felt it should be citywide because you only have two main single-family districts. You have R1 and R2.
I
The Planning
see.
Commission said let it be all-encompassing and not just one district.
Okay. So wait, I'm lost. So R2 is citywide and R1 is not?
So your R2 is everything east of the boulevard.
West of the boulevard.
Yes, west of the village, I'm sorry. And your R1 is everything east.
Oh, that's weird. Why would the commission leave them off?
The commission is suggesting that you include them.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They're saying let
Or
it
they
be
will
all
comment that we
Yeah.
include them.
Yes.
Okay,
They're saying let it
R1 and
be-
R2.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
So that's
okay.
Planning Commission's recommendation.
Okay. Because the good part is the minimum square footage of the property have to be 12,500
Correct.
size.
That's
The
not
whole-
everywhere.
The whole property had
Yeah,
to be?
the
It
lot.
has to be the minimum lot.
The
size,
lot?
because it has
Any
to be
lot.
large enough to accommodate two different homes.
Wait a
You don't want
minute,
it to be
wait.
too small.
Well, let me ask this. How many of those property? Because I thought my lot was large, and I think I'm 10,000, and most of the people from my area was like 10,000. So what? How many homes have we done in terms of an assessment? Your department to know how many homes do we have that is over 12,000
Yes.
that would be able to even do this.
So, Councilman,
Yeah,
we
but you
actually
don't want
did
the
that in
700.
GIS.
Mhm.
We have
In
a
GIS,
system
yes.
that's called Gridix that's Very
okay,
accurate, because it
got
could
it.
give us the minimum. And we found
because I-
300 lots
Uh-huh.
that fit that criteria.
How many?
300.
Oh, that's,
It's not going to be widespread
Correct.
because of the large sizes
Correct.
of the
but
lots.
why is
so-
it only, now it's another question. But why is it only 12,000 though, versus it being lower?
So the idea is that you need sufficient land area to accommodate the two structures. You don't want it to be
You have
too
fire,
small,
you
because
have
then you have an issue with setbacks between the primary residence and then this accessory unit.
Okay. That. So does that really, Councilman Galvin, does that really satisfy your intent for the
Yeah, I mean, anything to get the ball rolling, to get some
Rolling?
more affordable housing in place. I recognize it may only be 200 or 300 units, but for the
But
person who
it's
would be
a-
able to afford to live there, it's a big something.
No, I know, because my thing is, if we're gonna do this, why not do it with, where it's at least, if you do 10,000 or lower, or something like that, where you have more people?
But you know, you have regulation on step backs, fire department, all those that you have to take into consideration. And though the 400 units, they're going to have their own kitchen and everything. That's,
Correct.
you know,
And
that's
parking.
been kitchen and kitchen.
And parking, did you say parking?
Parking, you have to
Parking,
have
kitchen.
sufficient
You have to
parking
be-
for all of that. So that's why, in our analysis, zoning-wise, that 12,000 number is what you're going to need for this to be effective. Anything smaller, you're going to create non-conforming lots. So I wouldn't recommend going lower than that.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Solomon Timothy.
No question.
Thank you very much. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Would you like to open it up to public hearing?
Oh, sorry.
Withdraw my
But-
motion.
Public hearing is now open on tab L.
Sarah McDevitt, 14490 Northeast 10th Avenue. I appreciate the efforts being made here. Additional dwelling units are expanding throughout the country. I mean, you see them in a lot of places and they're really effective. I think that some of the things that are being enacted here, like the 12,000 square foot minimum, could be a great way to kick this project off and see how it works, because we do have a lot of concerns with parking, et cetera, already. But I do hope that that's just a first step, and if it's successful, we go on from there. With the issue of setbacks, I hope that some allowances are built in, because if we have two properties, like say it's a mid-block property and it has a setback requirement, you could create a situation where the additional dwelling unit is actually built in a very inconvenient location in the property for access, and also kind of cutting into the open area of the lot. So, you know, maybe some additional considerations could be looked at for mid-block properties versus corner lot. And, you know, just with the idea of keeping the style similar, but requiring that the height be exactly the same. Again, I think the intent is good, but maybe that should be considered twice, because, you know, in some cases where houses are long and low, and the property might be best suited with a structure that goes, for example, on top of a garage, or other things where you've seen in other communities, that's how it's being addressed. You know, I think a little bit of flexibility or additional thought needs to be put into that. But I applaud the efforts, and I think, you know, a lot could be done with in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Public hearing is still open on tab L. Public hearing is now closed.
Move approval.
Second. Unless someone is in the lobby, we'll allow them to get in.
Was there a second?
No. And I'm clerk, we close public hearing. There's a motion, second.
Who made the second?
I
did.
Councilwoman Timothy.
Thank you. If you all could just speak into the mics, it'd be easier. We have to do minutes, and we won't be. I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to approve the item at tab L. The motion was seconded by Councilwoman Timothy. Councilwoman Estime Irvin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Bienemay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilman Desilme, how do you vote? Councilman Galvin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilwoman Timothy, how do you vote?
Yes.
The motion carries with a 5-0.
Thank you very much. M.
So please be advised that the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to speak in favor of, object to, or comment on an item, please complete a public speaker's card indicating the agenda item number on which you would like to comment. You must be sworn in before addressing the City Council, and you may be subject to cross-examination. If you refuse to submit to cross-examination, the City will not consider your comments in its final deliberation. Please also disclose any ex parte communications you may have had with any members of the council. City council members must do the same. Is there anyone who has not yet filled out a speaker card but would like to speak on an item? We will need to swear you in at this time. And that is for the items at tab M, N, O, and E.
You're gonna do that at
Yes, we'll
Okay.
do them all at once, just for the sake of time.
anyone wish to speak on tab M, you said N?
M, N, O, and P. If you wish to speak on items M, N, O, and P, and you have not yet filled out a speaker's card, please come up to the podium at this time so that we can swear you in. If you've already filled
If
out a
not-
speaker card, there was a, when you signed essentially saying that you affirm or swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
They won't be able to speak on it.
That's correct.
Thank you very
Well,
much.
I mean, I guess you would just give it the weight that you deem appropriate, but that's for the city attorney to.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, if I could.
Yes.
Just because we haven't done this in a while with the public, I just wanted to go through what the quasi-judicial are, the order of presentation. And this is in section 3-303 of our code. First, there'll be a disclosure of ex parte
They can't hear you.
communications, personal investigations. So anyone who's spoken to anyone, you would disclose that. There's going to be presentation by city staff, followed by a presentation by the applicant, public comment, cross-examination by city staff, cross-examination by the applicant, cross-examination by the decision-making body, rebuttal by the applicant, closing of public hearing, discussion among members of the decision-making body, the council, and then a motion by decision-making body with exposition. That's the order. Obviously, Mayor, if there's any time restrictions that you wish to place on any presentations, you probably should do that now. The other thing I'd want to point out, just so I'm not sure if we have them out, but a while back we created a residence guide to quasi-judicial process, which kind of explains. The main point that I want to point out is in a quasi-judicial matter, you are acting as almost as a judge, or this is almost as a court proceeding. So the only information that you can consider is competent substantial evidence. Term competent, I'm just going to read this out of there. Thank you for your time. The term competent means that the person is qualified to give evidence on the subject. Special training or specialized knowledge is required. It is necessary for the person testifying to prove that that person's competency to testify as an expert on a particular subject. Examples of this would be traffic impacts or traffic counts would be testified to by traffic. Whether a desired use may impact the land values of surrounding property could be testified to by a certified property appraiser. Whether the building of a wall or other barrier will destroy a wetland could be testified to by an environment. So in other words, citizens who want to participate in a quasi-judicial process cannot testify as to matters which would require expert testimony, but they can testify as to factual matters and any element of the case that would not require specialized training, specific academic. Academic. And that's all I wish to say.
It's Mayor.
Thank you very much.
I'll reveal that I've had contact with folks affiliated with N is in Nancy, O and P. N-O-N.
And I would like to disclose that I have spoken to the individuals are involved in tab M.
From what I understand, I haven't spoke with anybody from regarding this. Like 1155, I spoke in the past about the project, not about the item cost. That's when I haven't spoke with. Me making sure. Tab M. No. Tab N. No. O. And tab. No, I haven't speak to with anybody. But
Mayor, if I may,
yes.
I would like to close that I was about the project. Tab O.
Councilwoman Timothy, you said M as in mom. I'm sorry. You
Oh,
said
M,
what?
M as in Mary and O as in Oscar.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now you are going to start with tab M. You have presentation?
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Tab M, a proposed quasi-judicial resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of North Miami, Florida, approving an application for a conditional use permit in substantially the attached form for a proposed mixed-use development, including a 7-story, 28-unit multifamily apartment building and a 445 square foot retail space on real properties located at 470 Northeast 126th Street and 475 Northeast 125th Street, specifically identified with Miami-Dade County folio numbers 06-2230-025-0230 and 06-2230-025-0460, and totaling .41 acres in accordance with Article 3, Division 4, Sections 3-402 through 3-407, Article 4, Division 2, Sections 4-202 and Section 4-203, parentheses B, Article 4, Division 3, Section 4-302, parentheses B, Section 4-305, and Section 4-306 of the City of North Miami Code of Ordinances, Chapter 29, entitled Land Development Regulations, providing for an effective date and all other purposes, tab M.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you. Again, for the record, Tanya Wilson with the Community Planning and Development Department. Item M is a request for approval of a conditional use permit. Developers requesting for 28 units to be allocated for the development of this site, located at 475 Northeast 125th Street and 470 Northeast 126th Street. This application is for a double lot, so we have 2 lots that are being considered under this application request. The total lot area is comprised of 0.41 acres in size, and the lot itself has the main entrance that will be coming off of Northeast 125th Street. Just to acclimate the board with the zoning details, the property is zoned commercial, so it's zoned C3, and it's under the designation of Central Business District in the future land use map for the city. It's also located in 2 of the city's redevelopment areas. So the neighborhood redevelopment area as well as a planned community development area. Because it is in these overlays, they do have access to the residential units, even though it's a C3 commercial property. So the allowed density in that district is 100 dwelling units per acre, and as such, the property owner is asking for 28 units to be allocated from the city's pool of floating units. Maximum height that's allowed in that district is 110 feet. This property owner has had a town hall meeting with Councilwoman Irving back in November 30th of 2020. So looking at the project details, it's proposed as a 7-story structure with the 28 units I mentioned before. There is a retail component to this project. They're proposing a gym, a yoga studio, with a total square footage of 445 square feet of retail space. There are 2 units that will be deed restricted for affordable housing, 20% of the units that they're considering for affordable housing. And there's also a ground level garage, parking garage that's being considered with 38 spaces. So they meet the requirements for the code where parking is concerned. There's also Florida native trees. This is going to be a LEED certified project. So they're looking to have a green efficient building. In terms of the economic impact to the city, we're looking at 69 short-term construction jobs that will be created as a result, 4.4 million in short-term construction wages. In terms of the permitting and the impact fees, the revenue that will be coming to the city is estimated to be $164,851. Looking at the ad valorem tax, how this project will benefit the city from a tax standpoint, we're anticipating $105,000 in annual taxes coming into the city. Planning Commission has reviewed this application and is recommending approval of this application. So in terms of the next steps, the project, if approved tonight, would be required to go through the city's Development Review Committee. Because of its size, it's also required to file a site plan and to be back before City Council for site plan approval. They also have a condition when they go to DRC to provide a 10-foot wide sidewalk along Northeast 125th Street. And in terms of the live work units, they'll also have the requirement to deed restrict those. So in fact, if they're proposed as affordable housing, they'll be committed to do that through the deed restriction. And they're also required to obtain a certificate of use, as you know, because they're going to be a multifamily development within the city. So the next steps again, if approved tonight, they'll be filing with us to go through that administrative review of the site plan, and they'll be back before City Council for the site plan approval. That concludes staff's presentation at this time.
Thank you very much. Let's open it to the public. Public hearing is open on tab M.
Sarah McDevitt.
Yeah. You need me to say everything again? 14490 Northeast 10th Avenue. I appreciate all the efforts that have been made with this project. I know that the public meetings were well attended, and the thing I'm not entirely clear on when I look up at that plan is one of the things that did seem really important to the community, from what I understood, was that there not be any exit onto 126th Street. And from the drawings, it does look like that 126th Street drawing, exit still exists. So just asking about the clarification there. And then finally, just want to speak in favor of the commitments to improvements in the cul-de-sac that will make the changes to the community more bearable, such as curbs to make sure that parking isn't happening on the swales, the beautification of the park and the sewers, things that the community had reached out to discuss as things that would lessen the impact. So yeah, just would appreciate clarification on that.
Thank you very much. Public hearing is still open on tab M.
William Prevoto.
Public hearing on tab M.
Maria Ritter.
Good evening. My name is Maria Ritter, and I live close to this development. And I just want to...
Can you say your address, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's my first time. 454 Northeast 126th Street. And I just want to let you know our house is almost 100 years old. The next door neighbor is 100 years old almost, so it's 3 houses. It's very precious to me. We stayed here. We bought the house 2006 and it crashed. We stayed, we paid. We love it. And I just wanted to let you know that a lot of things going to change for us, and hopefully you can help us to keep it nice, yeah. You know what I mean. So there's a lot of things with the traffic that we worry about, and I think the developer has changed the exit coming to the 126th Street, so that's very nice. We also would love to have the pedestrian way only as an emergency exit to prevent the new tenants to park in the cul-de-sac. which I know Mayor Bename, you helped us close down that street, the walkway, with a lot of problems with crime. And since then, it's beautiful. We have almost no crime anymore, which is, thank you very much. So hopefully we can keep it that way. And we hope that the sewer issue will be addressed, because we do have overflowing sinks. Bathtubs are constantly clogged. So with this new development, it might be worse. I hope not. So hopefully you can look into that and see we can fix those clay pipes. They're very old. Otherwise, we hope we get some of the CRA money that has been the developer has got, that we can beautify our park a little bit, maybe even put the electric cable in the ground. It looks not very nice, and the truck from the garbage constantly rips off the internet cable, which is very annoying. So hopefully we can fix that. And also, yeah, that's basically it. I just hope, please think about us, appreciate, like I appreciate our cul-de-sac, and we love it here. And hopefully with this new development, I'm not happy about it, but I know this is time change, and please think about us and help us to keep it the best, So the traffic, don't let it come in, and that people don't come and park in our cul-de-sac, because they have only one parking space per unit. And Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question, Madam Wilson. There is no entrance on 126.
So that is an issue that was raised by the residents at the community meetings. So the owner has gone back and changed the plans, where the only access that you have, the main access, is from 125th Street, but there's also an emergency access that's been created on 126. There won't be any regular traffic coming through there, but in the event there is need for fire rescue or some emergency situation, they want to make sure that at least that's available. But there won't be daily through traffic.
Thank you very much. Public hearing still open on tab M.
William Prevotel, if you could come up to the council chamber. Mayor, that is the last person who had signed up to speak on the item at tab M.
Thank you very much. Yes, come.
So if anyone wants to speak on any of these items, we need to swear you in.
I signed in online, but I'll swear in and out.
Okay, what's your name?
Cynthia Ordaz. Okay. My name is Cynthia Ordaz. I live in 450 Northeast 126th Street. I'm a resident and business owner of North Miami. I'm very happy pro-development in North Miami. My concern is that I live in a single-family home in a beautiful historic neighborhood, that cul-de-sac, that been for many, many years trying to preserve and conserve and make it as beautiful as possible for the city and the residents. And we're very concerned about the original plans included an exit onto our cul-de-sac, and we really had to struggle to get the developer to agree to not exit the traffic onto the cul-de-sac, only for an emergency. There's still a pedestrian walkway that they want to have that we feel is going to cause is going to make people want to park on our cul-de-sac. And if it needs to be there for an emergency, it should be like the exit, but we're hoping that it could only have access for emergency, not for people to walk in and out. Just like Priya just mentioned, our mayor helped us close off our cul-de-sac for some criminal activity that was occurring back then. So if we're just hoping that if the CRA is going to give funds to the developer to make this development beautiful for the city, that it's also beneficial to the residents, such as beautifying the park, creating signs that allow people to see where there's public parking and not illegal parking on our cul-de-sac, and some be landscaping and the crosswalk, things that'll benefit everybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Marisol Medina.
I'm just here to support as well. I'm sorry. Marisol Medina, 1270 Northeast 124th Street. I'm here in support of my neighbors. We tend to come together and support each other's ideas to create a better North Miami. Let me think. Well, actually, all of our points have been hit. I'm grateful that the walkway is created. It has created a safer connection to go between their house. I walk back and forth a lot. I'm visiting Copper Bridge and I'm walking around our great community trying to make it a walkable and bike-friendly area, but you have to cut through the neighborhoods to be safe. So I hope that that continues to be part of their plan and to keep their area beautiful, because it is part of the most beautiful part of our city. And I hope it continues to be so. So please keep in mind their ideas and keeping their cul-de-sac single-family kind of friendly community. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
William Prevotel. Anyone else who plans to speak on this item, please begin lining up in the aisle. Socially distanced, of course, with your mask on.
Yes, with the mask on. Yes, William Prevotel, 11950 North Bay Shore Drive. I'm actually not commenting on this particular item, but the group of items and the way it's being made difficult to address this. If I may bring to the council's attention, people are being asked, if not forced, to sign out cards, making a decision before they've seen any presentation. Not only that they're interested in talking about it, but you now have to make a decision if you're pro something or against something. That's making it very difficult, because I think the presentations are very helpful to inform the constituents if something is, in fact, better than they thought or worse than they thought, or maybe they had no idea to begin with at all. So I think this is impeding many of the people, especially in this situation, that we have to fill out cards, we have to make a decision, we have to get it to somebody, cards from the back, bring it to somebody in the front, which then brings it around, which then calls. And now I've been called 3 times to sort of, in a way, prove a point, because I didn't know if I was going to speak on any particular project or not. There are probably other people here that would also like to make comments in a more fluid way without being locked into something immediately. And I'm just hoping that we can help facilitate that by having all of us that may speak at any point in the evening fill out a card. Doesn't have to say you're for or against something, but when we get up here, we could then say, yes, we're for or against, and you have our card, and there's our signature, and we could proceed. It's really much more, it's been made much more complicated than it needs to be. I think we could have more input from the constituents.
Every item was presented to the public. Understand that all those items been before the public, whether it's to the planning commission, whether it's workshop or elsewhere and online and everything. That's when it's
that may be, and if everybody has done the research, and as we all know, sometimes things come up at the very last minute and something, and it could be much different from the way you expected it or even were anticipating it. I'm just saying, if we could make it a little bit more of a fluid, accommodating process, you'll still have everybody's signature. People will be free to come up, and especially in these circumstances where we have people in 2, if not 3 different locations that are trying to get up through stairs and through security and such, it's not an easy task. Anyway, your consideration, if we could help to streamline this in some fashion, would be appreciated. Thank you very much.
Mayor, may I clarify something?
Yes.
So we have a number of people who registered to speak on these items and have to do it by this process because they're quasi-judicial. So people have to be sworn in. There was an opportunity for people to do so by doing it online when the agenda came out, and that was since last Thursday. Now, anybody who has the, habit of maybe submitting them throughout the pandemic, either by voicemail or by email, was sent the speaker card, and we advise them that because it's quasi-judicial, they have to complete the speaker. We have to swear people in. And again today, we told people, if you would like to speak on an item, please, come up, make your way up to the chambers, or advise someone in the staff so that we can get everyone here. Unfortunately, Mayor, we aren't able to, I'm not sure about the settings, the 3 different locations, but of course we cannot pack this room. And if you see all of these, speaker cards that I have here, it's not really possible to have them all here, Mayor. So I just wanted to be clear on the reason why this is the process. This has always been a process. We've always had speaker cards. I think that, you know, we're just coming back for the first time and maybe it's not familiar to us.
Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Attorney, I think one of the points that it appears that Bill Prevotel was trying to say, is it mandatory that it has opposed, that there's a decision either way? Is that mandatory? I just want to know for the record.
It's helpful, again, and that's kind of why I said what I said in the beginning, to try to give people context. This is not a legislative matter where you can come up and just tell you, I don't like this because I don't like the color of the building. That's not what this is. This is quasi-judicial. If you don't have substantial competent evidence, the council can't even consider it. So anyone coming up saying, I just don't like this project, that's not competent substantial evidence, and it shouldn't really be considered by you. So this is different than, you know, we're doing Red Garden and you don't like Red Garden. You can do that all day for legislative, but not for quasi-judicial.
Right, so my question is, speaker card, apparently it says support or oppose.
It's helpful because because it's quasi-judicial, and we have to keep a record, because any of these items could subject us to liability where we're sued.
You said it's helpful.
It's
I'm
helpful.
asking.
No one's forcing them. They don't
So
have
they
to.
don't have to.
They don't have to. But
State it.
it's helpful.
This is just trying to address his concern. Just wanted to put that on the record. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Public hearing is now closed on tab M. Do you have any question on the diet? Tab M. Councilwoman Estime Irvin, that's your
Motion to approve?
Second.
tab M.
Who's the,
I have a motion made by Councilwoman Estime Irvin to approve the item at tab M. The motion was seconded by Councilman Galvin. Mayor Bieneme, how do you vote?
No.
Councilman Galvin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilman Desilme, how do you vote?
no,
Councilwoman Timothy, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilwoman Estime Irvin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Motion carries with a 3-2.
Tab N. Nancy.
Tab N, a proposed quasi-judicial resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of North Miami, Florida, approving an application for a conditional use permit in substantially the attached form for a proposed 832-unit mixed-use development comprised of 2 8-story apartment buildings, 2 20-story apartment buildings, 19,478 square feet of ground-level retail and restaurant space, and a 6-story parking garage with 1,174 parking spaces on real properties generally located in the southeast quadrant of Northeast 151st Street and Northeast 20th Avenue. Specifically identified with Miami-Dade County folio number 06-2221-000-0021, 06-2221-038-0010, 06-2221-038-0020, and 06-2221-038-0030, and totaling 5.55 acres, in accordance with Article 3, Division 4, Sections 3-402 through 3-407, Article 4, Division 2, Sections 4-202, Section 4-203B, and Section 4-205 and Article 4, Division 3, Section 4-309 of the City of North Miami Code of Ordinances, Chapter 29, entitled Land Development Regulations, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Ms. Wilson, before you begin, Sarah McDevitt, Kevin Burns, if you are not already in the council chambers, please come into the council chambers prior to public hearing.
Thank you very much. Presentation by staff.
Again, for the record, Tanya Wilson with Community Planning and Development Department. This is also a request for approval of a conditional use permit. The property is located on the southeast quadrant of Northeast 151st Street and Northeast 20th Avenue. The request before you is for the allocation of 832 floating units from the 2,000 unit special development TOD pool. The total size of the property is 5.5 acres in size. It's actually a combination of 4 parcels. This may look familiar to the mayor and council because you've reviewed the final plat for this property back in April of this year. The applicant is moving forward now, looking to then title the site with those allocated units of the 832 floating units. So the property itself is zoned M1. It's an industrial property. That's the underlying zoning, but it is in the new area that's been created for redevelopment called the Special Development TOD area. That area does allow for a density of up to 150 dwelling units per acre, and that allows this property to be activated for mixed-use activity. It has been reviewed by the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission is recommending approval of this conditional use permit. Looking at the site itself, just to give you additional details, we have 2 20-story buildings that are being contemplated, also 2 8-story buildings. So they've maximized the height of this overlay district. As the council recalls, the overlay district goes up to 200 feet in height. In terms of the retail component, proposed 19,478 square feet of retail restaurant space as a part of that mixed-use project. There is a public-private pedestrian promenade, as you can see in the rendering, that's being considered as a part of this project. There's a 6-story parking garage with 1,174 parking spaces being proposed. There's also public art that's being integrated in this project, like you saw in the previous project before. That's something that will be reviewed by the Public Arts Committee once submitted for site plan review. This project also is proposed for LEED certification, and it also includes the 100% native Florida trees as a part of the landscaping. Looking at the economic impact, based on the analysis that was done, we're anticipating over 2,119 short-term direct and indirect jobs, construction jobs as a result of this project. Also 103 full-time jobs being created once it's been constructed. Looking at the ad valorem tax impact of the project, it's over $1 million, 1.1 million in annual ad valorem tax that's going to be added to the city's tax base. And there's also the gross sales revenue that we anticipate from the non-residential portion of 10 million annual in gross sales generated from this project. The impact to the development fees, we're anticipating over $3 million in impact fees and development fees associated with this project. Looking now at the conditions that will be imposed, if approved tonight, this conditional use permit, the next stage for the applicant would be to file for a site plan for review through the city's DRC. They've already had the filing of the final plat, as you're familiar with. As a part of the conditional use permit, they'll have to provide a 10-foot sidewalk as a part of the project, and also pull a certificate of occupancy and certificate of use at completion of the project, and providing evidence of the LEED certification at that time, certificate of occupancy. So again, the next step, the council will see this project again at the site plan phase when they come in requesting a resolution for approval of the site plan. The agent for the applicant is here and does wish to address the council at this time, Mr. Ethan Wasserman with Greenberg Traurig.
So the council is aware, anybody speaking from the developers team, they've already completed a.
Ethan Wasserman, for the record, I haven't been sworn in.
You filled out a speaker card and you signed it, right?
Yes.
Which you're
Official.
signing to say that you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing.
You're a lawyer. You should look at what you sign before you sign it.
Yeah.
Sorry, just joking.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Ethan Wasserman with Greenberg Traurig, 3 South. It's a true privilege to be back before you all tonight. I, along with our team and my associate Devin Vickers, have appeared numerous virtual hearings over the past 2 years, and it's truly nice to be back in person and see all of you. So unfortunately, my client, Bobby Finbar, could not be here tonight. He was planning on participating virtually until 2-3 weeks ago. We changed the schedule to make it in person, and he had a scheduling conflict. The project is obviously very important. He's worked with city staff for the past 2 to 3 years on it, and he wanted to be here tonight. In terms of a quick housekeeping matter, for the record, we have communicated, as Commissioner Galvin had mentioned, on this project with his office, with him. We've also made outreach by email and phone call to various city council members, and I just wanted to disclose that into the record. As Tanya has stated, we have appeared numerous times on this project over the past 4 years, and you are all likely familiar with what we are proposing, at least at a high level. So because of that, I will keep my remarks brief. By way of background, we worked with your professional planning staff through the code amendment process and the comp plan amendment process to create the requisite zoning for this project. That's the SD-TOD overlay. This council approved that overlay in contemplation of this project coming before you all. Specifically, as stated on this slide, the purpose of the SD-TOD is to accommodate high-intensity, high-density mixed-use development featuring an attractive mix of live, work, and play type uses. The comp plan provisions approved for this site confirm this area specifically, as the city council directed, is targeted for redevelopment and economic investment, in part because of the incredible commercial options nearby and the multimodal options nearby. Now, as staff has stated, this property is located on the city's northern boundary and has frontage on the FEC rail line right to our east. Happy to answer any questions you have about the rail line. From a connectivity perspective, this property is really perfectly located. We're 1 block east of West Dixie, and we're 1 property west of Biscayne Boulevard. So both obviously with significant transit options, as well as access to major travel corridors. Now, this property is surrounded by all of the ideal markers for a live, work, and play development. It's impossible to ignore the commercial activity right across the street on Biscayne, including the Costco. I know I myself go to Costco sometimes twice a month, and having it right across the street from a property is a great value to family and people in the project. Now, most of this project is vacant land, so we're not displacing any residents as part of this development. We are not abutting, a lot of the conditional use permits you've seen come before you are abutting single-family residential homes or low-scale residential communities. We do not have any of that here. It's important to mention that while we are in the underlying industrial zoning district, I think this was one of the comments the council made in previous discussions of this project, we're not displacing any industrial uses, so we're not depleting any of the industrial activity within the city. We have worked through replatting of this property to ensure the underlying utility easements are relocated. That came before the city council twice. You approved the T-plat first, and then it came back for final plat in April of this year. So, and we've also completed the covenant in lieu. So that's a really long introduction of saying we are at the second to last stage of this entitlement. Assuming we have your support tonight for the CUP, we will be back before you all for the final site plan approval in the coming weeks or coming months. So turning to the application before you, this has been reviewed by your internal professional staff as well as your external consultants. So it's gone through a robust review, and the plans are extremely detailed in your packages, and it comprehensively defines the project. Staff was very persuasive in modeling the project so that once we obtain CUP approval, the DRC submission would essentially slide forward. As you can see in this chart, we comply with all of the threshold requirements for CUP review, which is of course important for your review. Now, this project, as Tanya mentioned, has 832 units comprised of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. We're proud to say that 49% of our units are 2 bedroom units, so it's a nice mix of 1, 2s, and 3s in the property. In terms of commercial uses, there is significant ground floor activation with over 20,000 square feet of restaurant, bars, and retail venues. Now, in working through this over a several-month period with planning staff, they were very focused at the activation at the ground level. When looking at this project from the ground up, which is really the primary focus of our design efforts, and it's really the barometer of success of this project, is going to be the commercial activation, right? So that takes center stage. A critical piece of that development puzzle, as you can see in this picture, is making the sidewalks walkable and attractive for use, that they should be pedestrian friendly, that draws people to the property and makes it an exciting place to come and spend your money in our commercial venues. As you can see on these images, the ground floor space has super tall glass visibility. You could see the glass windows at all of our retail frontages. And most importantly, there's a canopy structure that extends 8 to 10 feet off of our building facade. Staff was very, very focused on that. They want to make sure in inclement weather, people are still protected from the elements when walking in front of our building. At the time, it was a very aggressive ask because it's a very expensive part of the project. It's not a canvas, it's not a cloth canopy, but over the past week, I think we understand the value of that guidance that staff gave us. One fine detail to mention, this project far exceeds our green space requirement. We have over 35,000 square feet of extra green. That's on top of our zoning required green space. As required by code, the landscape material is 100% native species. The City Council, as part of the comp plan amendment, required that in terms of the code requirements when you adopted the STOD. The sole comment at the planning board, I just want to be fully transparent, was we have some unique trees on site, Dade County pines. They asked the applicant to voluntarily proffer to keep as many as reasonably possible. My client has agreed to do that. And the Dade pines that we do preserve on site will have a marker, a little informational plaque for the public and for residents to understand the significance of those trees. From an art perspective, Tanya mentioned, the northwest corner of the property, which is the primary visibility corner, as well as the northwest corner of the garage, has a canvas location for an art feature spanning vertically. This is a really interesting design that will come before the city manager's office and through the DRC process. There is also a sculptural staircase in the center of the property that comes down from building 3 to the pool deck. We could have designed just an efficient routine stairwell, but in an effort to increase or enhance the architectural presence of the building, this is also what we consider a piece of art within the property. We, of course, have vertical green walls throughout the property as well. So we're proud to bring this project before you all, which again, as I stated, is in a targeted location that the city has really incentivized the developer to come and build. While this project should not have any negative impact surrounding residential communities, it will have a major positive impact from a tax base, over $1 million in tax revenue annually to the city. Obviously, the jobs creation, both on a permanent and a temporary basis, is incredible as well. So in closing, I do want to personally thank staff for their patience with us. They really challenged us to make the best project that you have before you all. The Planning Commission supported the project unanimously, and we hope this council will do the same. I'll close my presentation. I'm, of course, here to answer any questions you may have. I'd like to reserve some time for rebuttal, and I just would like to add that this is our CUP presentation. We will make a further design presentation when we come back for DRC. This is limited to the CUP aspect of the application. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we are going to open it to the public. Tab N. Public hearing is open on tab N.
Sarah McDevitt and Kevin Burns.
Sarah McDevitt, 14490 Northeast 10th Avenue. Really exciting project. It looks like, the next of many things that I understand we're trying to incentivize up around that potential transit district that's going to happen at 151st. Really, really hopeful that the train comes soon because we are adding quite a few residents in that area. I just want to point out that one additional concern in that area, roadways, the points of access into that area at 143rd and 146th are already challenged areas. Additionally, 16th Avenue heading north and south is a narrow roadway through a residential area. The county did redevelop everything south of 135th, but north of 135th all the way up to 151st, it's primarily a slow-moving residential road, but there's going to be a lot more traffic on it real soon, so hopefully the city's doing some work to upgrade that for the increase in traffic that is most certainly going to be coming.
Kevin Burns. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item?
Thank you. Public hearing. 2 minutes.
William
Mr.
Prevotel, 11950 North Bay Shore Drive.
Mr. Prevotel, I have to swear you in on this item. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. And I thought I had signed a fourth card for you. Maybe it's not there. a lot of nice aspects to this project. The fact that we're adding the housing that we need in a sort of bulk method is commendable. The fact that we're addressing the street plane and the usable retail space and usable space, making it more inviting, another big positive. The interior garden space seems to be somewhat inviting and a pleasure to be in, and we've, all too often have ignored that. We've been just sort of putting in boxes throughout the city without greater understanding, greater appreciation of the ground plane. So there are many nice things about this. It seems very sculpted and such. The artwork, a lot of possibilities there. My only, if I may, reservation, that's not to hold up the project, is to ask with 800 plus units, we used to have an allocation of, I believe, 5,000 units for redevelopment based on our existing infrastructure. I think that's probably down, and maybe I can get assistance, probably below 2,000 now. With a project of 800 plus units, what happens when we do, and we could verify that number, when we do run out of those numbers? Does that mean that all new development in the city comes to a screeching halt for potentially a number of years? Just asking, what is our plan if we're accommodating something
Right now
of
we
this
have
size?
5,000. We want project to give those 5,000. When it's done, we will apply for more. Right now we focus on 5,000 units.
The question is, will we be able to do that without completely revamping our infrastructure, the water and sewer? That's sort of the question.
Now we have the structure for 5,000.
Right. We still have 5,000?
Total of
may
5,000.
pass that on to our community planning and development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now public hearing is closed.
Move approval. Oh, sorry if we got council discussion on this.
Approval, and I second it with discussion.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm excited that we're addressing housing in our district. Every time that I see that, I would just like back to us and just urge that you consider at least a percentage of for affordable and workforce housing to address. So let me just ask you a question. What is the intent of the housing units now?
It's a good question. This is a market rate development. In the backup, you'll see in our professional economic impact study, the price points are estimated to be about $275 to $3 a foot. At that price point, which is what we're budgeting, we actually fall within the 80 to 140 range, so the upper tier of the low income, and then the full workforce spectrum. So even without income restricting the property, we anticipate that it will have those ranges for most of our units.
Right. And I appreciate that. So I could consider also having a small, but other than that,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a motion, there's a second. Any comments, question?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to approve the item at tab N. The motion was seconded by Mayor Bieneme. Councilman Galvin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilman Desume, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Bieneme, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilwoman Estime Irvin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilwoman Timothy, how do you vote?
Yes.
The motion carries with a 5-0 vote.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you
Good
very
night.
much.
I have a,
Yes, go ahead.
if I may. The last item, I did not. No, not yours, Wasserman. The last item, I was gonna ask a question, and I was not afford to ask the question. Let me ask you this, Mr. Joe. When I guess what's the board that meets with them prior to them coming here, the planning commission or Mr. Joe, planning commission or your office. When these developers or whoever is coming to you in terms of bringing their project, because there was a maybe it was two, but there was a developer that came here. I've never saw that project until the manager mentioned it to me either once or twice. So do they only stop at your shop and then go to the person's district the project is in, or do they know that they need to speak to us, or how does that how does that work?
So typically, when the projects are submitted to us, we meet with the manager, we have a briefing. What we've done with all the projects you've seen tonight is to have mayor and council briefing prior to. But everything you've seen tonight, we've had like a full course. There are new applications that come in this fall, and we'll do a second course of that very long, extensive briefing that we had. These were the projects that we discussed. So typically, it's city manager and then mayor and council briefing.
No, that's not. I'm talking about in terms of the developer or whoever is the owner or the representative of the project. Because there's some questions that we may have or I may have that you won't be able to answer, the manager won't be able to answer for them. So if I don't know them, I would not be subject or if I don't know anything. I just happen to, I know you mentioned the manager did mention one of them to me, and I had questions, and then tonight I was going to ask, and then they just went and took the vote. So, I would, but I'll just refrain from any other questions, but that is a concern that I do have moving forward, because some of these projects I've never even had the opportunity to ask any questions.
Councilman Dezoe,
Yes.
No, because I had a question about that as well. Like, how does, the development process work? And I was kind of shocking to find out there's a rule that many cities don't meet with the developers. Like, it just comes before as a site plan. Well, some cities, they don't even have the CUP that comes before us, because CUP and then the site plan comes before us. So some cities just see the site plan. And city attorney, what was the rule again that says that?
Yeah, so there's a rule. It's a court-made rule called the Jennings Rule. And in most cities, especially on quasi-judicial matters, you can't. It's actually illegal for them to come talk to you before the item. In our city, in our code, it's actually memorialized under Section 3-3. Talk about ex parte communications. We opted out of the Jennings Rule, which is why before the matter comes up, you're required to give disclosures that spoke to the applicant. But in most cities, they don't. They're not.
Thank you, Vet, and you're done. Done? Okay. Tab O.
Tab O, a proposed quasi-judicial resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of North Miami, Florida, approving an application for a conditional use permit in substantially the attached form for a proposed 369-unit, 9-story apartment building with 1,100 square feet of ground-level cafe space, an attached 3-story parking garage, 503 parking spaces and 46 on-street parking spaces on real property located at 1195 Northeast 126th Street and 12640 Northeast 12th Avenue, specifically identified with Miami-Dade County folio numbers 06-2229-029-00010 and 06-2229-030-0010, and totaling 4 acres in accordance with Article 3, Division 4, Sections 3-402 through 3-407, Article 4, Division 2, Sections 4-202, Section 4-203, parentheses A, and Section 4-205, and Article 4, Division 3, Section 4-310 of the City of North Miami Code of Ordinances, Chapter 29, entitled Land Development Regulations, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab O.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again. For the record, Tanya Wilson with Community Planning and Development. This too is a request for a conditional use permit approval, requesting for 269 floating units. Property address for the record is 1195 Northeast 126th Street and 12640 Northeast 12th Avenue. The project consists of 2 parcels totaling 4 acres in size. The existing area is considered blighted. It's within the CRA district and has qualified for a CRA grant for new construction on that site. The underlying zoning is actually R6, but it's located within the city's North Miami TOD district. So that allows for the property to tap into the density of 150 dwelling units per acre, and that's how they're able to request the 269 floating units this evening. The Planning Commission has reviewed this project and is recommending approval of this request. Looking at the project details, the overall project consists of 369 units. It's a 9-story mixed-use project with 1,100 square feet of cafe space, so there's a retail component to this project. This project as well has a LEED certification that's being proposed, LEED Silver, being proposed as a part of this mixed-use project. 10% of the units will be deed restricted for affordable housing, particularly because they had applied for CRA funding. It is one of the requirements that they set aside affordable housing for the project. There's also a 3-story parking garage that will be included in the project. The project did apply for a TDM parking reduction, so the required parking is actually 501 spaces, but the applicant is proposing 503. So they've exceeded the parking requirement for that criteria. 46 additional landscape on-street parking spaces are being contemplated for that project, with curb and gutter increasing traffic calming to the site. This project too has 100% native Florida landscaping. The site is designed to achieve 10% greater stormwater retention. There's going to be a permeable paving system that's contemplated as a part of the site. Looking at the economic impact, 828 short-term jobs are anticipated, with a 44 million in wages, 18 additional full-time jobs once the project is constructed. 1.6 million in permit and impact fees will be going to the city. Looking at the ad valorem tax, the annual impact, we're anticipating $463,200 in annual revenue to the city of North, and a 5.9 million sales revenue as part of the retail component, retail and food component of the project. Looking at the next steps, like the 2 other projects that you saw before, this will not be the last time that you see this applicant. If approved tonight for the conditional use permit, they'll be required to come before us for the DRC review, and again before City Council for site plan review and approval. This concludes my presentation. I know the agent for the applicant is here and wishes to address the council at this time.
Mayor, for the record, the representatives have all completed speaker cards, which include the swearing in.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you all for your time. My name is Sebastian Semla. I'm the manager and the head of Omega Investor Group. I'm also a principal in the project.
I apologize, Mr. Semla. I actually don't have a speaker card.
Oh, okay.
Hi. So I'm just going to swear you in really
okay,
quickly,
sure.
okay? I solemnly swear, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. I especially want to thank city staff, Tanya Wilson, Debbie Love, and Mr. Derek Cook. They've all been a real pleasure to work with, and I want to thank all you guys for being here tonight. I love this city, I love its cultural diversity, and I'm really excited about its future. Clearly, with all the new developments, I think we have amazing changes that are coming here to North. I serve as a trustee to the Museum of Contemporary Art for the last 3 years, and I'm the vice chair of the DAPAC committee, the Downtown Action Planning Advisory Committee. That's a committee that was formed in 2014 to help spur development in downtown North Miami. I've joined these boards because I wanted an in-depth understanding of North Miami's wants, needs, and desires. After nearly 4 years in the development of this project, we bring to you this project that is in line with the visions and goals of the city of North Miami. One of the major goals of the CRA is to remove slum and blight and to increase the real estate tax basis. This property is a definition of slum and blight. In the 2036 comprehensive plans, its objective 1.1 promotes walkable and connected communities and provides for compact development and a mix of uses at densities and intensities that will support a range of housing choices and multimodal transportation system, including pedestrian, bicycle, and transit if available. 1.2 established land use designation that guides redevelopment through transit-oriented development and livable urban form principles, densities, and intensities. In 2019, the mayor and commissioners all voted to approve the TOD overlay, which encourages exactly this kind of development. TOD was done to encourage increased density as well as to promote walkability. This will be the first project of its kind to offer new affordable housing and promote walkability west of the railroad tracks. Very grateful for all the positive feedback I've gotten from most residents. This feedback has helped us shape this project and where we are today. Some requests of the residents we were able to accommodate, and others we were not. I realize it's hard, probably impossible to make everyone happy, but like I mentioned earlier, we've worked really hard to understand, learn, and to bring the best possible project forward to the city as a whole. My team and I want to be recognized as the gold standard of developers when it comes to developments working with the city as well as the residents. We always look for win-win solutions at every intersection that we come across. But these solutions have to be for the greater good of the city and the majority of its residents and cannot be made just based on a few residents. Our goal is to bring transformational and positive change to the city. Tonight, we bring to you a project designed in line with the objectives of the 2036 Comprehensive Plan. We bring a project forward aligned with the goals of the CRA. We bring a project forward that will beautify our streets with public art, continuing the mission of the Museum of Contemporary Art. We bring a project forward that meets the vision of the DAPAC committee. As per the community and planning development, we've had 2 community outreach meetings, one on the property on April 8th with former District 2 commissioners, and another meeting just last week with new District 2 commissioner. Congratulations, by the way. And this led to the following results. This project, which could build as many as 600 units, we originally designed it to do 384 units. We then lowered that to 369 units. And after last week and listening to the residents, we've now lowered that to 358 units. The residents expressed their concern for speeding cars. We work with Mr. Zahid Mohammed, and who's in your transportation department, and we've agreed to add street calming stop signs at our cost. As per the request of Mr. Derek Cook, we redesigned the entire building to have better traffic pattern for nearby residents and changed the entrances to 11th and 12th Avenue instead of 127th Street. We added heavy buffering in the landscape on 127th Street. And we are only building to about 60% of what we could actually build. We bring the first quality development which will provide workforce housing and encourage additional investments in North Miami. We are asking for no variances. Is there the PowerPoint presentation?
Unless you really feel the great need, let's please not do PowerPoint.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
So if that's the case,
We still have a long way to go tonight.
Absolutely, yeah, no, and I appreciate that. So I don't know that there's anything else. I just want to reserve the right. So we passed your conditional use permit committee 7-0 about a month ago.
No.
And I want to make sure we reserve the right to address any of the residents' comments.
Thank you very much. Public hearing is open on tab O. Public hearing is now closed.
No.
No? Oh, sorry.
All
Public
right,
hearing
so-
is open on tab O.
So I'm going to call a
Oh,
few
you are
names
there.
out to start lining up at the podium. Maria.
Why don't
Guerra-
we, excuse me, Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
can they all come together? If they're coming in favor or against it, can each of them be at one podium so we can,
Right, so we're
Real
calling
quick.
them to line up at the podium.
when 3, 4 together? Yeah, we are 4 together. Yeah.
Right, I'm calling all the names so that they could
Yeah.
start lining up because some of them are downstairs and maybe outside in the lobby, so to get them in. Nuria Garantiva, Gary Preble, I'm sorry, I'm not the handwriting. Sandy Hyacint, Leandro Macia, Yukari Takakura, Jessica Martinez, Richard Sullivan, Saeed Darush, Juan Garantiva, Peter Seidman, Nancy Cole, Vicenta Posada, Marie Samuel, Judy Brown, Sarah McDevitt, William Welsh, Yolene Saint-Fort, William Prevotel, John Chisholm,
Can we start?
Deborah Sue Davies,
Oh,
Marisol Medina, Nicholas John Sanford Davies, Vicenta Posada. Well, actually, this is a. All right, so we can start now.
thank you very much.
And there are two podiums, so please feel free to
Can you-
each one line up at a podium.
You start?
Would anyone
Public
like to?
hearing is open.
If nobody goes, we're going to close
Public
it.
hearing is now closed. Can we close public hearing? You have 2 minutes, please.
Yes, Andre Desmarates, 1145, 126. I'm here to support the idea of the new building that's being created, that's going to create in 126. I drove around others' neighborhoods where they have some high-rise building, and the neighborhood wasn't so great before. Once they have those buildings, they became so nice, and I love it. And to me, it's a win-win situation. There's less tax for the resident and more money for the city. And the neighborhood became so nice after that. And I don't see no reason for not having high-rise in North Miami. I love the idea.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you say your name again?
Andre Desmarates.
Your address, or you have the
Yes, yes.
And the address?
1145, 126.
Northeast?
Thank you. Northeast.
Okay. It's 2 minutes, and what was that?
Hello.
Yes. Yes.
First of all, do I
Rosa,
have to
two.
disclose if I've spoken to any of you?
I
No.
don't think so. No.
I don't have to do that.
No.
Okay. Hello, my name is Deborah Davies. My address is 1165 Northeast 127th Street. Before submitting my comment, I am requesting that this item be pulled from tonight's agenda because the city clerk's office has confirmed that the terms of all but 3 planning commissioners expired on May 25th, along with the terms of their sponsors, before the June 17th hearing on this item. Neither Howard Tonkin, Michael McDermott, Melton Goodwin, nor Edwidge Clark were a sitting commissioner when they took part in that hearing. That hearing was illegal, and since a duly constituted planning commission has not reviewed this item, this hearing tonight is also illegal.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I have more.
Oh.
Okay. At the community workshop last week, Mr. Behar agreed to remove all on-street perimeter parking on Northeast 127th Street from the plans and to remove the architectural roof feature that adds even greater height to the 8-story buildings confronting us on Northeast 127th Street. Will someone please confirm those changes for the record? Moving on, we have all been horrified by the calamity in Surfside. An 1155 NOMI must be built strictly according to North Miami's LDRs, Section 3-405, subsections A5, A7, and A9, and place conditions on the approval of the conditional use permit based on how the project will impact neighboring properties and community character of the immediate vicinity. The staff report ignores these conditions, but the staff report cannot be allowed to take precedent over the actual terms of the LDRs. Subsection A9 says the, quote, form and function of the design must enhance the, quote, community character of the immediate vicinity. But the staff report under A9 doesn't address any of that. It just talks about LEED Silver certification. A7 says the proposed use.
Thank you very
must-
much. It's 2 minutes.
Okay, I've lived here 35 years. I've never asked anything from the city. If I could have one more minute, I would appreciate
No,
it.
every resident's gonna ask for another minute.
Can
Thank you
I
very
just
much.
finish up?
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Can I finish up?
Thank you
No?
very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you just answer me?
No, you're not telling me how to conduct the meeting.
I
Thank
was
you very
just
much.
asking, I'm asking you
At
respectfully.
the end of the day, if there's an answer, we're gonna answer you, okay? Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, next.
Yes, my name is Yukari Takakura, 1105 Northeast 128th Street. I've been looking at these plans, site plans, and I'm very confused of what is going to actually build. And when you look at the elevation rendering, everything except the walk-up units, planters, and steps, they have less than 10 feet of setbacks. But when you look at the renderings, everything besides that is they have more than 10 feet setbacks. But when you look at the site plans, there is definitely this 10 feet setback is going through the balconies. So is permanent structures such as planters, steps, porches, and balconies, they have to be in setbacks. And another thing is that I'm very concerned about the northeast and northwest cantilever part of the building. That part really looks threatening when you stand at the 127th Street and 12th Avenue or 11th Avenue. So it's very appreciated if they can cut that part off, or smaller, like maybe half of the, I think it's like about 47 feet sticking out. Maybe it can reduce to 20 feet, or maybe just flash out the building. And one more question. And who will be conducting the plan reviews? Do North Miami and
Thank you
Building
very much.
Department internally
Thank you
review
very
the
much.
project, or will be
It's-
farmed out to a qualified
Thank you
agent?
very much. Next. Yes. Can we fix
Nicholas
the...
Davies, 1165 Northeast 127th Street.
Give me a second.
To qualify for a 15% parking reduction, Section 5-702 requires the developers to demonstrate that they will actually reduce residents' car trips by 25%, not just on paper. This is a very high bar to meet because the minimum 1.5 on-site spaces per unit required under Section 5-1402 is already an absolute minimum. And an apartment building without enough on-site parking would be a disaster for the tenants and the neighborhood. The project's parking study is based on congestion management guidelines from San Mateo County in California, which are simply not relevant to this claim for a parking reduction in North Miami. Jeffrey LaCappe, who runs San Mateo County's congestion management program, confirmed to us by email that this project is, quote, outside the purview of the CMP guidelines. Picking and choosing from these guidelines created for a completely different purpose, congestion management in a different state, California, has made a complete nonsense of the applicant's parking study, leading to the absurd claim that providing bike parking and showers for bicycles, whatever they are, will reduce tenants' car trips by 28%. That's 16% for bike parking, 12% for showers. The San Mateo guideline on bike storage says that cyclists will ride to work 1 day out of 3, not that they will do without a car altogether. And the guideline on showers refers to workplaces installing showers and changing rooms for cyclists. But it would be completely redundant in a residential building because people already have showers in their own apartments. The study also claims a 2% trip reduction
Thank you very much.
for a carpool space
Thank
when
you
the
very
plans
much.
say 0 carpool
Thank you.
spaces.
Thank you. Thank you very much. 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jessica Martinez. I live at 933 Northeast 127th Street. Along with some of my neighbors, you know, we like the project. We want something done in that place, but we are concerned about a couple of things that we found clear violations of the standards of Section 3-405, subsection A5, A7, and A9 on conditional uses, and of Section of 5-702 on parking violation. So we are asking the City Council to do what the city staff so far has failed to do, and to enforce the City of North Miami Land Development regulations. So the developers, please, we ask you to come up with a redesign that complies with this North Miami Land Development regulation and is compatible with our single-family neighborhood. And please, simply provide enough on-site parking for the tenants, with at least a minimum of 1.5 on-site parking spaces per unit required by Section 5-1402. That will mean reducing the number of apartments instead of having a 9-story building in a single family, right across the single family units. Just try to reduce those apartments. Remember, the purpose of these projects and of the fundings they will receive from the CRA is to provide affordable housing, not to maximize the developers' profits at the expense of our community. In addition, I would like to point out that a smaller footprint will also reduce the environmental impacts like soil compaction and flooding. It's not only about talking about transit and then concentrating in the future that everybody's going to be riding a bike to work, and that's why we're building these high rises with not enough parking spaces. Yes, please to concentrate on that.
Thank you
very much.
Mr. Mayor, are they able to get, the last speaker was given 11 hours and 41 minutes to speak. Have you guys got that clock? Right? You did? Okay.
Yeah, we had time.
Sorry if I was laughing, Ms. Martinez, just because the clock was a little...
Please line up at both podiums.
Yes, thank you very much. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Said Darouche. I'm living at 1105 Northeast 127th Street. My wife and I live directly across on the street from the proposed 8-story tower block. That will be only 60 feet back from our street, section 3-405, subsection S7. Say that the proposed use must not have adverse impact on the use, livability of adjacent property. But how can hooking up the 8-story tower block right across our street that have an adversity impact on the use and the livability in our property? Obviously, it would, so the plan does not meet the condition required for condition use permit under section 405, subsection A7. Subsection A5 say the proposal use must be compatible with the nature and the condition of a property and must not adversely affect use but is our home, and this plan do adversely affect use of our home. The subsection A9 require a design that create a form and function which enhance the community character of immediate vicinity in our house. That immediate vicinity and the current design will not enhance the community character in our neighborhood homes. So please deny this application for conditional use permit and assist that the developer come with new plan. The area has promised them 15 million in our property taxes, and in my neighborhood I agree that the 3-story apartment south side northeast 127 will be compatible with the neighborhood condition of.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next. Yes.
Hello, my name is Marisol Medina. I live at 1270 Northeast 124th Street. I'm here in support of my neighbors and their agreement with what's going to be built in front of their houses. I have two concerns that have not been mentioned. One is the water mitigation. Currently, that property is a big flood zone in the middle section, and with the compacting of the dirt and the concrete impact, oh, it's hard to breathe. Yeah. With the compacting of that area and the displacement of where the water would naturally go into the aquifer, I'm curious as to how that's going to be addressed so that all that water can eventually go back into the property. I know that part of the code states that they have to manage that. All that water needs to be managed within the property. So I'm hoping that that will be something that's addressed efficiently. Another thing is the bike lane. They did offer to put the parking on the outside along with a bike lane, and that the bike lane would go I forgot the intersections, but a long distance. I was going to propose that since they are they offered to take away that parallel parking that is on that area, that if they could switch the bike lane to the opposite side in their plans, so that way they could keep the parking if they so choose, and keep the bicycle lane rolling through that intersection, because I think it's very important. I try to ride my bike all around town, especially with the campaign. I know you guys saw me out there with the sign. And it's a necessary action in our community. It's very dangerous to ride on the main street. It's very scary, and many of us have been knocked down. Area zoning. And census area, a side topic here is, this area has been zoned as R5 from the 70s, and I know that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys for my full
you.
2 minutes. I appreciate that. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
William Prevotel, 11950 North Bay Shore Drive. In consideration of some rather nice concessions on a part of the development team and all their efforts, I'd still like to read into the record something on behalf of one of our esteemed residents of the immediate area. A7 says the proposed use must not adversely impact livability of adjacent properties. How can putting 8-story buildings right across the street from single-family homes, even with a 63-foot setback, not have an adverse impact on their livability? The staff report doesn't even try to answer that, because that would require you to deny the application. Under A5, the staff note that the LDRs include development restrictions on building, scale, setbacks, and parking, but these are all weakened by overlay districts and a parking reduction. In the real world, 8-story buildings right across the street are not compatible with the nature, condition, and development of our properties and will adversely affect their use as single-family homes. Overlay districts do not and cannot change that reality. 3-story apartment buildings along 127th Street would be compatible with our single-family neighborhood, a genuine step transition between our homes and this project's 9-story tower block. We are asking for a redesign that genuinely meets the terms of Section 3-405, subsection A5, A7, and A9. Thank you for considering those aspects as well on behalf of residents in the immediate area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gary. I am hard-working citizen resident.
You can speak Creole if you want, whatever you want. You have a best city clerk here. You don't know. Madam Clerk is here. Madam Clerk is here. Yeah.
Tout le monde sont touchés là, oui, we'll figure it out.
Bonsoir tout le monde, non pas moi c'est Gary. Et moi retiens l'adresse 1141 North East 126 Suite.
Pause. Good evening, everyone. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Monsieur Préville, faut parler pilotement pour nous traduire.
Oui,
OK?
M'a dit en anglais.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Gary. I am a hard-working citizen resident. My dream is to own a house, but until I can achieve this goal, I live at 1141 Northeast 126th Street. And I love North Miami, where I am used to where I live. I would also like to have the opportunity to move to a newer building with more amenities. We have too many old buildings in the city, and frankly, the current building on this side have to go. They are real eyesore and look like all military backward. I cannot wait to see the eyesore go and enjoy the stores and restaurant which will be 1155 Nomi.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Public hearing is now closed.
Mayor, I still have some that were previously submitted.
Oh. Previously submitted to Zoom.
Vicenta Posada, Jose Posada, 1060 Northeast 127th Street. Rosa, can you start the timer? Yeah. The City Council is supposed to be bound by the city's land development regulations when voting to approve or deny applications from developers. But we have a problem here tonight, which is that city staff have been pressured to bend or ignore the clear rules of the LDRs, and this has put you, our elected representatives, in the awkward position of having to choose between enforcing the actual rules of the LDRs and following the city staff's recommendations in the staff report. For example, Section 3-405, subsections A5, A7, and A9 say clearly that the proposed use must not adversely impact, quote, adjacent uses, buildings, and structures, parentheses A5, quote, use, livability, value, and development of adjacent property, parentheses A7, and, quote, the community character of the immediate vicinity, parentheses A9. But under A5, A7, and A9 in the staff report, staff instead discussed mainly the blighted state of the existing site and green building design, ignoring that the conditions in A5, A7, and A9 are all about the project's impacts on adjacent and neighboring properties, not the site itself. The staff report completely ignores the adverse impacts on adjacent properties or community character of planting 8 or 9-story tower blocks right across the street from single-family homes. So I am asking you to deny the CUP for 1155 Nomi in its current form and to ask the developer to redesign it with low-rise buildings along Northeast 127th Street to ensure a genuine, compatible transition with our single-family neighborhood as required by Section 3-405, subsections A5, A7, and A9 of the LDRs. Sincerely, Vicente and Jose Posada. Ronald Scheiko, 1100 Northeast 128th Street, North Miami. I have lived here for the last 46 years. The project in question seems to be a nice upgrade for the property. I hope that you keep in mind the homeowners that live in close proximity, that this will be an upgrade and not a problem to the community. Thank you. Jessica Kazorik, 901 Northeast 127th Street. I recently bought a beautiful brand new home in a quiet single-family neighborhood in North Miami. It has been quite a shock to learn about the current plans for 1155 Nomi and see North Miami city staff failing to enforce the city's land development regulations to make this new development all it can and should be for its tenants and for our neighborhood. In particular, city staff has failed to enforce parts of Section 3-405 that condition the approval of a conditional use permit based on the impact on the livability of adjacent properties and on the community character of the immediate vicinity. I don't see how placing 8-story tower blocks directly across the street from my neighbor's single-family homes can possibly satisfy subsections A5, A7, or A9 of Section 3-405. And in fact, the staff report doesn't really say that it does. It just ignores these reports. As for the claim for a 15% parking reduction, I can't believe anyone could pretend that bike parking and showers for bicycles, quote unquote, parentheses, what does that mean, could persuade 28% of the tenants to ride bikes to work when the attached U.S. Census data shows that 0 out of 2,354 working people in this census tract currently bike to work? How can city staff accept this deceptive use of guidelines drawn up for a completely different purpose, parentheses, congestion management, in another state, parentheses, California? I sincerely hope that all of you on the City Council who were just elected or re-elected take your duty to your constituents in our city more seriously than some of our city staff take the rules they are supposed to enforce, and that you will vote to deny a conditional use permit for this project in its current form. Marie Samuels, 12725 Northeast 12th Avenue, North Miami, Florida. 1155 Nomi project being discussed on Tuesday, 7/13/2021. It is for me to tell you that this is in regarding the conditional use permit under section number 3-405. This project impacts adjacent neighboring properties. We are worried that a 3-story building on the south side of 127th Street provides compatible, and then the call ends. And that was a voicemail that was submitted. Peter Seidman, 1345 Northeast 129th. Section 3-405 of North Miami's Land Development Regulations, LDRs, defines the standards that must be met for approval of a conditional use permit. These conditions include in subsection A5 being compatible with the nature, the condition, and the development of adjacent uses, buildings, and structures, and that it will not adversely affect. The buildings immediately adjacent on Northeast 127th Street are single-story, single-family homes. Putting an 8-story building right across the street from single-story, single-family homes is not compatible with their nature and condition. Subsection A7 of section 3-405 requires that the proposed use will not have an adverse impact on the use and livability of adjacent properties. Having to face an 8-story building, a parking garage, and large surface parking lot directly across the street would definitely have an adverse impact on the livability of adjacent properties on Northeast 127. And subsection A9 requires that the project's design must create a form and function that enhances the community character of the immediate vicinity. The design submitted for 1155 Nomi clearly fails to meet the standards of section 3-405, subsections A5, A7, and A9, as you will hear in more detail from our community this evening. Please listen to your neighbors! Exclamation point. Nancy Cole, 1345 Northeast 129th Street. To qualify for a 15% reduction in on-site parking spaces, section 5-702 of the LDRs requires the developers to demonstrate that trip reduction measures will actually reduce their tenants' car trips by at least 25%. This is a tough standard, and for good reason, because a building with 369 apartments and not enough parking would be a disaster for the tenants and our whole neighborhood. Meeting this standard would require serious steps to provide alternative means of transport, such as a large fleet of shuttle buses to take tenants to work or wherever they needed to go. That would be costly and complicated, but it would meet the standard. But the applicant is not proposing anything, But the applicant is not proposing anything like that. He has instead submitted a parking study to claim fantastically that 28% of the tenants will be persuaded to ride bikes to work by providing bike parking and showers for bicycles. This absurd claim is the result of taking congestion management guidelines from San Mateo County in California, which include providing secure bike storage, showers, and changing rooms in workplaces to encourage people to ride to work, and twisting that inside out to claim a parking reduction for a residential building in North. Even more incredibly, instead of asking for a realistic plan to actually reduce tenants' car trips or simply applying the LDR's minimum of 1.5 on-site parking spaces per unit, North Miami City staff are asking you, our elected officials, to accept this nonsensical study as the basis for a 15% parking reduction that will be a parking crisis for our entire neighborhood. Please put a stop to this charade tonight. That was the last of the previously submitted comments. Mayor, there were additional speaker cards provided. We called the names. Excuse me?
Not the same? You have the names?
Yes. Sarah McDevitt, Nuria Garantiva, Yolene Sefo, William Welsh, Judy Brown, Juan Garantiva, Richard Sullivan, Leandro Macia, and Sandy Hyacinth.
All right, am I still allowed to speak? Because he had Sarah McDevitt, 14490 Northeast 10th Avenue. Lots happening downtown, and obviously thrilled to see new projects coming in the downtown area. We really do need redevelopment of this area, but the question here is whether or not this project in its current form should be approved, and many of the concerns the residents are bringing up are worth considering, particularly whether or not the impact on homes that are direct building has been well considered in the for me, particularly a bike transit in the area. We have mobility hub overlay district, the mobility hub plan, and I do hope that we put a lot of it executing the parts of that plan that we as quickly as possible, so less community get biking up and running in our. The idea of having 127th Street be a bike corridor with safe bike lanes going both directions for bike commuters is imperative, but that needs to go beyond 127th Street. So I do hope that we'll consider that as forward biking part of what we're prioritizing. Thank you.
Public hearing is now closed. Council members, I have one question for Madam Ngashakamo. I see that they lowered the amount of units. Do we still have the same affordable units? Okay. Okay. He said yes. I have no question. Councilwoman Irvin? No questions?
No, but, actually to staff. Please, I do. So during the comments, there was mention that staff was forced to ignore certain items and et cetera. Could you just clarify and, have you been forced to do anything that you're not supposed to? So I just wanted you to clear that on the record. And if you could remember some of the sections that were cited, I don't know if you were listening, if you could clarify that, please.
I was listening. Again, for the record, Tanya Wilson with Community Planning and Development. Staff has not been coerced, forced. I'd like to add that I'm a certified urban planner, AICP certified. So we're obligated to operate under ethical standards, the code of ethics that we have to adhere to. So it's absolutely not something I would even consider losing my certification over that type of matter. So absolutely not. That's never happened, and it never will happen under my management.
Thank you very much. Desilme?
Yes. No, I'm kind of glad Ms. Wilson put that on the record, because all these accusations in your windows, things residents do come and make in reference to, these accusations, because that was my question in terms of, if some of the statements, which are very, very wild, if they are accurately. So thank you for addressing that. But I don't have any further comments into it.
Thank you very much. Galvin?
Thank you. It was stated that our planning commission meeting recently was illegal because of expired terms. I'm looking to find out if A, that's true, B, we are legally required to punt it back, or C, because the planning commission's recommendation is not binding to us, if that even matters.
So I'm not sure what terms or who was on what and state. So I apologize.
It's going to get later too. Citizens forum, council report.
What I can tell you is before that came up, I believe our office was asked about that. And at the end of the day, the planning commission only issues recommendations to the council. And so since their recommendation wasn't binding, I felt that it was okay that it comes, at the end of the day, council's making the final decision.
Thank you. That's all the questions I had, Mr.
Thank you.
First off, I would like to thank all of the residents for showing up and staying to the end to voice your concerns. I know that this is a project that was a concern to the residents. That's why we had the community meeting, and also to the architect and those in attendance at that meeting to kind of remedy some of their concerns. So some of the things that the architect agreed to was removing the parking on 127th Street. Can you guys confirm that that is happening in the plan, or kind of state what's happening with parking? And then also that it doesn't interfere, I think, with the bike ramps and so, because I know that it was an issue that we brought up.
We'll work with the city to do whatever is best for the city. The mobility hub shows that the bike lane is on 127th Street. I just came back from a cycling vacation where I cycled over 400 miles. So if there's somebody that likes to cycle, it's me. I don't have to do any of this. It actually costs the developer more money. But in light of everything that I've done in the city, working with DAPAC and all the other committees that I'm working with, we want to continue to move forward in a way that is the city has planned. So we're only following what the city has already put into place, and we are offering it to pay at our cost. If the city doesn't want it, have at it. We don't have to do it. But we believe, and I personally believe, that it's a true benefit to the city to have this bike path there. But like I said, it's a financial obligation on our side. So if you guys don't want it, we won't put it.
Also, with the school being like directly across the project, did we take into consideration like traffic, and was there like a traffic study?
Correct. So we hired Kimley Horn. It's one of the nation's largest traffic engineering study company. And yeah, they submitted I think 350-page report taking analysis of things that I don't even understand. So yes, that is taken into consideration.
And lastly, this question is for staff. When you have proposed development facing single, does our code require any type of petitions or some sort of way that the developer can kind of remedy some of the issues with residents directly? I know there other cities may require certain things in their code. Does our city require that at all?
We don't require it, but we certainly do encourage public engagement, community meetings. I understand that this developer has held several of those. In fact, on 127th Street, the code requires a 25-foot setback. What the developer has conceded to is a 60-foot setback. So it sounds like the dialogue has resulted in adjustments and revisions to the site plan, and was effective in terms of having some revisions done since the original submission of what we saw for this proposed development.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now your motion to approve the item tab. Second.
I have a motion made by Councilman Desilme to approve the item at tab O. The motion was seconded by Mayor Bieneme. Councilwoman Estime Irvin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilman Galvin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilwoman Timothy, how do you vote?
No.
Mayor Bieneme, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilman Desilme, how do you vote? The motion carries with a 4-1 vote.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The beat.
Still have 1 o'clock in the pool.
Tab P, a proposed quasi-judicial resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of North Miami, Florida, approving the site plan for a proposed 4-story, 59,906 square foot high school on the 2.14 acre real property located at 125 Northeast 119th Street and specifically identified with Miami-Dade County Folio number 06-2125-000-0231 in accordance with Article 2, Division 7, Section 2-701, and Article 3, Division 2, Section 3-204 through Section 3-206, and Article 3, Division 3, Section 3-302 of the City of North Miami Code of Ordinances, Chapter 29, entitled Land Development Regulations, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab P.
Thank you. Presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. For the record, Tanya Wilson with Community Planning and Development. This is the last of the development applications that you'll be hearing from us tonight. It is a site plan application, and this is for the property located at 125 Northeast 119th Street. The property is comprised of 2.14 acres in size. It is zoned R6, and because it is zoned R6, there's a special exception approval that was required for that site. They've already obtained that from the Board of Adjustment. So the request before you is for approval of a private school on that site. You may be familiar with that property as the old Bethany Baptist Church. So this is what we consider an adaptive reuse of the site. So the site has been abandoned. We have a church school that has now found an opportunity to reactivate what was once a religious use. So the church school will be coming in for activation of the site to create that private school on site. So what you'll see if the site plan is approved at this stage is the construction of that fully modern facility. The church structure itself will still remain. They're going to do some renovations to that and incorporate it in the overall site. I know the agent for the applicant is here and wishes to approach the council at this time with a brief presentation.
Prior to doing so, I'm just going to call out the names of the people who have completed speaker cards. Cesar Daniel Munoz, Maritza Contreras, William Prevatel, Nathaniel Sutton, and Kevin Burns. Mayor, additionally, I just want to put on the record that individuals representing the applicant and this project have also completed speaker cards.
You. Yes, identify yourself.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilpersons. My name is Rudy Checky, Chair of the Board of Trustees for Cristo Rey Miami High School, 2665 South Bayshore Drive, Miami, Florida. I promise to be brief, as it is way past my bedtime, and I'm sure it is yours too. I thank you for the opportunity to introduce to you our school. Mr. David Lawrence, who is trustee of along with us, apologizes for not being here this evening. He asked me to attest to his support for the school. I'm sure many of you are familiar with Mr. Lawrence. As you know, our petition was unanimously approved by the Board of Adjustment as well as the Development Review Committee. We are hopeful that this council will also look favorably upon us and allow us to bring our school to the city of North Miami. Our intention is to become a vibrant part of the North Miami community in service to its citizens as a community partner. Here are a few highlights about our school. We will be the 39th school in the nation. Our first school was formed in 1996 in Chicago, and since then we have graduated over 15,000 students. We serve only students from the low-income community. If a student could afford to come to our school, they can't. Our school now is 98% students of color. 98% of our graduates are accepted to college. Our college graduation rate is 3 times their peer group. We know the importance of education, and to modify a phrase by Councilperson Galvin, education is a critical emergency at this time. What's so special about our school is our corporate work-study program. Each student will spend 4 extended days in the classroom in a true college prep environment. The other day will be spent in the corporate offices of local businesses, learning the skills required to be independent and self-motivated as they proceed through adulthood. American Airlines, Accenture, JP Morgan, Jackson Health Systems, Holland & Knight, Baptist Hospital are just a few of the companies that will employ our students. In 2020, of our 39 schools, or 38 schools, we'll be the 39th, our students collectively earned over $75 million. Every penny went to pay for the cost of their education. They have skin in the game. Here in Florida, we also have the advantage of the Florida Tax Credit Scholarship Program, which provides 50% of the cost of their education. So they earn 50% by their work efforts, and 50% is provided by the state of Florida Tax Credit Scholarship Program. That's the cost of the education of our student. They have skin in the game, and they know it. They've made a personal investment in their high school education. How many kids can say that? They are very proud to be the first in their class to graduate from high school. In the corporate setting, they will meet and associate with mentors and community leaders just like yourselves. They will experience a totally different environment from their everyday life. Their experience will not only enrich them, but their families and the communities too. Our national student population is approximately 95% African American, Black, and Hispanic. Our school is Catholic. 60% of our students are Catholic and 40% are non-Catholic. We teach all religions, and we strive to make our students the best they can be, irrespective of their religious affiliation. Our plan is to have a school of approximately 400 students in all 4 grades, starting with 100 in year 1. Many of our students will also receive intense counseling to assist them with academic as well as personal issues. We anticipate the great majority of our students will avail themselves of public transportation to come and go to and from school and their places of employment. There are adequate bus routes serving the site to ensure this. We believe that many of our students will come from the city of North Miami. We also believe that North Miami will benefit from employment positions at the school. We intend to create an amenity for the city of North Miami, with many activities that will include your residents, adult education, financial literacy, and other items of interest to the community will be welcomed. We want to be part of your North Miami community and will work with our neighbors to ensure both harmony and a place that they too can be proud of. In closing, I'd like to ask our board members in attendance to stand up and be recognized. I would also like to introduce to you our president, Ana Maria Moreras, our principal, Cesar Munoz, and the director of our corporate work study program, Amelie Ferro. We also have 2 Cristo Rey graduates with us today, in addition to Cesar Munoz, who's our principal, Marisa Contreras and Maria Contreras, classes of 09 and 18 Cristo Rey High School graduates. I thank you for your consideration, and I welcome your comments.
Thank you very much for that great presentation. Madam City Clerk, are there anybody signed up for public hearing on this?
Well, I read the names of the individuals who did complete a quasi-judicial speaker card. So if those individuals would like to come up, they are welcome.
Public hearing is now open. I only see one person at the microphone. We're going to hear from that one person, and then two people. There's only 2 people, 3 people. If you're in favor of this, by the way, no need to beat that horse. But we've got 2 people who have risen to the microphone. We're going to hear from 2 people only, and then we'll close public discussion. Sir.
Yes, good evening to the mayor and to the councilmen and women this evening. My name is Reverend Nathaniel Sutton. I'm the senior pastor of Bethany Evangelical Covenant Church, located at 125 Northeast 119th Street. Thus, I am a representative, ex officio representative of the board of the church, which is in fact the owner of the present site under consideration in item P of this agenda. I am speaking to the city council, asking you gently, humbly, yet with all urgency, to pass this site approval this morning. Okay.
Morning is correct.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The reality is that Bethany Evangelical Covenant Church and School, Bethany Christian Academy, our subsidiary, has been We have been in the community here in North Miami since the year 1966. I believe for the most part, we've been good stewards of our time here in North Miami. Under duress with different difficulties exacerbated by the 2020, the current pandemic, the church community, council and church community agreed that we should sell the facility in order that we can attain the financial resources in order to proceed with the mission of God that we have in our heart, which is to bring spirituality and uplift our community. That is the goal, and that is the spirit of the church from even before my time. And thus, just keep into consideration that not only to continue our mission, but also we wanted the mission of the time. Okay, we wanted to make sure that the mission of God continues even at the site where we are presently located.
Thank you very much, Pastor. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We open its public hearing.
Move to close public hearing.
Public hearing is now closed. Council members, can I have a motion to approve the item?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to approve the item at tab P. The motion was seconded by Councilwoman Estimé Irvin. Councilman Desame, how do you vote?
No.
Councilwoman Timothy, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilman Galvin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilwoman Estimé Irvin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Biename, how do you vote?
No.
The motion carries with a 3-2 vote.
Thank you very, very much, and have a good night.
Thank you. Tab Q.
Tab Q, discussion and approval of proposed millage rate and date for first budget hearing on Friday, September 3rd, 2021, second budget hearing on Thursday, September 23rd, 2021. Tab Q.
Development.
Good evening, council members. So this item is to set our budget.
Not yet. We haven't opened public hearing yet.
No, that's Shonda, our budget director.
Oh, sir.
It's the mask. The mask throws us off. Yeah.
Yeah, it's midnight.
The city manager is sleeping.
Oh my God. So we know it's late, so we're going to do a very short presentation on the proposed millage rate. There's two things. If you'll see in this item, we have the budget hearing dates as September 3rd and September 23rd. This year was an interesting year because the calendar was pretty.
Can we lower our voices in the back, please?
So the calendar was packed with some holidays and some additional days, and there's also some planned travel by the council in the middle of September. So we are proposing September 3rd and September 23rd. Just of note that September 3rd is a Friday, so we will try to push that out to the public. But based on the scheduling and the calendar dates, those were the best dates that we could put forward, reminding us that we can't use the same dates as the county, and we also can't use the same dates as the school board, and we also had to recognize the Jewish holidays. So with that, I'll ask if Director Shonda could go ahead and move forward with the quick presentation of the proposed millage rate, which I would be proposing at 7.75 for this next
I'm so
year.
sorry before the presentation. What time is the meeting on Friday?
Friday at 6, I believe. Friday, 6 p.m. It has to be, by statute, it has to be after 5 p.m.
And we can't have it on any other date other than.
Right.
All right, Honorable Mayor and City Council. So my plan was to say good evening, but now I'll say start with good morning. I'm Shonda Singleton Taylor, Budget Director, and here to present the proposed millage application. All right, so first on this slide, we just wanted to briefly talk about the statutory millage provisions. Really the point here is that we want to propose the tentative millage rate at 7.75, recognizing that the millage rate can be reduced in public hearings, as well as it also can be in first public hearing. However, if it is increased, it will require renotice to the county at the taxpayer. All right, the next slide shows the millage rate history, and this really goes back to fiscal 2018 through the proposed fiscal 22. As you can see, the millage rate was at 7.5 in 2018 through fiscal 21. And our proposed, again, is at 7.75. And this rate is really based on the city's current financial position and also due to the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has resulted in major revenue loss in the city. The next slide shows briefly a 10-year millage rate history, starting with 2013, where the rate was at 8.1. As you can see, the rate declined 7.934, 2014, 2016, and then in 2017-21, the rate has remained at 7.5, and again, our proposed millage rate is at 7.7. This slide shows the millage rate scenarios, and here we have our final 21 total taxable value at $3.69 billion. That's based on the millage rate of 7.5, which is estimated to bring in at 95%, $26.3 million in ad valorem taxes. Again, our proposed for fiscal 22 is a rate of 7.75, and that's based on an increased total taxable value of just about $4 billion, and that is estimated to bring in an additional $3 million ad valorem tax.
60% for the CRA.
Excuse me? What was that?
Oh, now she's nodding her head
60%
up
of
and
that
down.
money for the CRA. That's when you increase it.
All right, and then our other scenario would be to shows that if the rate was kept the same at 7.5, that would bring in an additional $2 million to the city. And then the last scenario shows the rollback rate. And with the rollback rate, that basically means that the rate would be reduced, and the city would be able to bring in the same level of taxes as the current fiscal year, plus new construction. And just wanted to remind you that based on the fiscal 22 proposed rate of 7.75, that would be an additional $1 million increase in the general fund revenue over the current rate. The next slide shows the property tax impact, and this is based on the average homeowner tax bill. So we have homestead properties and we have non-homestead. So in this example, the first one would be a single family assessed value. And again, this is the average homeowner tax bill. So this would be, for this example, if the assessed value was at $158,961, the estimated property tax increase would be about $132 annually. Now, if we take a look at single family assessed value that's non-homestead, that would be around $344,483. And that estimated property tax increase would be about $244.08 annually. All right. So we take a look at condo assessed values for homestead individuals or properties based on a assessed value of $68,169. The property tax increase would be in about $51.90 annually. If we also look at the non-homestead condo assessed value of about $125,700, that would represent a property tax of about $62.99. And again, this is all based on a proposed millage at 7.7. That ends the short presentation. Do you have any questions?
Mr. Mayor, I'd motion that we move forward with the proposed millage rate.
Mayor, would you like to open it for public hearing?
That's a discussion.
Oh, it's a
Discussion,
well,
no
for
problem.
moving, if
That's
you're
the
making a
motion.
motion.
I'll rephrase myself. Let's move forward so we can get out of here with the millage rate as suggested.
As what? Oh no.
And just so that, just to remind the council through the mayor, this would be what our proposed maximum ceiling is. It wouldn't be not necessarily the final, but this would allow us when we're going through our budget, if to try to balance, because that'll be.
We're gonna start at 7.5.
If I may,
Business permits, increase permits fees, those things. Impact fees.
Permit fees are not part of our general fund revenues.
Not the way.
Here's
if
I can, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
My conversation with the manager was, if we go with the 7.5 that is being proposed tonight, how is how is the budget going to be balanced when it comes to us? Would it be balanced is it going to be two budget that balance at the 7.5 and then one at 7.75 at the proposed one? Because I cannot see in the middle of a pandemic that we're raising taxes like this. It doesn't make sense to me anywhere. So if we do, just for the sake of the argument, go with the 7.5 because we are trying to go home, I would not urge anyone to balance any budget at the 7.5. So what would be the difference missing between the 7.5 and the 5 where we are now? What is that total of increasing? Yes. Okay, no, okay, wait, you just said it's one.
Your microphone's
My
not.
microphone's off.
You say what? It's 1 million.
It would be a $1 million in additional revenue
Okay.
estimated from the 7.75
to 7.
to 7.5.
So you would need $1 million to balance the budget.
No, right at this moment, we have not balanced the budget. When we come to the budget workshop, last year in terms of balancing the budget, the reason why we're proposing an increased millage rate is because we see declining revenues and we have increases that you can't control. We have health, we have insurance costs.
I understand,
we have
Madam Manager.
the pension costs. So we'll do our best to do that. But also last year, in order to balance, we had to waive our reserve, our $5 million reserve ordinance in order to do that. So we barely, to put this out there, we barely balanced the budget last year. And we also had some losses from revenue, but also because of some of the agreements that the unions did not accept with respect to furloughs and to some of those cuts. So that...
Yes, I think that needs to be with us in terms of the policy decision, what needs to be cut, and we need to tighten up and make some real hard decisions. If there's positions, and I would rather cut positions than raising people taxes. That's just my personal feeling, and I'm going to do whatever I can to fight that on there, because I do not feel in a pandemic right now for us to raise anybody. First of all, they are fighting. I'm getting calls regarding people getting the 4% that we put on their water bill. So I just, and that's like $30 adding to it, you know. So I just cannot imagine us raising this, and I don't know how much that would be, even if it's a couple $100 more. You know, it's I don't know. You know, I don't know how my colleagues feel, but I'm not with this. Thank you.
Councilman Galvin, I have a motion on the floor. Do you have a second?
I'm willing to go with whatever the will of the council is.
The motion is to keep it at 7.5. That way, can be lower, not
I'll second that
7.5.
motion.
A reminder
Thank
on
you.
the lower of the taxes is that we've accepted ARP funds, and under that, if you lower the taxes, you cannot cover
No, we're
them
not.
with ARP.
We're not. No,
So I just
no,
want
no,
to
no.
remind you that that's
7.5,
a
no.
specific prohibition.
No. Thank you very much.
Mayor, to clarify, did you just make a motion to maintain the millage rate at 7.5?
The same way.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
But,
Yes, I would have.
oh, I thought.
No, Madam Manager, thank you for bringing this item. I know what you're doing. I know you're in a tough position. I know you're trying to balance. But I too have to echo the sentiments of my colleague. This is not. And maybe, you know, as residents, we need to start preparing for that time. But this right now is not is a bad time. People are just recouping. And so I can't be in favor of.
But it seems like the resident doesn't care. They've been fighting not to when new developments so we can increase our tax revenue. They don't want that. And now we're talking about raising taxes. And nobody's saying maybe.
So again, you know.
That was the point. Because tonight we have put so many projects that's going to put some money in the book. And they should be happy. And they went mad. And now we're talking about raising taxes in order to balance our budget. Nobody's here. It's like we're working backward. I don't understand. We have to advocate for them.
I'll
You
second
done?
the motion for the current millage rate of 7.
Councilwoman,
My point of view is I know we're going to have to make tough decisions. And so I look forward to having a lively budget discussion on how we prepare to cut down on our spending. Because if you look at over the past 5 years, we've increased our revenues, have increased expenditures by over $7 million. So that means we have to cut $7 million and we're going to say, don't reduce services, which is impossible. So, you know, I'm staff, so I know what it feels like to be a team of one and to do my work, you know, 80, 90 hours a week. So, you know, I'm coming from the inside, so I feel the pain of the employees. So I will be, you know, rah-rahing for them because I know what it feels like to be in their shoes. But at the same time, our millage rate was at 7.9 and we reduced it to 7.5. And we, you know, we subsidize.
Even at 8.1.
We
At
subsidize, you know, sanitation. We didn't increase our water rates when we were told we were supposed to. So now they're hit with the 4% when they should have been hit with 1% over time. So I think, you know, this council, we're going to have to take a serious look at our budget if we have to go line by line and cut where we need to cut. But it's going to get to a point where our budget just, we're not going to be we won't have a balanced budget. So, you know, sometimes we just got to get in the ring and really tell the residents what it is. So, we could do a census. Who's down for a 0.25 millage rate increase, and we'll see what they say. Because yes, we're here to represent them, but at the same time, we need to hear what they say. So, if it's the will of the council to keep it at 7.5, cool. If we know we need to raise taxes to pay our bills because we can't, we have to make that tough decision.
Let's find other ways.
So that's just my 2 cents.
You know, those, thank you very much. And the CR is here. to be skilled. And this year she's gonna give you a 6% to do your budget. 6% toward the budget.
So we'll move
Thank you
with
very,
it. So
thank
we're
you.
mo-
Yeah, Madam
Let's
Clerk.
go.
Public hearing?
Yeah, no.
Huh?
Public
Got a
hearing.
motion on that 6% contribution?
No, we got to vote it
Oh,
on
okay.
the CRA side first, then move it to
Public hearing, Mayor?
the discussion, not in public.
You just made a motion.
Is to set the military.
On this
then-
discussion, we do need to get a vote so I can submit it as our ceiling rate to the county, to the state, and our dates.
You need the public hearing?
No. This one? Oh, if there's a vote, yes. Okay.
Okay, public hearing is now open on tab Q. Public hearing is now closed.
I have a motion made by Mayor Bienemé to keep the millage rate at 7.5. The motion was seconded by Councilman Galvin. Councilwoman Timothy, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilman Galvin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilwoman Estime Irvin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Bienemé, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilman Desame, how do you vote?
Yes.
The motion carries with a 5-0 vote. Tab R, discussion regarding building remediation.
Oh, well, good evening, Mayor, Council, and resident. I know I echo the same sentiments of trying to find affordable housing in North Miami. And in light of the recent news, what happened in Surfside, where we saw an older building collapse, and hearing from our residents who are concerned, who are living in older buildings, and some of them that are very derelict and in great needs of repair. And from my observation, one of the areas that I feel that's ripe for affordable housing is along Northeast 6th Avenue and 7th Avenue, where we have a plethora of older buildings in need of rehabilitation. Some of those buildings are due for their recertification and may be deemed unsafe. So in line with the President's Build Back Better plan, the President called for building rehabilitation and construction projects in hard-hit communities, sort of like North Miami. So I think it's time for us to build back North Miami better. So tonight, I wanted to kind of get a, approval for you guys to direct administration to begin researching building remediation options by contacting our state and federal lobbyists to seek funding from grant opportunities and to ensure that we come up with a plan sometime in August or September that shows how we can rehab some of these buildings that are pretty much derelict, that I'm pretty sure if code goes in them, they'll be like, hey, this is unsafe, they need to shut down. So before we are displacing residents.
Where are we gonna put them?
No, I'm just saying we're not. But I'm just saying that some of our buildings are older. So I know we're always improving infrastructure grants and so forth for new development, but there's an opportunity to seek other ways to remedy the buildings that we
You
have
got to
here.
ask the CIA
Well, no,
to
I'm asking
upgrade.
you. Yeah, I'm asking you guys if this is something that you guys would like to do.
She's like, I don't have any money until we say it's, and she's back in.
No, because there
That's
is.
what I said. We got to ask the CIA to update the policy so they can allow funding for multi-family unit. So that was gonna say, since the city doesn't have money, you got to go to Russia to update.
But city staff will begin doing research, and because there are grant funding available through Habitat for Humanity for the Build Back Better plan and so forth. So I've been doing my little research and trying to find affordable housing options that we can have in North Miami as well.
What you want us to do?
So no, just to kind of, we will direct.
No, we agree. If the administration don't work.
Because I don't want to start proposing and come up with a plan in August. You're like, wait, what is this? But I just kind of want to give you a heads up that this is something that I will be pushing along with the administration.
That's fine.
Thank you for bringing it up.
Tab
Madam
S,
City
discussion.
Manager, you didn't say anything. Oh. Madam City Manager, you didn't say anything. About tab R.
Tab R.
Was the direction clear from Councilwoman Timothy?
Yes, the direction to move forward we'll work with the Councilwoman Timothy for a plan on terms of that. And we will work with the CRA as well.
Tab S, discussion update regarding city-owned property at 13780 Northeast 5th Avenue. Tab S.
I spoke with, I gotta say, I spoke with the developer about it, and I don't know if they reach out to everyone. They just, we were gonna ask them for an update and where they are. It seems like they're not ready yet to do a presentation. If we do it at the other day, if Councilwoman Magisty may.
Yes, I'm okay with that. But I hope that we realize that we are serious about housing. And so we're serious about housing, and that's all that I'll say about that. But I'm okay about that.
Thank you very much. We're gonna remove that at another day. What else? Yeah. Motion to adjourn? Huh?
Citizens Forum.
No, you have one. Oh, we already did that. Citizen Forum.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask, in consideration of the time that people speaking under Citizens Forum, please keep their comments to new stuff and not discuss stuff we've already discussed.
William Prevotel, 11950 North Bayshore Drive. This is going to be extremely quick. On behalf of my fellow students, my fellow constituents who may not have mentioned it, on the occasion of returning back to regular meetings, to our police chief, Joe Rega, and his entire department, to our city manager, Thorelis, and her entire staff, and to Mayor Bien-Aimé and the entire council. Thank you all. Thank you all for all your efforts in getting through this period of great challenge, for all your commitment, your responsibility for being so responsible in getting to this point without major incidents and such. So all of you have something to be quite proud of. As a constituent, I am quite proud of how our city has gotten through this to this point. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, council, we have another 20 people outside. No, I'm just kidding. In the name of humanity, I'm just kidding you. There's just the three of us. We sent everybody home. First of all, we want to thank you guys for being at the meeting with Doral the other day. And secondly, we agree with you, Mayor and Councilman Galvin, that we do need a master plan for the Johnson and Wales area over there. It's absolutely essential that we get that done. You know, I remember the bad old days over there before Johnson and Wales came. When I look at Lakeside, those apartments, we used to get 200 calls a year for service over there. And some of those apartments, they're okay as dormitories, but they're not good for apartment living. So before we change any zoning, we really need to get a master plan, and you need to get the input of the neighborhood over there. I can go on and bore you all night with statistics, but you know what? The broken window theory works. And when you have dumpy apartments like you just mentioned, you're going to get dumpy people in there. They're going to give you nothing but social problems. We don't deserve that in this neighborhood. You know, you just brought in some nice projects tonight, Mayor, and I agree with you guys. We need development. We need quality development. Our people are not second-class citizens. They're first-class people, and they deserve to live in nice places. That's why we need a master plan out there. Okay? I have to say what I have to say, and blah, 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 I'll get out of your hair.
Good evening, guys. My name's Chase Goldthorpe. I'm a property owner on Emerald Drive, the same area of which the Johnson and Wales are pulling out. There's a 4-story building at the end of the cul-de-sac that in years past, I grew up in that building before I took ownership of it. I got to tell you, growing up, I was in a lot of fights in that area. And now that the security is pulled out, we have actually, myself and Scott have put camera systems around our building. We've also had 2 people break into cars in the past 2 months. So without the security there, I think that we need to come up with something better to stop people from cutting through from the other side by the can't remember the name of it. Not Arch Creek. What is it? Arch Creek Road. People tend to walk through there from Arch Creek Road to get to 16th Ave. Those people don't live in the area. They just pass through. He had his car broken into, and I had a tenant where they broke in and stole some stuff. At the Should have wrote it all down, sorry. But that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The chief is taking notes.
Good evening. My name is Scott. I
Yes,
own a
sir.
couple buildings on Emerald Drive, the same street. Gentleman
Please
just
state
spoke
your
to.
address for the record.
The address is 13175 Emerald Drive. I've had the buildings for a little while now, over 10 years. I wanted to come here and support an idea for a master plan. Gentlemen before me spoke of people who were cutting through. They have been cutting through. A lot of people cut through to go to the bus stop, that convenience store that's right across the train tracks. A lot of people who don't live there, a lot of people who don't even live in the area are cutting through there. It's been a problem. We don't have security anymore, so therefore it's a little bit of an issue. Furthermore, I definitely want to see a master plan with that area because I myself personally have worked in commercial real estate for about 15 years. I worked in multifamily, and I can tell you that buildings like you're talking about that are outdated are not going to attract clientele or the people living in the city that want. And that's unfortunately what happens when a lot of people from all these neighborhoods vote down all the projects. What happens is a lot of the people move out of these nice neighborhoods, and then a lot of undesirables move in. And furthermore, that building that's called the Lakeside Towers that they're talking about, next to the train tracks. I very rarely see nice buildings next to the train tracks, attracts nice tenants. There's no more pool. It doesn't have amenities that a lot of the high rises have. Therefore, I think it's going to be very, very difficult for these people who are buying the buildings to get desirable tenants. And, I think it's going to be an issue, and I'm hoping that, I think it would maybe better suited as a living facility. But anyways, I just wanted to voice my concern on that. I really want to see a master plan. There is an issue. Thank you.
Bob Hirschman, 13085 Emerald Drive. My name is Bob Hirschman, and I am a property owner. I am unable to attend the council meeting on July 13th. Therefore, I would like to make a comment on an issue that is important to me. Emerald Drive is a unique, diverse community, and people like living here. I have invested in my property over the past decade to help maintain and foster this uniqueness. It is essential to have a master plan in place to guide the development of the entire Johnson & Wales former campus area. The site should be looked in its entirety rather than on a piecemeal basis. This approach, I believe, will result in a better process of development, which might include a public-private partnership. Thank you for your consideration.
Hi, everybody. Thank you.
Thank
for
you.
your
Thank you.
sacrifice.
Citizen forum is now closed.
Mr. Mayor, unless there are other council or
Just reports.
staff
I do have-
reports, I move to adjourn.
I do have a,
District 2 reports.
I don't have much to report, but I know this week, this month has been a lot for us as we continue to mourn the tragedy in Surfside. My heart is with the first responders who are out there night and day. And let us not forget what's happening in Cuba and Haiti. No matter where you live or where you are, both of these are in just dire need of our prayers. Just right now, I just want to echo the sentiment that we keep Haiti, Surfside, and that's all.
Thank you very much. District 1. District 3.
Thank you for reading my notes, Councilwoman Timothy. But the same thing, hearts goes out to my motherland, or the motherland of my parents, Haiti, in the loss of the president, the first lady. And I just wish, I'm praying for the people in Haiti, as I am also praying for the people in Cuba. Surfside, you're in our prayers, and I'm just so proud of our police department, as usual, always willing and able to serve. Also, back to school, August 8th, won't keep long, and I just want to say Happy Parks Month. And I want to thank all the staff that made the movie night a success on Saturday. Thank you. And then that is all that I'll say for tonight. Again, thank you, and I yield back with my time.
Well,
Yes. I do have a couple of things to say, but I do know Scott has to go. So I will refrain.
I had 1 a.m. in the pool, by the way, when this
Yes,
started,
you
so,
did.
Yeah, you
But-
got 4 more
the city
minutes.
manager has 2. You
So-
put 2 a.m., right?
No.
Yeah.
But she had 10 p.m.
She had 10
Honestly,
no.
she told me 10 p.m. before the meeting started.
Oh God! But I will refrain in sake of that for I guess when we come back from vacation to address my concern, because there are 2 things happened tonight. One of them is in regards to 2 things within my area, and I'm getting texts from residents that I didn't really know about one of them, but I will be addressing them when I come back in regards to what happened tonight, because I'm telling the residents I do know. No, but that's basically it, okay? So everyone have a wonderful summer and a safe, wonderful summer. That's basically it. Thank you.
And I don't have much to say. Simply our prayers goes to the people of Haiti.
Thank you.
They just killed the president and everybody's paying attention, but about all those small people, other peoples who've been killed in the country. That's when our prayer goes to everyone who've been affected by the situation in Haiti. Our prayers to the people in Cuba. Today we were able to watch the news and see how those people been suffering by the beating by the police over there. Our prayers to those people also. And others. That's it. Thank you. Good night.
I have a city manager's report.
As
if I
do
can
I.
just- And I have a
Okay, you
really
can,
quickly.
Madam Clerk doesn't have any report tonight.
Of
please.
course, I have a report.
Go ahead.
So, in addition to the heartfelt condolences shared by you all, of course, for Surfside and for Cuba, and of course, Haiti, I really implore people, if you're going to say anything about issues, especially what's happening around the world, pay attention to what you're saying and actually research what you're saying. Because oftentimes we have a tendency to just maybe want to speak on an issue without actually having gotten the full scope and really understanding what people are really going through on the ground. And so, of course, I always have, a lot to say, but I think of, our universal human rights, and one of them is for like life, liberty, and security. And as the mayor mentioned, right, we're hyper-focused on the death of a person and the injuries to the president's wife and of course the death of the president. And while I do extend my condolences to the Moise family, we absolutely cannot forget the families that had died in massacres throughout these past few years. And we also cannot ignore the fact that people are displaced at this moment. And yet we are hyper-focused on only an individual. We have to be really cautious about that because that speaks a lot to who we are as people. And so let's be careful not to only extend those condolences and those thoughts and those prayers with the people that we hear about, but we have to think about people across the board, and we have to listen to the cries of people when they are crying out for help, because for years, people in Haiti have been saying that we are not safe. And now the death of a president and the death of President Moise has shown us that no one is actually safe in Haiti. And so, all power to all the people. For those of you who may be traveling over recess, I hope you're not going internationally and need an express passport, because it's not happening. Passports are taking much longer. So if you need a passport, do it ASAP. Also, I just really want to thank Chief Jariga, the entire police department. But, you know the specifics as to why, but the fact that you all are just so compassionate, regardless of the situation and regardless of the person, I truly appreciate it. And happy birthday, Commander Brooks.
Thank you very much, City Attorney.
No report, Mayor.
Deputy City Manager.
I have a few reports. First of all, one is July is Parks Month, so I just want to say thank you to our parks staff and recreation. I want to go through these really quickly. Tomorrow, just a reminder of the mayor's will host his first quarterly business luncheon at Barry University tomorrow. This event is sponsored by the North Miami CRA, and if you weren't able to
Please
RSVP,
close out. No. We
if you're
don't
not able
accept
to,
working.
they can join us virtually
Yeah.
using our live stream link. Also, because we're going into the break on July 16th, I just wanted to announce a few summer events. One is August 8th, which is Councilwoman Estime Irvin's annual Back to School Bash, and Saturday, August 21st, Mayor Philip Bieneme and City Clerk Vanessa Joseph will host a Back to School Bash and Resource Fair at the Joe Celestin Center. And we also have our new councilwoman, Cassandra Timothy. She will be presenting her summer sweat sessions on July 23rd at Cagney Park and August 6th at Claude Pepper Park. And each of those events will be held from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. Wanted to let everyone know that Thomas Sasso Pool is now open, so it's open Thursday through Monday from 12 noon to 6 p.m. So we hope everyone will start using the pool. On a reminder note, this Thursday is our virtual budget workshop. So we will have the virtual budget workshop, and we have the link online in order to watch it and see. Additionally, I just wanted to go through, we talked about the Surfside tragedy. I know that we've all spoke about it, and I wanted to alert residents to how we've been working towards that since then. Following the tragedy, our building department has taken swift action to identify and address the outstanding issues. I did send a memo. I wanted to give a status update on our work since July 3rd. We've completed inspections on 262 properties, mostly multifamily mid-rise buildings, 101 in District 1, 120 in District 2, 28 in District 3, and 13 in District 4. Of those, 224 of those required no repairs or minor structural or electrical repairs. 4 properties did require repairs and had not started yet. We are working with them. 13 are under the supervision of an engineer for their repairs. 16 are slated for demolition for new projects, and 5 are currently undergoing major renovations and they'll have to submit a report at the end of the project. We're gonna, as I stated in my memo, we're gonna work on our first weekly update and provide updates, and we'll be marking them with the property so that you can see that. But I wanted to assure residents that we are working through, we're getting through the inspections, and we had about 1,700 on our list. We'll be working throughout the month to get those completed.
Thank you very much. Now your motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to adjourn, seconded by Mayor Bieneme. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries with a 4-0 vote. It is 1:02 a.m. on July 14th.